So this is our main character. He's just your totally average office worker, but average is in heavy air quotes, cause instead of sitting at a desk, his job is to go out and slay demons. Every civil servant has their own unique power, but our boy here is a special case. All he's got to do is take down any old demon, and he'll absorb its abilities. He can have infinite powers, from the ability to throw knives, to the power to fart out of his armpits. Okay, enough BS. Let's get into it. The scene shifts to this huge open area. Hazy with dust and not a soul in sight. Some young dude is backing away. Totally terrified. In front of him are just cold dead bodies. He can't take it anymore, and just breaks down crying in sheer terror. The thing this guy is staring at is a pitch-black demon. He stumbles back helpless. Its sword is still dripping with blood. Wind chimes ring out, with this creepy sound in the breeze. Scared out of his mind, the poor guy begs for his life. Of course, a creature like that isn't gonna show him any mercy. A tentacle grabs his arms and legs. His bloody hands scrabble at the ground, but he just gets dragged off into the dense forest. Cut to the next morning. People have found the poor bastard's body. Sucks to be him. Why would he wander into a restricted zone? The three of them just stare, stunned at the scene giant size, and complains, great. Another victim. Now I've got to write a damn report. Kongzana keeps speculating. Judging by the footprints, it looks like a big one. If you don't want to work overtime, let's get started. Suddenly, she notices something's off. A strange sound echoes from deep within the forest. Kongzana immediately pulls out a small knife. No one gets what she's doing, but in the next second Kongzana cuts herself. Drops of bright red syrup fall to the ground. As her hand grips the sharp knife, a jolt of pain makes Kongzana wince. Giant quickly points into the forest. Captain Kong, there it is. It's appeared. A tall figure emerges from the thick haze. Zana steps forward without a hint of hesitation. I'll handle this. The massive creature just stands there, staring her down. Zana charges forward, sword in hand, no hesitation. Her speed is insane, like she doesn't want to waste a single second. The scene cuts to a large building. Inside a room, the interview room for the Soul City, Level 9 Civil Servant Exam. An employee calls out candidate No. 12. Her voice echoes as another staff member reminds him, this way please. Inside the bathroom, Hanmadu thinks to himself, exhausted. This is a nightmare. I don't want to go, I just want to go home. I'm so anxious and nervous. My heart feels like it's gonna explode. He can't take it anymore. His trembling hand clutches his chest. Then Hanmadu walks over to splash his face with water. Maybe everything that's happened has just completely worn him out. He stares blankly at the cold water running from the faucet. Hanmadu's mind feels like it's floating. This is bad. I need to take more meds. So what if I overdose a little? I just need to calm down. Suddenly, Hanmadu notices something outside. A small sparrow is perched on a branch. It abruptly turns its head and stares right at him. It seems Madhu hasn't realized the danger yet. He keeps staring deep into the sparrow's eyes, sweat pouring down his face. In his eyes, the cute little sparrow has turned into a monster. What are you looking at, you bastard? You're so dead. Maddox stands frozen, not moving a muscle. Damn this panic disorder. On the TV, a news anchor reports. In our next story, a group of campers in Gangwado, for young men and women in their 20s, have gone missing in Gangwado. Hearing the news, Hanmadu just spaces out, lost in his own thoughts. My name is Hanmadu. I'm 29 years old, just your average Korean guy. I graduated from college, and I'm struggling to find a job. Just like everyone else, I've spent 5 years just preparing for the Level 9 Civil Servant Exam. He was crushed after failing for the 4th time, but he's finally made it to the interview round. An employee walks in and announces No. 35. Mr. Hamadu. Hearing his name, he jumps to his feet. Yes, that's me, she reminds him. Get ready, you're next for the interview. Seems like he's found his resolve. All right, I'm definitely gonna pass this time. Hamidu pumps himself up. Let's give it everything I've got. After entering the room, the interviewer is waiting for him. The sight makes Hamidu super nervous, and the man suddenly speaks up and asks, why are you applying to be a civil servant? He immediately gets flustered. I want to contribute to the local community. As a public official, Hanmadu forces a stiff smile. Just then the interviewer asks, what would you do if you found out your superior was doing something wrong? Hanmadu answers without a beat, I would honestly point out the inconsistencies to my superior and find a solution tactfully. Of course, he thinks to himself. The man keeps looking at the file in his hands. What are your relationships with others like? He quickly blurts out, I don't have many. I'm not good at interacting with people generally. Relationships really stress me out. In college, my friends even said I had ADHD and talked crap about me behind my back all the time. but in his head he's cursing. The interviewer seems a bit surprised by this answer, and Hamada realizes he just slipped up, huh? He worries internally, oh crap. I said the wrong thing. The interviewer sighs and continues, final question in your life. When did you face your greatest hardship, and how did you overcome it? This makes him even more desperate. Sweat is pouring down like rain. The man encourages him. Take your time and think it through. I want to hear how you handled it. Hanmadu scratches his head and sighs. Let's see, the thing that comes to mind right now is, when I was a kid I went hiking with my dad once. A childhood memory suddenly flashes back. Hanmadu's eyes widen in fear. The memory glitches again, twisting into a monster. The look on his face gets even worse. In his head, this monster with a ton of judgy eyes kept popping up. Everything was just freaky. Hanmadu could only watch, as everyone was slaughtered right in front of him. The whole thing was haunting him, like maybe he just couldn't deal with it anymore. His chair started leaning back, then bam, a loud crash. Hanmadu's vision blurred out, and he just stared as everything went black. But just as fast his vision cleared up. The interviewer, seeing how weird he was acting, rushed over all worried. Mr. Hanmadu. What's wrong? The guy kept shaking him hard. Suddenly this wave of nausea hit him, and he couldn't stop himself from puking, which totally freaked out the interviewer. Cut to later that evening at Hanma's crappy apartment. Inside he's moping around whining. I'm so screwed, there's no way I didn't bomb that. No job, no friends. No girlfriend. How am I supposed to survive in this garbage world? Just then the doorbell rings. Snapping him out of it, he drags himself to the door and opens it. Yeah. The familiar sight of his mom makes Hanmaru jump. Totally confused, she looks pissed and demands, why haven't you been answering your phone? He turns and walks back inside. What's up, Mom? Aren't you supposed to be at work? She just seriously hands him a container of food. I brought you some food, but I have to go. This gets Han Matthew's hopes up. Awesome. I was totally out of food. Is there any meat in here, Mom? He looks totally stoked, but his mom just deadpans. It's just kimchi and soy braised beans. And just like that his mood crashed. Thanks. She glances around the room, and all she sees are half-eaten instant noodle cups and empty beer cans he just tossed on the floor. Hamadu still psyched, holding the container food. But that's when his mom lays into him. Real impressive. Is this a room or a pigsty? He snaps back, annoyed. Whatever, Mom. I'll clean it later. She gets curious. So how'd the interview go? But seeing his crap mood, she already knows the answer. He just grabs his head, totally defeated. It's not like he can just say he puked on the interviewer. As if reading his mind, his mom lets out a long sigh. She smacks him and says, just do better next time, okay? Don't get all depressed about it. The slap actually hurt like hell. Then his mom starts digging through her purse. She turns and hands him an envelope with cash in it. You're broke, aren't you? Seeing this makes him super happy, but he quickly tries to turn it down. No, I don't need it. I'm not a kid anymore and I've got my part-time job. But she shoves it back at him. Take it while I'm still asking nicely. Hammond quickly snatches it. Okay. I'll take it. Then his mom gets all thoughtful. You know, if you failed the interview, it just proves that fortune teller I went to was dead on. He has no idea what she's talking about, huh? She turns back to him. Hey Madhu. Maybe you should try going up to the mountains. Her totally random suggestion makes him freeze. The scene shifts to a huge port in the city. Han Matthews there stretching to stay awake. His face slowly turning into a scowl. How many years has it been? I really hate this place. He then heads to the station, just like his mom told him to. In a flashback, his mom tells him dead serious. They say the fortune teller there is crazy accurate. So I went to ask about your job situation. They said, the reason you keep failing isn't because of your ADHD or your panic disorder. It's been 15 years since your dad left home, and he still hasn't come back. The fortune teller said your dad died on that mountain the two of you always used to go to. And now his spirit is messing with your career. The fortune teller said, you have to go to that mountain and pour 13 cups of rice wine to help his soul rest in peace. Only then will you have any hope of passing the civil service exam. Hanmadi was already exhausted. How much farther do I have to climb? He spots the rundown old house ahead of him. There it is without a second thought. He opens the door and steps inside, his face freezing for a split second, but a second later his eyes go wide. It's a younger version of himself. As soon as the kid sees him, he spins around and bolts. Then the kid just stands outside the doorway, watching him in silence. Little Hamadu's face is a mix of cluelessness and curiosity. Inside the room, a middle-aged man is contorting his body. He's standing there completely motionless. with no sign of life at all this time. The kid reaches over and opens the door, letting the sunlight stream in. Young Madhu's expression is totally calm, like this is something he's seen a million times before. He walks over, grabs the man's pant leg, and says, "Dad, I'm hungry." The man slowly turns around. He says something absolutely terrifying, his face hidden in the shadows, only spitting out words of pure rage. The memory flooding back makes Madhu freeze in place. He stares silently into the now empty room. A sudden feeling makes Madhu clutch his chest, his hand starting to shake. My chest feels so tight as usual. Madhu takes a deep breath in, then lets it out like nothing's wrong. "Alright, let's just get this over with and bounce." He opens his backpack and pulls out the bottle of rice wine he brought. He starts pouring the wine into a cup. Once it's full, Madhu flicks it out toward the yard. "Dad, I'm sure you're doing fine somewhere. Mom's the only reason I'm even here. So just live a good life and just to be safe. I'll pray to the mountain spirit too." Madhu's face turns grim. "My dad left and my mom had to raise me all by herself. Please just give me your blessing. Help me get a job so I can pay her back." He has no idea that something nasty has just appeared behind him. Confused, Madhu turns to look over his shoulder. What the hell is that yellow dust? Or is the mountain on fire? This is bad. I gotta get down from here before things get crazy. Safety first. Just then, a voice echoes in his ear. Safety first. Confused, he whips his head around to look behind him. Did someone just copy what I said? Madhu squints. Staring off into the distance, a pitch-black figure emerges from the thick, hazy smoke. The creature starts walking quickly, getting closer to him. Madhu still has no clue what's going on, until he finally spots a super sharp, pointed bamboo stalk. The monster looks right at him and mutters, "Safety first." Not believing his own eyes, Madhu rubs them, his face a mask of total confusion. What the am I tripping or something? But when he realizes the monster is still there, he starts to panic. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Times like these, the best plan is to book it. He spins around and starts running, but a strange sensation makes Madhu freeze in his tracks. He realizes it felt like a freaking bamboo skewer just went right through my body. Madhu clutched his stomach, screaming his head off. His mind was racing. What the hell, I'm just gonna die like this. All I ever do is grind at school, and my stupid part-time job. I haven't had a single day to just kick back and have some fun. But hey, maybe this is for the best. Once I'm dead, I won't have to worrying about finding a job, or drowning in debt just to get by. Life's a total crapshoot anyway. Who's even gonna be sad when I'm gone? As he thought about this, Madhu remembered his mom. She worked her ass off, but she always managed to slip him some spending money, even when things were tough. Madhu's mom was the only ray of light in his life. That thought snapped his eyes wide open. He gritted his teeth, refusing to just give up like that. Madhu's whole body was trembling like crazy. He told himself, "No, I'm not checking out yet." The monster from before crept closer, sticking out its long, disgusting tongue. Then it started mumbling some weird crap. Safety first. After saying that, the monster charged right at Madhu. Everything happened way too fast. It made him freeze on the spot. Suddenly he saw an eye staring straight at him, an eye inside the mouth of the monster's body. It leapt on him, holding on tight. Scared out of his mind, he just kept screaming, "Get off me, piss off." It opened its maw and chomped right into his body. Another wave of pain hit, making Madhu even more hopeless. As his consciousness started to fade, he didn't know what was happening anymore. He was blacking out. An image of his father suddenly appeared in his head, spouting some seriously terrifying words. Eat. It was like something flipped a switch, and Madhu found a new surge of strength. He opened his mouth wide and bit right into the monster's body, tearing its flesh apart in revenge. The scene was totally gnarly, red stuff splattering everywhere. The monster screamed in agony, and an eye inside its mouth suddenly shot wide open. The eyeballs slowly turned a weird blue. Then some black liquid seemed to flood the eye, and finally that black goo had completely taken over. It was like something jolted Madhu awake, and his mind was filled with a chaotic scene, littered with dead bodies. In the middle of it all, a monster was thrashing around like a maniac, its eyes wide as if trying to invade his mind. The whole space was a terrifying bright red, and voices kept echoing, "Go back." This just confused Madhu. What, who's talking? I can't see a thing, I must be dead. He had a coppery taste in his mouth. Is this what death tastes like? A voice called out, and this time, Madhu felt like he recognized it. Yeah, someone was definitely calling him. He slowly opened his eyes. A blinding white light filled his vision. At the same time, Do Dokman's voice rang out. This is a restricted area. What are you doing lying here? Realizing he was still alive, left Hanmadu completely stunned. He shot right up and stared at the two of them, but out of habit Hanmadu glanced around. Where did that monster go? The yellow smoke is gone too? Hearing that, Dodokman quickly asked, "Run that by me again, what did you see?" He decided to tell them everything. "I saw this yellow smoke roll in. Then out of nowhere a monster appeared and stabbed me in the stomach." His story left the guy completely frozen. At the same time, Hanmadu checked his body for the wound. "I was definitely stabbed in the stomach. I thought I was a goner for sure. This is so weird." Right after, Dodokman turned and signaled to Junjian. He looked a little surprised as he said, "The Rakshasa alarm went off yesterday, but then it just shut off. I figured it was broken, he must have killed it." Hearing this, Giant shot back, "No way, even if he managed to get the Rakshasa's blood and became an ability user, he wouldn't be able to use his power right away." That comment made Dodokman fall silent, thinking for a moment. Finally, he called out, "Hey kid, you remember what happened yesterday?" Hanmadu just looked dazed and started fumbling through his pockets. When he realized it was already 1:30 in the afternoon, he freaked out. He looked completely shocked. "It's a new day already, so what? That monster beat me up and I was out cold until today." Seeing how out of it Maddox was, Dodokman was at a loss for words. What if he really did beat the Rakshasan and get an ability? It just so happens that today is the day. But Giant still found it hard to believe. This all happened so suddenly. "I don't think he even gets what's going on yet." He laughed and stepped forward. "He'll figure it out eventually. We were all like that at first, weren't we?" At the same time, he stepped closer and put a hand on Madu's shoulder. Dodokman had a huge grin on his face. "Hey, you showed up at the perfect time. You've got to participate too." Everything was happening so fast that he was totally confused. "What are you talking about?" The guy just said it again. "First go change your clothes." They're totally shredded. Sometime later, in some peaceful country village, Hanmada was in a community center. A sign on the wall clearly read, "Special Civil Servants New Employee Orientation." Hanmadu just stared at the sign, his face a mixture of confusion and disbelief. He was wearing some ridiculous outfit, sitting among a bunch of other government types. Sweat was just pouring down Hanmadu's face. "What the hell is this? Why am I at an orientation for new special civil servants?" Noticing everyone else had their heads bowed, just freaked Hanmadu out even more. He kept looking around. "Why did that guy bring me here? Plus this place is so weird. What's wrong with these people? This is creeping me out." Suddenly, a sound echoed through the room, grabbing everyone's attention. A woman in red high heels walked in. She placed both her hands on the podium, her expression turning dead serious. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the director of the main headquarters, CEO Dudongan. Welcome to the orientation for new civil service employees of the Ministry of Environment." Hearing this, Hanmadu quickly shot his hand up. Excuse me. Sorry, but I think I'm in the wrong place." The second he finished his sentence, Dudong undecisively announced, "No. I've received a report from the Gangwa team that you've been recruited as a special civil servant. As of today, congratulations." This just made Hanmadu even more speechless. "Recruited as a special civil servant? I never even applied for that." She continued, addressing the room. "I'm sure you've all looked into what it means to be a special civil servant under the Ministry of Environment. You were briefed before you got here, right? Like you already know, secrecy is life in this line of work. You don't tell a single soul. Not your family, not your relatives, not your friends. Anyone who yaps about this job will be considered a threat to national security and dealt with." Realizing this was way more serious than he thought, Hanmadu started to freak out. Dodongan just kept on with her speech. "All of you here today are new recruits who've absorbed Rakshasa abilities this month. If a Rakshasa's blood entered your body, you'd get its powers, even though the chances are pretty slim." That's when it clicked for him. "What are you talking about? I've never..." He stopped dead, remembering that bloody scene. Sweat started pouring down his face. "Wait, did I actually bite that thing?" Her face got dead serious as she announced, "Luckily, the Rakeshas only hang around in uninhabited mountains. Wherever there's a Rakshasa, a yellow dust storm will appear. The concentration ranges from level 1 to level 10. The higher the concentration, the stronger and more savage the Rakshasa." Then, Dudong looked like she just remembered something. She called out a name, Saul Ladon. The dude next to Hanmadu raised his hand. "Yeah." Her face lit up with curiosity. "I hear you got your powers from a powerful level 7 Rakshasa. I'm expecting big things from you." He just smiled and bowed his head. "You're too kind, director. I'll do my best." She went back to flipping through her file and continued, "And Hanmadu, our newest recruit, Word is you got your ability from a level 1 Rakshasa. What is it confused? He just scratched his head and answered I'm not really sure what my power is. This made Soledad, who was standing there, bust out laughing. That laugh made him feel totally humiliated. Seriously, that jerk just laughed at me. He's a level 7, so he's mocking me for being a level 1. Whatever, it doesn't matter. First I gotta find a way to ditch this weird-ass place. The whole place started shaking like an earthquake, freaking everyone out. What the hell? A thrilled smile spread across Dudungwon's face, right as a warning bell for a Rakshasa went off. And just like that, the scene shifts outside. Everyone starts charging toward where the monster appeared. Dudungwon was cheering them on. This is a time to prove yourselves in the field. Get up that mountain for some reason. Hanmadu found himself running along with the crowd. What the hell am I even doing here? All this weird crap has been happening since yesterday. Obviously I need to get off this mountain pronto, before I get dragged into some nonsense. Safety first. Realizing something was wrong, Hanmadu suddenly stopped. Safety first. A cloud of dust and sand rushed toward them. His expression twisted into panic. No way, it's the yellow dust again. And out of the thick dust, a shadow appeared right in front of him. Hanmadu stared, completely confused at the figure before him. He was so scared he could barely speak. Is her arm okay? Seeing someone show up, Xana turned around in surprise. Seeing this for the first time, Hanmadu jumped back in fear. In front of him was a sword, stabbed right into the monster's head. Clearly this giant monster had just been taken down. Xana turned and stared straight at him. Terrified, Hanmadu stumbled and fell flat on his butt. No way, what the hell is that? It wasn't just him, everyone in this test was stunned. Dudungwon saw them all gawking like idiots and yelled, "What are you all standing around for? Focus, this is a level 1 yellow dust warning drill. No matter how big it looks, it's the weakest type of Rakshasa. Captain Xana of the Gangwado team stabbed it in the brain, so it's paralyzed. So you don't need to worry." Remembering something, she suddenly looked back over her shoulder. Her eyes immediately locked onto Hanmadu. Off to the side, that kid. He's the one who took down a Rakshasa by himself yesterday, right? I wonder what kind of power he got to be able to kill one right after awakening a Rakshasa. While she was lost in thought, Dudungwon snapped, "All right. Now use your powers and fight that Rakshasa." Sweat was pouring down Hanmadu's face. Fight it? Are you insane? In front of him was a terrifying monster. Even with a dagger sticking out of its head, Hanmadu was still terrified. How am I supposed to fight that thing? A strange sensation started spreading through his body, making Hanmadu take notice. He helplessly clutched his chest. His panic disorder was kicking in again. "My chest feels like it's being crushed. I can't breathe." His heart was pounding so loud, it felt like it was about to explode. Hanmadu just stood there wondering, why am I suddenly so hungry? Right now it felt like something was urging him to eat the monster. Hanmadu's eyes widened. He saw the monster crawling toward him, while he just stood there frozen. Suddenly it gently reached out and touched his head. A weird smile spread across its face. Startling Hanmadu, his eyes shot open, reflecting a monstrous hunger, as if he were the one about to eat it alive. Words kept whispering in his head, "Eat it," while all the other special agents were freaking out. Hanmadu just stood there. He started mumbling some really weird words. "I want to eat," in front of everyone. He started screaming, "I want to eat." Hanmadu's eyes glazed over, as if he lost his mind completely, his whole body shaking. Drool started pouring out of his mouth. Just as Hanmadu was about to completely lose it, Soledad clapped him on the shoulder, snapping him back to his senses. Soledad looked at him surprised. "Dude, are you so scared you're crying?" Hanmadu quickly turned and explained, "No, I'm just suddenly starving. My stomach hurts so bad." This just made Soledad look down on him even more. What a disgusting wimp. Soledad sighed and turned away. A bunch of useless losers. Suddenly Hanmadu put a hand on his stomach and sighed. Seriously, what was wrong with me just now? I got crazy hungry all of a sudden. Meanwhile, up on a ledge, Dudungwon called out to everyone, "All right. Focus up, I need to go over a few things before you all try to show off your powers. You see that thin yellow dust haze around us? The Rakshasas created. The stronger the Rakshasas, the thicker the concentration. The yellow dust also gives them super fast regeneration." And that wasn't all. She pulled out a small knife and then used it to slice her own arm. The move shocked everyone, making them jump in fear. The wound slowly healed itself. Dudungwon kept yapping on about how people who get the Rakshas's power can also heal their wounds inside that smoke. But if it's a fatal wound, you're still toast, so you better not get cocky. You can only use the power within the smoke the Rakshasa makes. And once the smoke's gone, you're just a normal person again. But Soul lay down was already starting to doze off. He sighed, thinking to himself, how long is this old hag gonna drone on with this pointless crap in front of the Rakshasa? What matters is how to activate the power. He glanced over at the monster, a look of utter boredom on his face. Alright, let's see. Without a second thought, he bit his own lip. A stream of bright red blood immediately trickled from his mouth, and his body began to go through a bizarre transformation. The veins all over his body started to bulge. As Soledad clenched his fists, his eyes shot wide open, and a smug smirk even spread across his face. Make a small wound, so the yellow sand can seep into every vein. Shall we get started? He was practically buzzing with anticipation. Then he used his own hand to snap his other finger, activating the power at that very moment. The monster couldn't wait any longer. Seeing its strange reaction, Kongzana grew worried. She screamed, signaling everyone, be careful. The entire area was plunged into a sandstorm. The monster stood there massive, getting ready to attack. It was so pissed off. It started screaming like crazy, tearing the whole place apart. The Rakshasa slammed both its hands on the ground. A small tremor shook the area, but it was enough to terrify everyone. Kongzana was the first to react. She was about to deal with it when Dudungan suddenly put out a hand to stop her, saying seriously, wait, don't interfere. Xana shot back, annoyed they're not strong enough to handle it. But Dudungan's tone was dead set. It's fine, there's no time to train. If they can't take down that Rakshasas, they're going to die here anyway. It seemed the giant Rakshasa had sniffed something out, because it immediately whipped its head around to look in a specific direction. Its eyes were locked on Hanmadu, who was standing frozen in fear. Off to the side, sweat was just pouring down his face. What the hell, why is it staring at me like that? The Rakshasa's hands slowly moved forward, and a weapon instantly appeared. Then something shot out of its hand at lightning speed, and the whole scene erupted into chaos. Hanmadu's body was pierced straight through by the object. It all happened in a split second, so fast that even Xana was startled and filled with dread. He clutched his body, screaming in absolute despair. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. As the Rakshasas leapt into the air, it went right on attacking Hanmadu, who was still trying to crawl to his feet. Then it slammed both its feet hard onto the cold ground below. It was clear that Hanmadu was his prey now. He stared in terror at the giant monster, with no one knowing what its bizarre reaction meant. Sweat continued to pour down Hanmadu's face. The Rakshasas reached its hand toward him. Suddenly the ground cracked open, and a swarm of tentacles shot out, wrapping tightly around its body. Even though the Rakshasas tried to fight back, it was all totally useless. The silhouette of the centipede-like tentacles was absolutely terrifying. Turns out the power this dude possessed was the centipede Rakshasa. He looked pretty damn cool right then. And at that moment, another contestant quickly leapt toward the monster. She jumped high into the air, then decisively struck the back of the Rakshasa while it was pinned down. This woman's power was the Sentry Leopard Rakshasa. The constant attacks must have hurt, because the monster screamed in agony. The woman flashed a brilliant smile. We killed it, we did it. But while everyone was still celebrating, the wound on the Rakshasa suddenly healed. It recovered as if nothing had ever happened. Finally, the Rakshasa gave them an incredibly defiant smirk, and seeing this, the woman froze in terror. No way, how did the wound heal that fast? It reached out, grabbed the summoned centipede tentacles, and then tossed them aside like they were nothing. This situation immediately made the guy freak out. Finally, the monster counterattacked. The guy and the woman from before fell to the ground in pain. Right after, they were dragged over by the Rakshasa's long arms. Looks like he was no match for this monster. Its hand clamped down on the poor guy's face. His whole body was shaking so hard he was suffocating. It hurt so much. The Rakshasa's mouth, full of sharp teeth, opened wide, getting ready to swallow its prey. Seeing this, the guy begged in terror, "Save me." At the same time, Saladin, who was watching from the side, casually snapped one of his own fingers. The Rakshasa's neck was also bent backward. Finally, the monster let the poor guy go. Saladin didn't waste words, just stepped forward and announced, "Chill out." His power was the self-harm Rakshasa. The series of damaging attacks had infuriated the monster, and it turned to attack him directly. Of course, Saladin couldn't care less. He pulled off his glove, getting ready for action, then grabbed his other hand and cursed, "Just die." The Rakshasa's neck immediately twisted at a hideous angle, and finally, its head ripped clean off its massive body. The monster collapsed heavily to the ground. Soldan walked over and planted his foot on the monster's head, his expression turning into a sneer. "All you have to do is cut its throat, so it can't make the yellow sand smoke, and it's done." People in the crowd started whispering, He has a level 7 Rakshasa power. That's insane. He took it down by himself in a flash. He just sighed with a hint of regret. What a waste. This was a chance to try out some more moves. Just then, Xana walked up from behind and called out, "Hey you. A minute ago you were the one who broke my knife." To provoke the Rakshasa, right? Do you have any idea that doing that could have gotten everyone killed? Of course he refused to admit a thing. No idea what you're talking about. You got proof I broke your knife. She didn't hesitate, grabbing his wrist. Xana shot back, pissed. Fine then. Let me break your finger like you did just now. Let's see if my knife breaks then. But the performance just now at Please Do Dangan. She waved her hand with a smile and praised them. Alright, now it's always a little clumsy the first time, but everyone did a pretty good job. But then, her expression soured a bit as she scanned the group, as if she couldn't find the familiar face of Madhu. Are we missing someone deep inside the forest? He was still running for his life. Thinking about everything that's happened just pisses me off. They just randomly hire you as a special agent, and then force you to go kill monsters. Hell no, I'm not doing it. I've gotta run. Running is my only shot at survival. Just then, Madhu realized something was blocking his path. The sight in front of him made him freeze. What the hell is this now? Off to the side, Dudung on side and complained, geez. Running away from a Rakshasa. He's not cut out to be a special agent. But Xana was quiet, lost in thought. A suspicious look crossing her face. But what was that just now? She couldn't help but remember the scene where Madhu faced the monster. It seemed totally focused on him, as if he was its only target. Did I see that wrong? Dudung turned and gave the order. Captain Kong, Xana, go find him. She suddenly asked, but don't you think it's weird? The Rakshasa is dead, but the yellow dust is still here. Hearing that, the captain looked around, startled. Now that you mention it, in front of Madhu was a door, pouring out yellow dust. He had no clue what was going on. Why is there a door here? It was like the door had some kind of magnetic pull. It lured him inside, but just a few seconds later, a giant monster appeared. It slowly stepped into the space. Hamidu panicked and scrambled to hide. His whole body trembled in fear. Damn it, I ran my ass off to get here, only to jump out of the frying pan and into the fire. He quickly glanced back at the monster, and seeing it was gone, let out a sigh of relief. Where did it go? Is it gone? He had no idea the monster had its sights set on him. Just then Namjoseoc yelled out, grabbing everyone's attention, Captain. Captain Kanzana. His voice was incredibly urgent. Confused, Kanzana turned around. Namjoseoc, what's wrong? He panted as he reported the office just called. They said a level 3 Rakshasa warning just went off. The news stunned Dudungan. What? No way, a Rakshasa has never appeared twice in the same area before. Suddenly, Kangzana yelled a question. Did they say where it appeared? The scene cuts to a sign, restricted area. Government property, no unauthorized entry. Hamadu didn't seem to give a damn about the sign. He just bolted forward, not caring about anything that had happened. He looked completely frantic. Even though he was about to trip, Hanmedu refused to give up. He screamed desperately, is anyone there? Help me, but his luck ran out. And Hanmedu tripped over a rock. His scream echoed through the forest. As he tumbled down the side of the mountain, his body ached, but Hanmedu didn't seem to care. He spotted a house in the distance. Without a second's hesitation, he sprinted towards it, found a place to hide. The house looked so peaceful, like nothing was wrong. Finally, Hamato managed to get inside. What the hell? It couldn't have followed me all the way here, right? He tried to peek outside. Seeing the Rakshasa's silhouette made him lose all hope. Crap, it's here. I'm so dead. Rocks started to form above the monster's head. Sharp rocks just floating there. Seeing this for the first time freaked him out. What are those rocks on its head? How is it doing that? A sound made Hanmedu freeze. An old woman walked in from outside asking, "Who's there? Why is there yellow fog in the middle of the day? I can't see a thing, it's too hazy." Realizing someone was behind it, the Rakshasa immediately spun around. For some reason its body began to tremble. A smug smile spread across its face. Realizing how bad this was, Hanmedu started to freak out. She's in danger, I have to save her. But what can I do? I don't have any powers. What do I do? Think. Damn it, think. Suddenly he remembered Dudungan's words. We, whoever received the power of the Rakshasa, also have the ability to heal our wounds. In that smoke, his eyes shot open as he realized the truth. That's it, a voice echoed in his head. However, in the case of a fatal wound, we can die. You have to be extremely careful. Just thinking about it made his hand shake. I could die. What if I save her and end up dead myself? Maybe I should just hide. My life comes first in a situation like this. I have to at least save my own skin. Outside, the old woman was still asking confusedly, "Who's there? Is that Kongset's mom?" Hearing this, the Rakshasa began to mimic her words. "Kongset's mom," the old woman sighed, walked closer and snapped. "What the hell are you talking about? Mocking me?" But when she got a clear look at the monster, the old woman's eyes went wide in disbelief. The monster was towering right in front of her. Her trembling legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. "Oh my god, what is that thing?" The Rakshasa smirked, still muttering, "Kongset's mom, its long, bony finger pointed forward. At the same time, the shards above its head all aimed at the old woman. When the Rakshasa snapped its fingers, they shot towards her like darts. A gruesome scene was about to unfold that no one would want to see. Terrified, the old woman squeezed her eyes shut, but then she realized she didn't feel anything. She slowly opened her eyes. Turns out Hanmadhu had shielded her with his own body. He forced a pained smile. "Are you okay?" She quickly shook her head, looking at him with worrying. "I'm fine, but your hand." Hanmadhu's body was now seriously injured. He could barely stand, but he still tried to warn her. "Ma'am, you have to run, hurry." In a moment of sheer desperation, he wondered to himself, "Why did I only get a level 1 Rakshasa power? It's as pathetic as my resume. Everywhere you go it's all about your qualifications. And since I've got no skills, I guess I just have to sit here and die. I can't even save her." The old woman kept calling out, "Oh. What do we do?" Hanmadhu was starting to lose his mind. "I don't want to die. Can't someone talented or powerful please come save me?" He looked down at the ground. "Please. I'm begging you, somebody please save me. Save me." It was like Hanmadhu sank into a dark void. His body once again began to change. The yellow dust acted like a catalyst, stimulating his body. Veins started popping out all over his skin. Hanmadhu caught a whiff of a strange scent. His body went completely still. But a few seconds later, Hanmadhu's mouth gaped open, still looking like he was starving for a monster. Typical Madhu couldn't wait another second. He whipped around and charged the Rakshasa so fast, it just froze on the spot. Over on this side, Xana was still trying to track down Madhu. Some freaky sound caught her attention, and she instantly whipped her head around toward this house in the distance. Not even thinking twice, Xana bolted over, scared. Hanmadhu was in deep trouble, but what she saw next totally made her freeze. Get this, Hanmadhu was using his own damn mouth to rip into the Rakshasa's flesh. Xana had never seen anything like it, and her face totally gave away her shock. "What the hell is that guy doing?" The Rakshasa's hand shot out, grabbed him by the face, and then just chucked Hanmadhu backward. He was probably too weak or something, cause his body slammed hard into the wooden house behind him. He totally lost it and had no clue what was going on. He even swallowed the chunk of meat he just ripped off the rock. Shasta suddenly sensed something was way off its body, starting to stumble backward. Xana was shocked to see the monster struggling. Wait, that bite mark he left on the Rakshasa's neck. It's not healing. How is that even possible? She clearly had no idea what was going on. Time was running out, so Xana just charged forward. No time to figure this out now. She jumped into the air to take on the Rakshasa, her hand shooting out toward the floating debris. Right over its head, Xana grabbed onto the debris, gripping it so damn tight her own hand started to bleed. Maybe it was the pain, but the Rakshasa just stood there completely still. At the same time, she fired up her own Rexes powers. Spotting another enemy, it went absolutely insane with rage. Swung at Xana, but seeing the attack coming, she just coolly turned her head, her eyes wide, like she knew it was coming the whole time. With just a few basic moves, Xana easily parried every single attack, and even threw some counters back, giving the monster a hell of a time. Seizing the opening, she leapt into the air. Weapon ready, the monster was just a sitting duck. Xana put everything she had into one massive slash, aimed right at it. Its whole body was instantly sliced in half. It all happened so fast, it didn't even have time to react, its mouth just howling in pain. Finally, the Rakshasa was down for the count. Xana was such a badass, landing back on the ground after the fight. Her face was splattered with red. The monster slowly faded into nothing, and finally things were back to normal. Xana went over to the old lady, helping her sit up. "Mom, are you okay? Are you with me?" The old woman finally came to. She sat up and looked around. What just happened here? Xana just smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, just a wild boar snooping around. It's gone now, she thought to herself. Thank God, when a Rakshasa vanishes, regular people forget everything about it. The old woman got super pissed. Those damn wild boars again. They're wrecking the whole farm. Xana put a hand on her chest, trying to be reassuring as public officials. We'll handle this for good, so don't you worry, she said. The old lady started to go inside. All right. I'm counting on you, Xana just nodded. Go get some rest. The second the old lady was gone, Kong Xana's face got dead serious. She walked over to Han Madu thinking, but seriously, who the hell is this guy? She was super curious. I've never seen a healing ability like this before. His severed arm already grew back. Are you really just a level 1 Rakshasa? Han Madu just screamed out in pain. Damn it, on his phone screen was a message. An announcement for all personnel. Tomorrow, special public officials are to report to headquarters to receive assignments. Rakshasa Special Response HQ. Ministry of the Environment. He was completely crushed. Work starts tomorrow. The terrifying memories of the Rakshasas flashed through his mind. Madu did not want to deal with these monsters. They were dangerous as hell, and he was totally out of his league. Matter just sat on his bed, sighing hopelessly. I don't want to go to work. I'm still not over the shock from today. He finally just flopped onto his bed and whined. Damn it, but I really do need a job. But Madu's voice just choked up. He had no idea how to even talk about it. He just sighed, rolled over and crashed. Whatever, I'm just gonna sleep. And just like that, he was out. He fell into a deep sleep, and once again the scene shifted. He could see these horrifying creatures crawling all over the place. Inside his head, they were terrifying, screaming non-stop. Voices echoed in his head. Come back, the dream was so messed up. It jolted Madu awake, and he struggled to catch his breath and calm the hell down. Madu looked down at his own sweaty body. What the hell, ever since that day? This keeps happening. He looked outside. Is it morning already? Out of habit, Madu opened his window. He stuck his head out to check out the sky, see if anything was up, but a few seconds later, his whole vibe changed. What the hell is that? Mount Chuki is on fire. No way, it spreads all the way here, right deep in the forest. A Rakshasa was torching the entire place. It had this super smug grin on its face, like it had been waiting to do this forever. A special public official leapt into the air, creating a blast of water to put out the fire. Her power was the water Rakshasa ability. You could tell the water was seriously hurting the monster. Just then, another person showed up and took a deep breath. Then he unleashed his ice rack shots of power, blasting it at the monster. Its legs were instantly frozen solid, and it couldn't move. The two of them worked together to keep the monster pinned down. The girl with her hair down turned and yelled, "Captain, Rakshasas don't normally come out at night." The guy with the ponytail heard her and shot back. Just focus on stopping the fire for now. Just then, their combined powers completely froze the monster. The ponytail guy quickly formed his usual ice weapon, holding it with a serious look as he announced, "I'll take care of this one." And with that, he didn't hesitate for a second, bolting straight for the monster. A super decisive attack slammed right into its body. The monster, as if triggered, started roaring like a maniac. It totally lost its mind at the taunts from the girl and ponytail dude. While he was still looking for an opening, the beast clenched its fist. A crazy powerful punch shot forward. Without a second thought, it decked him. Ponytail guy went flying backward. His body slammed hard into a tree trunk. Just that one hit had him shaking from the pain. The girl knew this was bad. She rushed over, yelling, "Captain." Of course, the monster wasn't done. It started spraying lava from its back all over the damn place. It all happened so fast. Ponytail guy was completely screwed. How the hell is it getting even stronger? They were both terrified. Scene changes to CEO headquarters. Inside the room, everyone is still deep in discussion. Dudong quickly steps forward to ask a question. What's the situation? The monitor in front of them was still tracking the number of monsters appearing in the forest. The system suddenly blared an alert, getting everyone's attention. A security officer rushed to inform his superior. They're launching simultaneous attacks on 20 mountains across the country. The way the Rakshasas were appearing had completely changed. This made Dudong recall her own words. No. How is that possible? Rakshasas have never appeared back-to-back in the same area before. She asked herself. Could all of this have started with that incident a week ago? An employee quickly turned to report. Director, there's an urgent call from the director of the Bizon branch. Do Dungmun didn't hesitate and put it on speaker. Go on, Bizon director. What is it? From the other end of the line, a man's voice rang out. Hello, beautiful. He was holding his phone, standing right at the scene. He then smiled and introduced himself. This is Myongset, director of the Bizon branch. How have you been? You should come down to Bizon for a visit sometime. Do Dangan annoyed. Cut him off, skip the pleasantries and get to the point. He gave a smug smile and began his story. Well, the thing is, the main gate that appeared on Mount Gomdang in Bizon hasn't closed for 3 days straight. His voice was a bit rushed. Hearing this, Du Dangan couldn't hide her surprise. It's still open, he sighed, complaining. We can't keep up with killing them. They just keep showing up one after another. The Gemdung team members are reaching their limit. Hearing this, Dudong Hien quickly pressed. Why isn't the gate disappearing? Have you guys figured out the cause yet? More and more Rakshasas were pouring out of the portal, making these incredibly weird noises. Listening to them, Myongset sounded fed up. The damn Rakshasas just keep chanting some nonsense. According to our Bizen branch's Rakshasa interpreter, they're saying bring him here. Myongset's voice was completely calm, but it seemed Dudongin couldn't keep her cool. What do you mean bring him here? Who are you talking about? Suddenly a giant Rakshasa leapt into the air. It looked absolutely furious. It flew around the sky like some giant moth, before touching down on the ground below, right in front of Myongset. He let out a weary sigh, looking at the monster before him. How the hell should I know? Basically, it seems that person has to come here to sort this mess out now. Everyone in Bizen has to deal with this giant monster. After the call ended, Dudongin quickly hung up. She could feel that things were getting more complicated than ever. Out in the hall, she immediately called Ito. A man answered right away. What's up? She helplessly explained the situation. It's chaotic on Mount Gimadong in Bizen. It sounded like Ito had already heard the news. I know, I'm almost there. His voice was incredibly calm, and Ito added, I'll call back when it's handled. Then he hung up. He jumped from the helicopter, his body plummeting toward the ground. He was moving so fast that from a distance, he looked like a brilliant blue streak of light. Even landing from such a height, Ito wasn't the least bit scared. He twisted his body to execute a perfect landing. After catching the scent of the yellow sand, Ito took a deep breath. His expression quickly changed. It was clear he was no ordinary person. His special move was inverting space. The world seemed to spin as Ito floated in midair. He then gently set his feet down on the ground. He looked totally calm, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Ito standing on the Rakshasa summoning gate caught everyone's attention. A girl seemed to notice something was off. Who is that? How did he suddenly appear there? Hey mister. It's dangerous over there. At the same time, the Rakshasa had noticed something strange. It cracked a hugely excited grin, as if it had found a new toy. It quickly flew up into the air, ready to fight. The woman kept trying to warn Jang Ito. Its legs looked lethal. It lunged straight for the woman. Sensing something was wrong, she whipped her head around, startled. Luckily, in the nick of time, she managed to duck and dodge, probably out of sheer terror. The girl looked back in shock, realizing the giant Rakshasa had targeted her. It raised its leg high, scaring the hell out of her. At the same moment, Ito used his finger to open a portal, controlling the space and splitting it in two. Within that portal, a pitch-black void appeared. The move Ito just used was called Space Split. Everything happened in a flash. He reached his hand into the space he just opened, and decisively yanked the Rakshasa's head backward, threw it in his hand. He now held the prize of his work. As Jang Ito held the Rakshasa's head up high, its body slowly collapsed. The whole thing took only a few seconds. Everyone couldn't hide their amazement. Ito then jumped down to the ground. Alright, you all worked hard. I'll take it from here. Everyone take a break. Instantly the woman's eyes filled with admiration. Captain, who is that? The captain was so moved he was literally crying. Oh my god, you're new. So it makes sense you don't know. That's him, the one with the power. The first Rakshasa, the founder of the Yellow Sand Special Response Team. Ito was still warming up, getting ready for battle. He calmly placed a hand on the ground. The captain was still rambling on, describing the current wielder of the strongest Rakshasa ability, Director Jang Ito, under Ito's control. The very space around them began to warp, and tears in reality slowly started to appear. At the same time, a purple light bled into the area. Everyone just stared, completely stunned by what was happening. Idaho had literally ripped the entire space apart, probably out of curiosity. Everyone looked up at the sky. A woman, completely baffled, asked, "What are those black cracks?" The captain thought for a second before answering. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes, too. I'd only heard he possessed the power to control space. She kept asking questions, and that's the strongest ability. Meanwhile, Jang Ito was just relentlessly tearing space apart, his hands trying to pry the opening even wider, as wide as he possibly could. Before him was a dimension filled with swirling, pitch-black sand. The scene cuts to Donkey Mountain in Seoul, where flames still engulfed the entire area. An insanely powerful lava monster was wrecking everything in sight. The guy with the ponytail was exhausted, his own power nearly depleted. He helplessly asked himself, "Is this really it for me, Captain? We have to run snap out of it." The moment he was distracted, the monster charged into attack. The ponytail guy panicked, whipping his head around, and using every last ounce of his strength to try and block the monster. But it was just too damn strong. It kept smashing its fists into the thin layer of ice. Ponytail Guy's body was at its absolute limit. He couldn't take it anymore. The monster, on the other hand, just seemed to get stronger. In no time the thin ice shattered, and Ponytail Guy was completely overwhelmed by the Rakshas's attack. His body was sent flying backward. Realizing how bad the situation was, he thought helplessly, shit. This time I'm really a goner. Ponytail Guy tried to dodge, but it was too late. Knowing he couldn't escape, he squeezed his eyes shut. Realizing he was still alive startled him a bit. Turns out in the nick of time, Ito had managed to open a portal. He went right for the lava monster, grabbed it by the head, then moved in and took care of the filthy thing. With just a few basic punches, Ito had taken down the lava monster. The space here was torn open once again, and maybe because it was so humiliated by the defeat, the monster quickly got back up. Seeing that it had regained its strength, Ito actually looked interested. Alright, now to take care of the other places. With that he held his hand out in front of him. Using just an energy transfer technique, the space changed once again. This vast place was Sirak Mountain in Gangwon, where the special agents, despite their best efforts, couldn't defeat the Rakshasa. The monster kept mumbling some incredibly weird words, and even used its long finger to stab the poor agent's body. From behind, space was torn open. Jang Ito made his move. He forcefully yanked the Rakshasa backward, and just like that, the Rakshasa on Madang Mountain in Guangzhou was taken care of. Even at Hallison on Jeju Island, a Rakshasa was dragged away, surprising everyone. What the hell? A whole series of weaker Rakshasas were being herded by Ito into a new dimension. Even though they tried to resist, it was all useless. The number of Rakshasas began to dwindle, until finally they had all completely vanished. Receiving the intel, an agent reported, Director Sir. Aside from Buzan, the Huangzhen in all other areas have disappeared. Hearing this, Du Dong'an let out a sigh of relief. Good, so he made it just in time. At the same time, Ito realized the situation wasn't right. He was now surrounded by all the Rakshasas. Even so, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Looks like everyone's here. Shall we get started? A grin of anticipation spread across his face as one Rakshasa lunged forward to attack, and the others immediately followed suit. The scene descended into absolute chaos, with all of them swarming Jang Ito to attack. Faced with these ugly monsters, he slowly raised his hand into the air. Then he tore a line through the air with his space rend technique. With that one simple move, every single Rakshasa in the area was taken down. Now that's what you call up. It was all over in less than a minute. The monsters were completely dealt with, and dark red blood sprayed endlessly into the air. Everyone there was completely jaw-dropped. The woman was also speechless, thinking, what was that? I've never seen such incredible power before. Only the lava Rakshasa was still standing after that last attack. Curious, Ito went closer to check it out, then turned his head and waved for the interpreter. The female interpreter approached, and Ito looked at the Rakshasa with intense curiosity. Then he slowly asked, what's the reason you guys showed up and started causing chaos for the past week, huh? After hearing the Rakshasa's words, the interpreter reported back, bring him here. Ito's expression grew even more annoyed. Him? Who's him? The Rakshasas just kept mumbling the same words. The interpreter sighed, shrugged, and reported, besides, bring him here, they're just mimicking what we say. Hearing this, Ito seemed a bit disappointed. Well then, there's no other choice. Wherever you guys pop up, I'll destroy every last one of you. Even though blood was splattered all over his face, Ito didn't seem to care at all. He just coldly turned away. Right now I have to deal with that gate too. The gate's presence seemed to really piss Ito off. He bent down and placed his hand on the ground. Under his control, the space began to change again. At the same time, space tore open, revealing a dark void in just a short time. The gate was quickly affected by this newly opened rift. Finally, the entire thing was sucked into the void. The people watching couldn't hide their surprise. What now? Freaking awesome. With a guy like that as our leader, we have nothing to worry about. I heard he's 50, but he doesn't look it at all. Does he? Faced with the comments about his looks, Ito didn't react at all. It was all over. Under his control, the space immediately snapped back to normal. People were still buzzing with excitement. It's gone. That's his spatial ability for you. The scene cuts to the next morning at headquarters, as Du Dong'an walks in and asks a question. You're here. How did you handle the first pillar gate? Her eyes filled with anticipation. Jang Ito calmly adjusted his clothes in front of me and threw her into my abyss. Hearing that, she looked totally freaked out. Hell no, I'd rather die than end up there. But he couldn't have cared less. I'm so damn tired. Du Dong'an kept bitching on the side. There you go, faking being tired again. Can't you just handle everything yourself? He glanced over at her and shot back, look, there's a limit to what I can do solo. Running. This whole damn organization keeps me busy enough. She sighed and grabbed the remote to turn on the TV. Wow, you're right. So glad you pointed that out. A bunch of pictures of the new recruits popped up on the screen. Du Dang Yun pointed at the TV and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about the new hires?" His eyes lit up, scanning the screen to see who those rakshasas were. After he glanced over all the new employees, then his eyes landed on Madhu's panicked face. I need to know why they're after that kid. Meanwhile, in another dimension, rakshasas were swarming everywhere. The scene was total chaos. All of them were looking at a giant rakshasa. They silently listened to this giant female rakshasa. She was obviously some high-level commander. She was controlling them non-stop. Sharp shards started swirling around their heads, and the commander's eyes were wide, as she kept muttering, "Bring him to me. Let me sink my teeth into him." A hoarse voice echoed the scene. Shifts to the Huangsu Response Team headquarters. Gangwado, supposedly the city of love. A great place to live, you're right. Hanmadu arrived dressed in a suit. He didn't even know why he did it, how he ended up crawling to this place. Back then Hanmadu's mom was so moved. "I can't believe my baby boy is a civil servant now. Now I can die in peace." Hanmadu looked at his mom's face, feeling totally awkward. She literally cried tears of joy. "When I got accepted, I was trapped. Can I even handle this job?" As soon as he saw Hanmadu, Joe Duckman acted all chill. "Oh, you showed up. What are you doing here? We don't need some runaway." Madhu quickly backed away, plugging his nose. The guy reeked of booze. Seeing the person who just showed up, Joe Duckman happily waved, "You're here too." Solely Dan scowled, looking pissed off. "Captain, why wasn't I assigned to the main headquarters? I see you in a place like Gangwado." He didn't seem to care much about the reason. "Beats me. Why the hell would they send a level 7 talent here? Unless you've got issues like, are you slow or something?" he yelled angrily. Captain Dudokman opened the door while talking anyway. "Welcome to the Gangwado team." This whole scene was making Hanmadu freak out. About his first day, what am I gonna do in there? The door slowly opened, and Hanmadu eagerly peered inside. The sight that greeted him, drenched in bright red syrup, made him freeze on the spot. Okay, so it was obviously just his imagination. But the image was still messing with his head. Dodokman's voice rang out, getting his attention. "Hanmadu, what are you doing? Get in here already." He turned around with a clueless look on his face. When Hanmadu and Soul Laden walked in, everyone in the room was still buried in their work. He took a look around that surprised him. It was totally different from what he'd imagined. Meanwhile, there was Dodokman, 41 years old, been a special agent for 12 years. Turning back to look at the two of them, he said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Dodokman, captain of the Gangwado team. And this is team leader Jun Jian. She's a special agent, 7 years on the job, just chilling with her coffee." He glanced over at the next guy. Team leader Kim Lieback, another 7-year special agent. And last up, team leader Nam Hoseo OC, a special agent for 1 year. After the intros, Dodokman waved his hand. "As for the rest, you guys are on your own to figure out the job." "Got it." Maddie was totally bewildered. "Is that it? What are we supposed to know, man? It's my first office job. What do you expect me to do?" Suddenly Hanmadu went silent for a moment. He looked worriedly at the guy across from him. It's his first day too. He's probably just as nervous as I am. At least having someone who started at the same time makes it less lonely. "Okay. First things first, I'll try to break the ice." Hanmadu raised his hand to say hey. Soul Eden quickly noticed him, but the look he gave back was anything but friendly. "The hell you looking at, asshole?" Realizing this new coworker was a total jerk, made things super awkward. "Great, the guy who started with me is a complete psycho." Meanwhile, Soul Eden slammed his head on the desk and kept complaining, "This can't be happening. How did a genius like me get stuck in the Gangwado division? So unfair." Hanmadu, sitting opposite him, was a bit speechless. What's wrong with this guy? What's so bad about the Gangwado team? He immediately turned to Nam Hoseo OC and called out, "Team leader, can I ask you something?" The guy was still staring at a shopping screen on his computer. "What's up?" He was curious, so like, "What's the deal with the Gangwado team?" Hearing this, Nam Hoseok took off his headphones. He looked super serious and started explaining. "First of all, we're a special team that deals with Huangsu. The organization's got 13 main HQs in all the big cities and provinces, and under them you've got teams in charge of specific mountain regions. The heavy hitters, level 7 and up, are all posted at the main headquarters. They only show up for the really critical missions. But a place like our Gangwado team, out in the boonies with hardly anyone around, where it's chill, and only low-level rack shots is pop-up, is mostly staffed by people with no powers, or people who are defective in some way. Hearing this, Hanmadu's face suddenly lit up. "Oh, I get it now." He thought to himself, that's why I was sent here. But I wonder what's wrong with the other guys. Jose leaned in and whispered, "But there are also some seriously powerful people here who volunteered to come here." He was super curious just then. A tired-looking Xana walked into the room. Matthew instantly recognized her familiar face, and even Xana was surprised to see him. Seeing Xana's state, Junjian turned around and scolded her. "Agent Kong Xana, when you pull an all-nighter, go home and shower before you show up." "Here you get," she sighed and sat down in her seat. "There's nothing to do at home anyway." Just then, she noticed Hanmadu still talking with Nam Hoziosi. Xana's expression shifted to curiosity. That weird new guy got assigned here, and after he woke up that one time, he couldn't remember a damn thing. Weird as hell. After hearing what Nam Hoziosi said, Hanmadu's face totally changed. He was like, "Wait, what? We get a bonus based on body count?" The dude gave a firm nod. "But I had a bad feeling about this whole mess. So basically, they're telling us to gamble with our lives, fighting these Rakshases." While Hamato was still trying to process that, Nam Hosiak dropped another bomb. "The life risk allowance is 5 times your salary." That made me stop dead in my tracks. My attitude did a complete 185 times. That's like 100 million one salary. Seeing me totally spaced out, Nam Yo-hyuk snapped, "Get to it. You done with the questions? Stop bugging me while I'm working. Just wait for the Rakshasa alarm to go off." With that, he slapped on his headphones. The thought of actually having to work was seriously bumming Hanmato out. "What's his problem? I only asked a couple of questions, so I really have to wait for some alarm." The day dragged on. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Sunlight streamed into the room as Hanmadu casually sipped his coffee. "What is this job? It's ridiculously chill, and the salary is 100 million a year. Seriously, a dream job." Looks like Joe Dockman was white from a long day. He turned around and announced, "All right, people, let's get ready to clock out." Spotting Saleh Dun just sitting there like a statue, he called out, "Hey, new guy, how's your first day? Got any questions?" But the dude was still cold as ice. "No sir, nothing." Then Hanmatu, who was sitting off to the side, suddenly shot his hand up. "I've got a question. What exactly are Rakshasas, and where the hell do they come from?" Hearing that, Dokman got all thoughtful. Let's see. To be honest, I'm not really sure what they are either." Suddenly Namozoyosi jumped up and started bitching. "Dude, seriously. The higher UPS say to catch him, so just catch him. Why ask so many damn questions?" That shut Madhu up real quick. His whole expression changed. How could they not be curious? These weird-ass monsters just show up out of nowhere and kill tons of people. What if this is about the survival of the human race? A small smirk crossed his face. "Man, I'm really overthinking this," he thought to himself. "These guys have been living just fine, without knowing what the hell a Rakshasa is." Giant off to the side suggested, "Hey, let's go for a round of drinks to welcome the new guy." Dudokman jumped surprise again. Namjo Seoc glanced back at Madhu. "Let's go chop chop." Madhu tried to reassure himself. What could possibly go wrong? Later that night, back at headquarters, Dodungan, holding a file, stepped into an elevator. It took him down to some secret basement, and he walked out without a second thought. Ito was already waiting for him there. He turned a little curious. "So what's the deal?" Dodungan glanced at the report in his hand. "The Rakshasa appearance patterns are back to normal." Hearing this, Ito placed a hand on a test subject, and an icy mist instantly clouded the area around it. He kept probing for more. "Did you find out why they suddenly went haywire?" Dudonglan's expression turned grim as he shook his head. "Not yet, but could this be a sign that that day is getting closer?" Ito just stared nonchalantly at the specimen in front of him. Then he finally spoke real slow. "Can't say for sure yet. Make sure you tell the team captains to keep their traps shut about that day. If even the regular, powered grunts in the organization find out the truth, all hell is gonna break loose." Meanwhile, Ham's face was a mask of shock. "Wait, what if that day is coming? What's the point of a welcome party for the new guy?" Giant, sitting across from him, shot back, "We still gotta throw a party for the newbie. Even if that day is coming." He whipped his head around to look at Dudogman. "What the hell is that day? Captain, what's coming?" The captain just casually popped a piece of meat in his mouth. "Within a year, the Rakshasas are gonna start falling from the sky like rain. It's a prophecy from someone with Rakshasa powers." A messed up image flashed through his mind. Endless Rakshasas pouring down. The thought sent Hanmadhu into a full-blown panic. Those horrifying Rakshasas raining from the sky. If that happens, we are all dead meat. But dude, DOC man didn't even look scared. This is top secret info, by the way. John raised his glass. All right, everyone. Let's toast nobody's going home sober tonight. Off to the side, Kim lay back silently, downed his drink. Nam Hosey OC, on the other hand, looked totally miserable. Man, I really wanna ditch this and go home, Kong Xana grumbled while munching on a skewer. Take it easy on the drinks. We still got work tomorrow. Meanwhile, Soli Don was probably already wasted. Why'd you send me to Gangwadu? Seeing everyone else still going hard, Kong Xana warned Captain. You should slow down. Han Madu was just speechless, realizing nobody else gave a crap. How are these people not freaking out? The scene cuts to somewhere else, some other dimension. A portal for summoning Rakshasas had opened up, spewing dust and smoke everywhere. A giant Rakshasa claw emerged from the gate, followed by hundreds of reaching hands. An absolutely terrifying Rakshasa creature materialized. Just then an alert blared from everyone's phones, snapping them to attention. Everyone just stared blankly. Giant looked down at his phone, totally bummed out. A Rakshasa alert. And here I thought we'd get a few peaceful nights. Without even hesitating, Kong Xana shot to her feet. I'm heading out now. At the same time, the drunk, off his ass soul laden, also scrambled to get up. Team leader, let me go with you. She didn't seem to give a damn about him. Forget it, I'm taking you. She pointed at Han Madu, which made him jump. A little while later, a car was tearing through the streets. Han Madu was riding shotgun in some fancy supercar, but he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. In 1 year, Rakshasas are gonna swarm this place. When they show up, it's game over. What the hell am I supposed to do? While he was lost in his thoughts, Xana called out, hey. Han Madu, he snapped his head around. Yeah. She spoke gently, trying to calm him down. Don't get too worked up about that prophecy, the captain mentioned, but he was still freaking out. Yeah, right. How can I not worrying about it? Xana went on, sharing her own theory. The higher UPS have definitely prepared for this. I mean, headquarters is full of people with some insane powers. We just need to focus on the Rakshasa popping up in Gangwadu. All we gotta do is wipe every last one of them out. Hanma's face just got paler. That sounds terrifying, but then his expression immediately brightened with admiration. So badass. Just then, Kong Xana added, besides, it looks like you, Han Madu, have a pretty special ability of your own. I've got high hopes for you. He finally cracked a smile. Is she actually complimenting me? This was the first time in his life he'd ever heard anything like that. She remembered the sight of Han Madu tearing that Rakshas to shreds, which totally caught her eye. I've never seen anyone with a Storm Devour ability like you, even after losing an arm. Han Madu was still able to heal. Xana's cryptic words got him thinking about this Storm Devourer thing, and he suddenly flashed back to the first Rakshasa he ever ran into. Wait, was that monster back then a Storm Devourer? Han Madu turned his head, curious. But what exactly is the Storm Devourer ability? She just smirked at him. It's exactly what it sounds like. The power to eat Rakshasas. His own ability freaked Han Madu out. He couldn't even believe this was for real. A little while later, some crazed Rakshasa was just screaming its head off. Xana, totally annoyed, jammed her staff right into its body. She didn't forget to add, shut up. Han Madu shuddered, looking at the disgusting monster in front of him. I'm supposed to eat this. She just had this huge bright smile on her face. Any part of a Rakshasa you eat can't regenerate. Simple as that. I'll give this one a try. The Rakshasa was still whispering. Go on, take a bite. Staring at the terrifying monster made Hamadhu nervous. Right, if you got a power, you gotta use it. Team leader Kong Xana said I had a special talent. Didn't she, octopus? Just pretend it's a live octopus. Even though he was scared out of his mind, he didn't want to waste any more time. Han Madu opened his mouth wide and went for it, but he barely even bit the thing. Seeing him stall like this really ticked Xana off. Are you kidding me right now? I told you to bite it. Han Madu turned his face away, terrified, but it's disgusting. She kept pushing him. Come on, hurry up. He had no choice. He had to eat the damn Rakshasa. The next morning, back at the response team's HQ. Maybe it was because last night totally wrecked Han Madu's spirit. Why does my life suck so much? So the Dun suddenly called out to him, hey. Level 1 heard you puke your guts out at the scene. Like some kind of freak, his words totally set him off. So what, you want something? The guy was still fuming, laying into him. What do I want because of a dumbass like you? I haven't even gotten a chance to go out in the field. Team leader Kong only ever wants to take you out to train you, you useless piece of crap. Seeing him walk off, Han Madu yelled, hey you. But then he thought to himself, you know, he's kind of got a point. I need to get my head back in the game. While he was still lost in thought, The alarm suddenly blared. On instinct, Kong Zana shot up and called out for Han Madu, but he was nowhere to be found. The scene cuts to a bathroom stall, where Han Madhu was sitting with his head in his hands, whining looks like he couldn't accept his real power. How am I supposed to eat a rakshasa with a clear head? Out of all the powers I could have gotten, it had to be this crappy one. He seemed totally hopeless. With no other options, Han Madhu bolted outside. Screw it, I'm just taking today off. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Kong Sen appeared right in front of him and called out, Han Madhu. He jumped. Totally flustered. Why? Yeah, she looked super annoyed and grilled him. Were you just hiding in the bathroom? He clutched his stomach trying to explain. Well, I think I got food poisoning from eating that rakshasa. My stomach's kind of killing me. Seeing Han Madhu being so clueless, Xana let out a helpless sigh. Then she got serious. I don't think you're cut out for this job. Han Madhu. He just stared at her stunned. She didn't hesitate to say what was on her mind. Just because you have a rakshasa's power doesn't mean you have to be a special agent. You can just sign an NDA and agree to be monitored for the rest of your life. That completely freaked Han Madhu out. Monitored? That sounds creepy as hell. So much for privacies. Anna just casually crossed her arms. Still better than ending up dead. Scaredy cats like you don't last long here anyway. The bigger problem is that people like you get civilians caught in the crossfire. So if you can't handle it, just quit the team. While Han Madhu was still processing, Xana got closer to him. She didn't forget to whisper something harsh in his ear. We're short-staffed, stop wasting a spot. Her brutal words left Han Madhu completely frozen. She didn't even seem to care and just kept walking, the distance between them growing. The scene cuts to the office. Dudokman suddenly turned and asked everyone, anyone seen Han Madhu? Where the hell did he sneak off to during work hours? Hearing this, Kong Xana just listened silently from the side. The scene shifts to the banks of the massive Han River, where the familiar figure of a dejected Han Madhu was standing there. He walked along trying to cheer himself up. Whatever. I'll just quit. Better to be monitored for the rest of my life than get myself killed by those rakshasas. I gotta call my mom and tell her I'm quitting the government job anyway. Within a year, those rakshasas are gonna swarm the place anyway. So what's the point of getting a job? When someone picked up on the other end, Han Madhu started talking. Mom, I'm calling to tell you something. Where did you say you are? Han Madhu's mom announced excitedly. I'm at in Wang Mountain. The woman with her also waved. Han Madhu's mom is over here, but he just felt a wave of despair. Mom, why are you there? I told you to stay away from the mountains. She didn't seem to pay him any mind. What did you say, sweetie? I can't hear you well. Why is there so much yellow dust up here? That one sentence describing her surroundings filled Han Madhu with absolute dread. Mom. He stared helplessly as the call disconnected. The call dropped. She definitely said yellow dust on the mountain. The scene cuts to in Wang Mountain. A man warns it's a level 5 rakshasa. Everyone stay sharp. The captain was a little surprised to see one of the guys just standing there frozen. He walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. Newbie, what are you doing? That's when the captain noticed a rakshasa had appeared in a tree. It was chowing down on a person's arm. The thing looked absolutely disgusting, and it even had this one horrifying eye on its head. The thought of his mom being in danger sent Han Madhu sprinting towards in Wang Mountain. No, back on the mountain, this one guy was terrified, realizing all his teammates were dead, and he felt completely helpless. No way, it's just a level 5. The more people this thing killed, the messier the situation got. The whole Mount in Wang team got wiped out. A heavyset woman runs up. Damn it, I'm too late. The kid looks at her stunned captain. Without missing a beat, she uses her rakshasa clone power and barks at the newbie. Get on the line with HQ. Demand backup from the CEO now. He doesn't even hesitate and just bolts. You got it, Captain. Outside there's a huge sign that says keep out. It's a government-owned area. No civilians allowed. The rookie quickly finds a public payphone nearby. He starts dialing, hands shaking. His cell's dead out here in this god-forsaken place. Only this ancient payphone gets a signal. Cut to CEO headquarters. Du Dungan gets right to it. Briefing everyone, the Mount in Wang team just sent a priority 1 request for backup. If that rakshasa breaks out of the green zone, the restricted area, and gets into the yellow zone, which is the hiking area, it could cause civilian casualties. Just thinking about that terrifying rakshasa, how the entire city could be annihilated, and how poor, innocent people would get torn apart by these monsters. That thought makes Du Dungan scream at everyone. We're out of time. Get your asses to the scene and deal with that thing. Now meanwhile, Han Madhu is in a cab flooring it. After he gets there, he practically dives out of the car. Thanks for the ride. And right there is the sign blocking his way. Hiking trail temporarily closed. Hanmadu quickly scans the people gathered there. His face drops. His mom's not here. That means she's still on the mountain. He rushes over to a guard. Hey man. I'm just gonna run up the mountain for a sec. I'll be right back. My mom is still up there. But the rescue worker just shuts him down flat. No way, there are wild animals on the mountain. It's too dangerous. Hanmadu can tell something's off. Wild animals bullshit. It's gotta be a rakshasa. He turns and bolts for the woods. Damn it, while the staff are distracted. Hanmadu risks it all and starts scaling the cliff face, even though it's crazy dangerous. But he doesn't give up. The only thing on his mind is his mom. Mom, you have to be okay. The scene shifts to another part of the forest. Hanmadu's mom looks at the other woman's swollen red foot. Does that hurt a lot? How that happened? The woman sighs. Completely helpless as she explains. It was so foggy I couldn't see where I was going. And I slipped. While she's still trying to figure out what to do, Hanmadu's mom suddenly turns her back to her. Then, being super nice, she says, Jumbo's mom, let me give you a piggyback ride down the mountain. The other woman is totally moved. Oh, thank you so much. Off in the distance, she spots a weird shadow that makes her go, what is that? The dark shape flickers in the dust storm, making Hanmadu's mom even more curious. She squints, trying to make out what the hell it is. Unbelievably, it's a strange five-fingered hand. Hanmadu's mom's eyes go wide, like she's never seen anything like it. Hanmadu's whole body is shaking as he appears through the storm. Mom, I finally found you. She sees her precious son appear, and she's totally shocked. Hanmadu, how did you know to come here? He holds up his phone. I saw your social media post. Remembering something, Hanmadu's mom looks a little surprised. What about your job? He just brushes it off like it's nothing. This is no time to be talking about work. Jumbin's mom, who's been listening, is impressed. Is this the golden boy who passed the civil service exam you were bragging about? His mom is beaming at the compliment. Yep, that's him. Now I just need him to get married. But he's so dense. Realizing his mom has no clue how serious things are, Hanmadu is just done. Mom, seriously. This isn't the time to gossip. We have to run now. Suddenly, a leaf falls, making him notice something is wrong. When Hanmadu looks up, the rakshasa is right there. It's here. A piece of a mirror is jammed in its head, reflecting everything. His body starts having a weird reaction. His panic disorder is flaring up again. Maddox's face twists in pain as he gasps for air. What do I do back on Gangway Island? Just looking at a rakshasa was enough to make me pass out. How the hell am I supposed to save mom like this? Seeing Hamadu swaying on his feet, his mom gets super worried. Hey, what's wrong with him? Jumbo's mom warns her. Be careful, he's gonna fall. He doesn't look so good, but by then, he's already completely lost his senses and collapses. Seeing him in danger, Hanmadu's mom screams, not caring about her own safety. Hanmadu, that shout makes the rakshasas that was standing off to the side snap its attention to her. Without a second thought, it charges straight for her. Realizing the monster's plan, Hanma's mind goes blank with terror. Terrified as mom's about to die, he desperately throws himself forward, screaming no. But he's so weak that Hanma just tumbles through the air. His eyes are wide with despair. No, I'm not gonna make it in time. The rakshasa is closing in on his mom. It opens its massive jaws, like it's about to swallow her whole. Seeing the terrifying monster charging right at her, she's completely panicked. Hanmadu is still screaming helplessly, Mom. And in the nick of time, something slams into the rakshasa's body. It cries out in pain and crashes hard to the ground. Hanmadu can't believe what just happened, even asking himself, where the hell did those knives come from? Looking at the trembling rakshasa, Hanmadu's mom asks Hanmadu, what is this bizarre monster? Oh my god, what is that on your head? He has no idea what she's talking about, huh? When he looks up, strange shards of rock are floating above Hanmadu's head. He quickly reaches up into the air to see what's going on. What is this? Why are there knives floating over my head? Remembering the rakshasa he'd already dealt with, Hanmadu realizes this is the power of the rakshasa he killed before. His body starts to change again, and at the same time, a small lump of flesh sprouts from his back. In just a few short moments, it transforms into a sharp dagger. It seems like Hanmadu can actually control these blades. He slowly raises his hand, gesturing continuously. His expression starts to change. How can I use its power, and I'm already good at it? Suddenly Hanma remembers the moment he tore that monster apart with his mouth. Right, my power is to eat rakshasas. It makes them unable to recover, right? Wait, can I absorb the Rakshasa's power? If I play this right, I could use this power to kill that damn Rakshasa. Look, it's still just a pile on the ground. Weaker than I thought, but how the hell did the In-Wing Mountain team let it escape? Meanwhile, some special agent dude is still shaking in his boots as another man walks up and surveys the scene. He doesn't even notice the guy who just showed up. A voice calls out, making the agent flinch and look up. Hey, you alright? We're from HQ. The CEO's name is Jang Ito. The short-haired guy asks, how did you let a Rakshasa get loose? Thinking back on what happened just makes the agent freak out more. It was too brutal, it wiped out my entire team. The bald guy who heard this was totally baffled. Wiped out the whole team. But your captain was a level 7 power user. What the hell? At the same time, Shorthair walks closer to interrogate him seriously. What kind of crazy power does that level 5 Rakshasa have? The guy trembles, remembering reflection just then. The Rakshasa on the side activates its skill. Han Matthew's expression slowly changes, as if he realized something was wrong. Like something just flashed, the monster quickly sits up like nothing ever happened. Its body starts sprouting sharp spikes, just like Matthew's a reflection Rakshasa. It can copy any kind of power. His eyes fly open as he realizes how bad this is. But it's too late, knives shoot out from all directions. And Madhu's body is completely impaled by them. It all happened so fast, he couldn't even react after that attack. Han Madhu just sits there panting, asking himself, did that thing just use my power? The Rakshasa gets up and slowly walks toward him. Reflected in its forehead is Han Madhu's own face. He fights through the pain, grabs the knife in his face, and then grinds his teeth and pulls it out, sending agony through his body. Maybe it's because he has to protect his mom. That hand Madhu has to be strong. So that's the reflection power. It copies its opponent's abilities. He slowly raises his hand as if to do something. Then he decides to make a finger heart at the monster. The Rakshasa across from him immediately copies the gesture. Han Madhu's expression instantly changes. What the hell, so gross? Suddenly his mom calls out from behind him, Han Madhu. He whips his head around to look at her. Realizing she's still in danger, he scrambles over to her mom. Mom, are you okay? The wounds on his body are getting worse, making him worried. Damn it. Normal people's wounds can't heal on their own. Inside Huangza, but mom. Han Madhu's mom doesn't even care about her own pain. Hanma, you're bleeding so much. He quickly shows her his body. Look, mom. I'm totally fine, he thinks to himself. There's no one to help. I have to protect mom no matter what. He turns his head and glares at the Rakshasa. There's no other choice. Hamada waves his hand. Mom, you and her go find a place to hide. His actions just make her more worried. What are you planning to do? He flashes a bright smile and announces, I'm a civil servant. My job is to protect people. I'll just take care of some work and be right back. After saying that, Han Madhu springs into action, launching himself into the air and using all his strength to charge straight at the Rakshasa. His attack makes it roar in pain. Not to be outdone, Han Madhu screams back. Both of them plummet down the side of the cliff. Seeing her son in danger, Han Madhu's mom screams his name in terror. Han Madhu, but the only reply is the calling of crows. Sometime later, Han Madhu is lying on a cliff ledge. Barely breathing, he forces himself to sit up, fighting through the pain. Out of habit, he quickly scrambles up and looks around. Realizing the Rakshasa isn't here, this gets Han Madhu thinking, I have to drag that monster as far away from mom as possible. If I can just stall for a little longer, the Inwang Mountain team will definitely show up to help. Elsewhere, Baldy and Shorthair realize something is seriously wrong. What that turns out, a whole mob of reflection Rakshasas has appeared. The sight is so terrifying that both of them freeze on the spot. All of them are just staring straight at the two guys. The situation is so insane that even Shorthair is at a loss for words. How can there be so many identical Rakshasas? Baldy, off to the side, seems to have figured it out. The Inway Mountain captain's power is cloning, and the reflection Rakshasa, it copy her ability. This fight is getting more and more screwed. He mutters to himself, if we just kill the original, the clones will disappear. But which one is the original? Shorthair is getting pumped up. Who cares, just kill them all and we're done, right? With that, he leaps into the air. In a split second, Shorthair raises his fist at the horde of monsters. A super powerful punch flies straight at them, so strong even cracks the ground. Baldy sighs and complains on the side. Idiot. Realizing something's not right, he thinks to himself, but it looks like the original Rakshasa isn't even in that group. Where did it go? The real Rakshasa is taking a deep breath to calm down. It knows its opponent Han Madhu is still looking for it. Seeing how strong this monster is, makes even him shudder. This thing is terrifying. It heals way too fast, so annoying. He's still trying to figure out how to deal with this monster. A voice rings out in his head, catching Hanmadu's attention. What's wrong? Hanmadu pissed off. He whirls around and snaps back. Don't you dare imitate my mom, and don't come any closer. A barrage of daggers flies toward the Rakshasa. It just stands there without dodging, but the daggers all fly wide. Realizing how useless he is, Hanmadu despairs. They all missed. Now it's the Rakshasa's turn to fight back. It points a finger at him. At the same time, a dagger shoots forward, piercing straight through Hanmadu's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. His whole body starts trembling with fear. Maybe out of pure rage, Hanmadu points at the Rakshasa. Die, you bastard. Hundreds of daggers fly straight at it. Feeling the daggers hit their mark, it screams in pain, but this gives him a small sense of accomplishment. Got one. The creature calmly pulls the dagger from its own body. Very quickly, the wound on the Rakshasa's body slowly closes up. In the end, the wound heals as if it was never even there. Seeing this, Hanmadu grits his teeth and pulls the dagger out of his own body. Damn it, even though our powers are the same. But the thing heals way faster. Come to think of it, that's what team leader Kong Xana said. Xana's face popped into his head. You're just gonna ignore me, aren't you? She was staring at how stubborn Matthew was being. Guess he felt pretty useless, cause he sighed and tried to explain. Look, I'm just not built for fighting, okay? Seeing how bummed out he was, Kong Xana held out her hand. He took it and Kong Xana just hit him with a question. You're just scared of getting hurt, that's why you're holding back. Isn't it? Chill out. We can heal up in the yellow sand. Hearing that, Hanmadu looked away. But getting stabbed still hurts. You know to use my devouring storm power. I gotta eat a Rakshasa, but I've got a weak stomach. Sensing Shana was getting pissed, he quickly backpedaled. My bad. I misspoke. Is there like another way to fight? She went quiet for a second, thinking if you want to kill a Rakshasa, you have to slit its throat, so it can't make any more of that yellow sand crap. And you, Hanmadu, you don't have any attack powers, so you're just support. However, your healing ability is off the charts, so don't be scared to fight a Rakshasa. That compliment totally made Hanmadu blush. Back in the present, he tried to hype himself up. Yeah, that's right. My healing is insane, so there's nothing to be scared of. Plus I've got an attack power now. It's just my aim sucks, so I can't slit its throat if I can't aim. Hanmadu gritted his teeth. The Rakshasa was still whispering. What's wrong, Hanmadu? He gripped the knife in his hand. There's only one way left. Hanmadu backed up, building momentum. Then he chucked the daggers with all his might at the Rakshasa. Crawling up, a hail of daggers whizzed past, actually making the thing flinch. At the same time, its reflection skill kicked in. Seizing the chance, Hanmadu grabbed a dagger and leapt down to attack. If I can't hit my target, I'll just have to slit its throat myself. Hanmadu put everything he had into the high dive. He aimed straight for the Rakshasa that was still copying him. And then came one hell of a punch. Eat this, you bastard. But the monster blocked his crazy, powerful punch like it was nothing. The sudden turn of events shocked Madhu. Holy crap, it blocked it. My ultimate attack at the same time. Its hand shot out. The Rakshasa grabbed Hanmadu by the throat. Before he could even blink, his body was just left dangling in the air. He struggled. The pain was insane. This just got the thing more excited, and it kept muttering over and over. What's wrong, Hanmadu? The Rakshasa dug its claws into the cliff face. It used that as a foothold to launch itself into the air. Then it just kept its grip on him, giving him zero chance to fight back. Hanmadu was helpless, as the monster just dragged him around. Finally, it slammed his body hard into the ground. Hanmadu's whole body was shaking. Too stunned to react. I'm gonna suffocate. Devouring storm, I have to use my power. Bite its damn mouth off, there's no more time. It was like the monster read his mind and used its reflection skill. Just seconds later, the Rakshasa leaned down and bit hard into Madhu's neck. Pain shot through his entire body, paralyzing him when it wasn't looking. He reached behind his back and pulled out a dagger. Then he quickly plunged it right into the monster's neck. But even then, Hanmadu was still bleeding out. He was helpless. Damn it. It freaking bit me. The Rakshas turned to look at him, then swallowed the crimson fluid in its mouth. Hamadad's head was spinning. He had no idea what was going on. In a daze, he asked himself, what the hell? The bleeding won't stop. I can't heal. Did it copy my devouring storm power too? Losing this much blood? How long can a normal person even last? Number, I'm out of time. If I pass out here, I'm screwed. Flashing back to before Kong Xana's voice echoed. Get up already. How many times have you passed out now, huh? Hanmadu slowly sat up beside and told her, "It's not that I have a panic disorder. So I kind of lose control. My chest gets so tight it feels like I'm about to die." Hanmadu clutched his chest. Xana right there next to him. "Didn't let up, then you just have to push through it. If you can't push through it, you won't just feel like you're dying. You will die for real. Pretend I'm the Mariners' defense line and try to fight. If you pass out here, people are gonna be in danger somewhere else." Hanma's mom was calling for him over and over. Hanmadu, she was wandering around, searching for her beloved son Madu. Hearing his name snapped Madu back to his senses. His gaze hardened as he stared down the Rakshasa. At some point, the hand holding his weapon had started to shake, like it was learning his moves. The Rakshasa also gripped a sharp fragment in its hand. Xana's words rang in his head. "Even if I die, I'm taking this bastard with me." Without a second thought, Hanmadu charged the monster. He even bit his own lip, drawing blood. Seeing his opening, Hanmadu rushed forward with a yell. At the same time, the Rakshasa opened its maw full of razor-sharp teeth. The two of them charged straight at each other. Its hand gripping the sharp fragment. Lunged forward, it plunged straight into his left side. And he felt a searing pain. Hanmadu's entire body shook. But it's not like he had any other choice. At the same time, his other hand tossed another fragment into the air. Under Hanmadu's control, that fragment aimed right for the Rakshasa. It just kept mimicking his mom's words. "What's wrong, Hanmadu?" He used all his strength to hold the Rakshasa's body tight, not giving it an inch at the same time. He let out a huge yell, drawing everyone's attention. The fragment Hanmadu had thrown earlier was now lodged deep in a tree trunk. Meanwhile, another fragment under his control started shaking violently. Finally, the fragment ricocheted through the air, flying straight toward the Rakshasas. All the different fragments converged on them both. Hanmadu held the Rakshasa's body tight, so it couldn't move at the same time. The fragments pierced its body. Probably from the insane pain, it let out a desperate, piercing scream. Of course, Hanmadu was also getting hit by the fragments. Even so, he gritted his teeth and took it. The Rakshasa's body was getting torn to shreds by these fragments. Finally, one last fragment shot straight for it. In just a few seconds, the Rakshasa's head was flying through the air. Hanmadu's hard work paid off, and the damn head went rolling down to the ground. He just stood there watching the Rakshasa's body drop. Finally, Hanmadu could breathe a sigh of relief. He muttered to himself, "I finally killed it." But it was like Hanmadu had zero energy left to do anything else. Over on the side, the Rakshasa's clone had also collapsed on the ground. Shorthair saw this and was totally confused. "The clones are gone. Did we kill the real one?" Baldy seemed to have figured it out. "No, the real one was killed somewhere else. I wonder who the hell killed it." He was getting super curious. A little later, Hanmadu touched his neck. He looked over at the Rakshasa's corpse lying there. "It's dead, so my wound is healing on its own. Thank God." For a second there, I thought I was a total goner. "Gotta find Mom first, she's probably worried sick." Suddenly a voice whispered in Hanmadu's ear, "Eat." The word made him freeze up. He immediately whipped his head around to where the voice came from. Turns out it was his dad. He just kept repeating, "Eat." Hamado's face twisted up. How did I just forget that memory? Why does Dad keep telling me to eat? Eat what though? That Rakshasa was seriously strong. Its power was super special. If I eat it, I might be able to use its power. It's gluttony to get its power. Suddenly he remembered what Dudokman said. Something about how, within a year, Rakshasas would start raining down from the sky. A clairvoyant said, so it's got to be true. It seemed to click for Hanamadu. If that day comes, I have to get way stronger if I want to protect Mom. And so he decided to walk over to the Rakshasa's body, his expression slowly changing. Hanmadu slowly lifted the corpse. So a moment later, he started chowing down on this Rakshasa's corpse. Hanmadu even swallowed to get a taste, wiping the blood from his mouth, before talking to himself. From now on, if I meet a strong Rakshasa, I'm definitely eating it in no time at all. The look in Hanmadu's eyes had completely changed. The scene changes to Sangyum University. Songsim Hospital. Hamado's mom yelled out, totally bewildered. "This is insane. I fainted on the mountain. I don't remember a thing," she said, munching on an apple as she turned to look at Hanmadu. He acted surprised too. "For real, you don't remember anything?" Remembering the bad part made Madhu breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God. Back then, the monster had charged right at her, making him scream in despair, "No, I'm not gonna make it." Then the Rakshasa opened its huge mouth, like it was about to swallow Hanmadu's mom whole. She was probably too scared to even react. Hanmadu thought because she was so terrified. Mom can't remember what happened on the mountain. He quickly showed her his phone, with a news report about a huge fire on Mount Inwang that injured a bunch of hikers. Hanmadu warned his mom, "See mom. From now on don't go hiking anymore." A sad smile appeared on her face. "Someone said they saw a man who looked just like your father on Mount Inwang, so I went there." Her words made Hanmadu go completely silent. Now that I think about it, Dad disappeared on a mountain too, so it was because of the Rakshasas. In his memory, Mount Inwang was pitch black with no signs of life. Hanmadu was just a little kid, staring at the sky with a curious look, as a drop of bright red syrup landed on his face. Hanmadu's expression changed completely, as more and more blood started appearing. Needless to say, Hanmadu's father was in a horrible state. He was being held up in the air by a pack of Rakshasas, who were tearing him apart. And the kids saw the whole damn thing. Back in the present, Hanmadu stood there completely still. That moment felt totally unreal. What the hell did I just see? That scene isn't in my memories. Suddenly his mom called out, "Hey Hanmadu." He quickly turned his head. "Yeah." She looked confused. "What's with your face? Has work been really tiring lately?" Her voice was full of concern. Hanmadu smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, don't worry. I'm starting to get used to the job now." The scene switches to the response headquarters. Probably because she was pissed, Giant yelled out annoyed Hanmadu. He was hiding behind the door looking super worried. "How does she know?" Hanmadu quickly appeared and said awkwardly, "Good morning." She was still furious and shot back, "Good morning my ass. Where did you go yesterday without saying a word, huh?" Just then Solden, who was off to the side, smirked. Isn't it obvious? He probably got scared and ran away. He turned to look at him knowing he was in the wrong. Hanmadu bowed his head subtly. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, Xana stood up and told everyone, "I forgot to report something." He wasn't looking so good, so I told him to go home and rest. Seeing her speak up for him, Hanmadu was totally shocked. Her face was completely calm, but Giant still looked pissed. "Are you messing with me? How could you forget to report something like that?" Kong Xana just bowed her head helplessly. "I'm sorry." It didn't seem like Giant was gonna let it go. "You think sorry fixes everything? Do your job right. The more I let things slide, the more you push it, huh?" She wasn't about to back down either. "You've never let anything slide with me." While the two of them were still arguing, a sound suddenly went off, but out of habit Xana put on her jacket. Level 2 alert, I'll get shoot out later. At the same time, Hanmadu also jumped to his feet and announced, "I'm going with you." His words made everyone in the room freeze. A while later, the scene shifts to the Inwang mountain range. Xana was in front followed by Madhu, and Nam Hoseok was in the back. Remembering something, he quickly apologized to her. "Hey, about before. You got yelled at because of me." Xana didn't seem to hold a grudge about it. "You left because I was harsh on you, right? So why did you decide to come back to work?" she asked, super curious. Hanmadu looked at her seriously. "Because I'm ready to fight now." Kong Xana didn't ask anything else, and just kept walking forward. In front of the three of them was the figure of a giant Rakshasa. The three of them just stared blankly at the monster. It had a body that must have weighed a ton, and it was charging right at them. The thing looked absolutely disgusting. "Get ready to fight," Xana warned her teammates seriously. "Even though it's a level 2, don't let your guard down." The entire Mount Inwang team was wiped out by a level 5 Rakshasa. Hanmadu completely froze. "That's the same Rakshasa I fought yesterday." Off to the side, Nam Hoseok was talking. "Good thing the captain showed up, otherwise this whole thing would have been a mess." Hearing all this just completely baffled Hanmadu. He just smirked and added his 2 cents. "Damn, the monster squad is stacked with users level 7 and up. No wonder they're on another level." For real, he couldn't believe it. Like, what the hell? What gives? I'm the one who slayed the monster. But they all think I bounced early, so now I don't know what to say. I'm dying to just tell them the truth. Just then Xana noticed something was off. "What's that Rakshasa doing? Why does it keep rubbing its armpit like that?" Its weird-ass action made her curious. Suddenly a hand reached out, totally confusing Xana and Hoseok. He stepped forward all serious and announced, "You to back off. I'll handle this thing." His words left her stunned, while Nam Hoseok on the side wouldn't stop bitching. How is a level 1 like Hanmadu supposed to beat a level 2 Rakshasas? He just let out a cocky laugh and pointed to himself. That's what makes it epic. Then he walked straight toward the Rakshasa. While it was still totally clueless, he casually ran a hand through his hair, activating his Rakshasa reflection ability. At the same time, Hanmadu schemed silently in his head. "It's time to show them what I can really do." After taking down that Mount Inwang Rakshasa, my powers hit a whole new level. I'm not the useless member of the squad anymore. He even stuck his own hand under his armpit. A faint scent appeared in the air, which triggered the monster to immediately create a similar smell. Now that's what you call next level. The unbearable stench made Hanmadi want to hurl. Oh, this is disgusting. You think I'm scared of you? He immediately charged into attack. His body moved with insane agility, attacking as he moved. Even Nam Hoseo OC, who was just watching, had to plug his nose because of the god-awful smell. He covered his mouth in shock, staring at the monster. I think that's a stench. Rakshasas, its smell is worse than chemical weapons. He glanced over at Xana, who was stumbling. It totally blew his mind. Nam Hoseo OC rushed to catch her, yelling, "Wake up, what kind of level 7 user passes out from a little smell?" Right then Hanmadu realized he wasn't strong enough to protect his teammates. He had to remind himself, this is bad. The team's gonna get wiped out. This isn't enough. Hamadu suddenly yelled at the monster, "Don't mess with me, punk. I can flap faster than you." Even as he said it, he was dying inside from the horrible stench. Without a second thought, he charged straight ahead. Then he went head-to-head with this stinking Rakshasa, the distance between them closing fast. Hanmadu was crying so hard, with tears and snot running down his face, as he gathered all his strength. Finally, he shoved his hands towards the monster and screamed, "Eat this." A wave of scent blasted from the monster's nose, making it scream in despair, and then it crashed hard onto the ground. When everything finally went back to normal, Hanmadi was panting. Man, that was one badass fight to witness. Nam Hoseok, feeling pretty useless, turned back and announced to the other two, "We won." Faced with this, Nam Hoseok and Kong Xana were speechless. A little while later, the three of them were at a river, washing their faces, remembering the scene from before. She glanced at Hamadu. He was still rubbing his eyes. "My eyes stink so bad." Suddenly, she asked a question. "If use the gluttony ability to eat a Rakshasa, can you absorb its powers?" Hamadan nodded without a single hesitation. "Yeah, that's right. I used the reflection ability from a Rakshasa I ate recently. That's how I was able to reflect the stench." Rakshasa's power. Hearing this made Hoseok burst out laughing, totally hyped. "Now that's what I'm talking about. That's hilarious as hell. And you even struck a cool pose, attacking with armpit BO. What a freaking superpower." The teasing made Hanmadu blush. "Is that really so weird?" But Xana came closer and praised him. "No, you did great. You've really improved." Her praise made him freeze for a second. Before he could even get happy, Xana added, "Although the whole eating a Rakshasa thing is pretty gross." He didn't know what to say and just stood there, so gross at the same time. She turned to leave and gave him a heads up. "You worked hard, Hanmadu. Get some rest. We'll go check the Huangzi detector." Finally, he felt a wave of relief and sat on the ground with a sigh. Hamadu muttered to himself, "Why did I have to run into such a weird-ass Rakshasa? I might need to buy some anti-humiliation pills or something. This is my chance to get recognized, to erase my trashy past." A voice from behind made Hanmadu turn his head. "Hey, are you Hanmadu?" The shattered figure caught his attention. He was super curious and looked at the man in front of him. "Who are you?" Ito completely ignored his question. "Are you the one who killed the level 5 Rakshas at Mount Inwang?" Before he could even react, the guy came closer to inspect him. Ito looked at him with total contempt, especially since he only had a level 1 ability. His expression soured and he snapped back, "So what if I am?" A satisfied smile quickly spread across Ito's face. Without hesitating, he made an offer. "I want to recruit you for the team at CEO headquarters." Those words made Hanmadu freeze completely. "Recruit me?" Ito smiled and continued his pitch. "You've heard of the CEO headquarters team, right?" He got totally flustered. "I've only heard that team is full of monsters. I mean, full of the absolute best of the best. So why do you want to recruit me?" he asked, pointing to himself. Ido gave a weird smile. "I have the ability to see other people's hidden potential." Hanmadi was surprised. "You're interested in my hidden potential?" A little while later, Dudungan ran up, calling out, "Chief, where have you been? We had to postpone the meeting because of you." Jang Hito calmly took off his jacket, smiled and turned to announce, "I went to meet a new employee. A pretty interesting one." She got really curious. "You mean your son? You're talking about Soleil Dunn, right?" Her voice was laced with curiosity. Either sighed and replied, "He won't even see me after the divorce. He hates my guts." "I'm talking about a different new employee." Dudunglison's expression turned curious. "You still think he's the reason all those Rax houses appeared so strangely before?" He nodded firmly. "I have a feeling." He thought to himself first, "Let's keep an eye on Ganwa Island and see if anything special happens." The scene changes to a gate where Rakshasas are appearing. A cloud of yellow dust spreads through the area. This attracted a curious Rakshasa, which got closer, intrigued by the scene inside. It was just another normal day at the office, but today Madhu was super hyped. Thinking about Ito scouting him made him laugh out loud. CEO headquarters is freaking awesome, but I'd have to fight dangerous Rakuses there, right? Safety first, that's my top priority. Anyway, they acknowledge my skills, so you could say I'm top tier. Yeah, I'm just built different. While Hanmaru was still basking in his own glory, he caught Soleil Dun's glare. Unable to stand it anymore, the guy called out, annoyed. Hey, level 1. Why are you grinning all day? It's pissing me off. Then again, for a talentless level 1 punk like you, getting a desk job is the best you can hope for. So useless this time. Hanmadu didn't just take it, he shot back, a talentless hack like you. Can't forget about the main headquarters team. The CEO doesn't know who the real useless one is yet. Those critical words must have really set Soleil Dun off. You bastard. What did you just say? You're just a brat who only knows how to use that one cheap hack to kill monsters. He wiped the sweat from his face. Crap. How did he know about that? This made Hanmadu glare angrily at Nam Hoseokok. That thin-lipped snitch, he was still mimicking his actions. Seeing how Hanmadu fought the monster, Dodokman couldn't hide his delight. Remembering something, he turned to look at him, then burst out laughing excitedly again. Hanmadu was in complete despair. Damn that old dude too. People are so cold-hearted. While he was still dying of embarrassment, Giant suddenly yelled, you guys are too loud. Stop teasing Hanmadu, he did a great job. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Team leader Jun smiled, clapping continuously as he praised him. The guy who used to hide in the bathroom now knows how to charge into battle. That's huge progress, great job. Everyone's reactions made Hanmadu extremely uncomfortable. This hurts even more, so damn humiliating. Suddenly, he noticed Anna wasn't paying him any attention at all. At least it's better than being completely ignored. Everyone here thinks I'm a talentless loser, he said, to contact him when I've made a decision. Alright, forget this humiliation. Time for a new step forward. Straight to the main headquarters. Just then a sound blared, making Xana jump to her feet. Warning level to Rakshasas. I'll go. Solden grabbed her hand tightly. Getting her attention, he insisted irritably, no. I'm going this time. You have to let me go this time. I can't stand the boredom here anymore. Hey you, Hanmadu. Wanna come with me to build some team spirit? Hanmadu desperately wanted to refuse the invitation, but he couldn't find a reasonable excuse. The scene shifts to the familiar, in Kwang Mountain Range. It seems Soleil Dan was thrilled about this hunt. Hanmadu, on the other hand, looked completely fed up. A radiant smile was plastered on the other guy's face. Behind him, Hanmadu thought to himself, I don't want to be with this annoying jerk for one more second, not even 1 minute. He's insane. I gotta finish this quick and call the director. Just then his attitude became completely foul. What the hell, this is so annoying. Hamada wiped the sweat from his forehead. What's wrong? The guy pointed irritably into the distance. Are your eyes on the back of your head? Look over there. Hamado's expression turned grim. There's a murderess aura coming from that house. The moment he finished speaking, lay down, dash forward. Follow me, Hanmadu thought irritably. Who does he think he is, my senior? Daring to order me around? Without a second's hesitation, he opened the door and barged inside. The atmosphere of the place caught Sol Eden's attention. What the, this killing intent is even thicker in here than it was outside. Could it be a level for Rakshasas or higher? The place was filled with hazy dust, making it impossible to see anything. An incredibly gloomy scene appeared. Seeing the situation was bad, Hanmadu quickly warned, luckily, no one's home. I don't know where the Rakshasa is hiding, so you have to be careful. Hey yo. Are you even listening to me? I told you not to wander off. In front of them was a very strange door. Soleil Dan immediately focused on the room inside. Looks like it's in there. He stepped forward to open the door without hesitation, but found it was locked. This made him a bit disappointed. It's locked. Hanmadu rushed forward to stop him. What are you getting so worked up for? Do you even know what's in there? Get out of my way, don't stop me. At the same time, Soleil Dan put on his familiar gloves. If it won't open, I'll just break it down. Why hesitate after saying that? He started cracking his knuckles. Fearing something bad was about to happen, Hanmadu screamed in terror, but unfortunately nothing happened. It made both of them freeze. Soleil Dan was the first to react, startled. What happened? Hanmadu felt relieved. That was close, he replied. Can't open it. You were talking so big just a second ago. Soleil Dan bent down to look inside the room. He quickly moved closer to the keyhole to see what was in there. A faint silhouette of a Rakshasa appeared in his eyes. It was just sitting in the corner of the room, as if it didn't want to do anything. Suddenly Hanmadu got curious too. Let me see. Saladin turned to him annoyed. It seemed Hanma didn't care about his attitude at all. Why would it lock itself in there? It looks kind of scrawny. He slammed his hand on the wall and warned, "You idiot. The killing intent in there is higher than a level 7. It's super dangerous." Hanma's expression completely changed. A level 7 or higher Rakshasa is here in Gangwado. So Lydon stretched, getting ready to join the fight. Hell yeah, this is the first time I felt this excited since I got here. Finally a chance to fight a strong monster. But it seemed Hanmadu didn't want to face this battle at all. "You bastard, we're in danger. We have to report back to headquarters right now." With that he used his hands to try and open the door. To get outside, realizing his strength wasn't enough to open it, caught Hanmado's attention. It won't open even though he tried to break the door. He couldn't succeed. I'm screwed. If the main door won't open, how do we get out of here? Could it be the Rakshasa hiding in there? Hanmadu turned his head to look at Soldan, who was still relentlessly trying to break the door. He was using all his strength. He continuously punched straight at the door. "Open up, you lonely reclusive monster, fight me." This situation made Hanmadu completely lose hope. Why am I trapped in here with this monster? Crazed lunatic I despise so much. It seemed the recent insults had gotten the Rakshasa's attention. This scared Hanmadu even more. On top of everything, a level 7 lonely reclusive Rakshasa, my luck is the absolute worst. Finally the Rakshasa appeared. Its lips began to part, mumbling words, and the Rakshasa's face started to mutate. Then it cloned its own face. Saladin looked at his hands in disbelief. What the hell, I broke all 10 of my fingers. But the door didn't even budge. What the hell is wrong with this stupid door? He's totally desperate, smashing a chair against it right now. Soldan looks like he's completely lost it. Just freaking break already. Hanmadu just watches from the side, completely frozen. The door, the walls, even the glass windows are all getting stronger. There's no way to break it. Don't tell me that creepy hermit demon's power is to trap us in this house. He tries backing up. He slams his body into the wall. But it's useless. Hamado's whole body starts to shake. Damn it, being locked up for over an hour. His panic disorder is flaring up again. The guys at the office must be worried. 2 hours have passed since then. Hamadu is lost in thought. Or maybe they just forgot about us. The cold-hearted bastards. The scene cuts to headquarters. Dojokman suddenly stands up, slams his desk and screams, "Damn it. We're so screwed." This whole situation makes Giant jump. And she looks left and right. She angrily shoots to her feet, screaming, "How could we forget about the training day in Bizon? We still haven't prepared the materials." Team leader Nam, what's the status on the data file? Kim Lee back quickly replies, "I'm still working on it." Nam Hosea quickly suggests, "Can you confirm this for me?" She's totally furious. "We're running out of time." Kong Zana announces it's done. "I'm sending it right now." She hits enter as fast as she can, then quickly stands up as if her mission is complete. Zana turns her head and yells, "Captain, go. Here are the documents." Dudokman quickly grabs the USB and rushes outside. "Alright, see you all later. See you tomorrow morning." Seeing that everything's been handled, makes Jian let out a sigh of relief. Let's wrap up the morning report and grab a cup of coffee. She can finally relax and enjoy her coffee, and everyone's mood gets a little better. Finally a chance to rest. Suddenly, they realize something's wrong and everyone freezes. Nam Hoseo Osi quickly announces, "I forgot. I wonder how those two are doing. It's been over 3 hours. Jaya knows something bad has happened inside. I knew. I shouldn't have let the 2 newbies go off together." Nam Hoseok, you're with me. Team leader Kim Labak and Kong Sana wait here. But Kong Sana is already standing up, changing out of her clothes. She says, "Let me go with you two." Something bad probably happened. Jian just gives her a cold glance. Right after that, Jian walks past Kong Sana, making the air feel like it's frozen solid. Finally Jian asks the question, "Are you okay?" The scene of the incident is near that place. Kong Sana doesn't seem to care at all. "Don't worry about it, let's just go." The scene cuts to a simple-looking house. Everyone has gone inside. Where could those two be? Seeing 2 dark figures in a corner makes Nam Yoseok jump. What is that? Hamado and Sol lay down, rush over, yelling, "No. Don't close the door." But at that moment, the door slams shut. The situation makes both of them feel completely hopeless. Oh my god. Why did you guys come in here? Realizing the 2 are totally helpless, Giant is confused. What's wrong with you two? What happened? After they explain the situation, she quickly goes to the door to check it out. She finally gets the picture. So, the demon is just holed up in there and won't come out. Hamado nods helplessly. "Yeah. Kong Xana steps forward without a second thought, suggesting everyone back up real quick. She summons her familiar weapon into her hand, then slowly raises it into the air. Getting ready to act, a loud whoosh is heard. Kong Xana smashes the door hard, but it seems like nothing happened to it. This side even surprises ManhwaCapped. Holy crap, seeing that this move didn't work. Giant rolls up her sleeves. Let me give it a try. A small black round hole appears on her hand. And then a bunch of legs pop out. Turns out it's a cute little spider. Jian slowly moves the spider forward. Using its demonic spider ability, she doesn't forget to whisper Minnie. Give it a try. Realizing it's still trying to open the door. Makes her happy, that's right. Good job, but soon after. She's disappointed it's no good. The hole is too small. Mommy loves you. Did my baby get hurt? Hanmadu is completely speechless watching this. Oh my god. She's baby talking and even naming her demon summon. So freaking weird suddenly. Sully Dunn turns to look at Namhozia. Oak's team leader Nam tried doing something. Don't just stand there and watch. He calmly turns his head and reminds them. I don't have an attack ability. Hanmadu immediately glares at him. So that means you're useless. In the field, huh? This pisses Namhozia Oaks off. What about you, Hanmadu? If you're so great, why don't you use your gluttony ability? Or your reflection ability? He sighs and explains, if I can't see the target clearly, or if it's too far away, I can't use my ability. Seizing the opportunity, he taunts back. So you can't help either, huh? And while the two of them are still pissed off, Soul Ladon steps forward. Is there anyone else at the office? Someone who can come save us? Giant thinks for a moment and then replies. The captain's gone for team training. He won't be back until tomorrow. Hearing this, Namasiak seems to realize something. There's still team leader Kim lay back, but somehow he had already appeared right next to them, scaring the hell out of everyone. When did you get here? Kim Lee back smiles and chats with everyone. Nobody came back, so I came to see what was up. Everyone is thinking the same thing. This guy is as quiet as a ghost. Nobody knows when he got here. After observing the situation, Kim Lee back approaches the door to examine it. Giant walks over and asks curiously, Team leader Kim, how is it? Can you handle it? Suddenly, he sits down and then just lays down on the ground. This strange action makes everyone in the room freeze on the spot. Madhu curiously gets closer and whispers, what kind of performance is this? Did he just fall asleep? It seems like Giant has no idea what's going on either. Beats me. Team leader Kim is mostly in charge of office work. I've never seen him use his powers. Great, another useless one. Thanks, Madhu. He and Solden are fed up. You've got to be kidding me. The situation makes everyone feel awkward. The whole team comes to the rescue, but no one can do a single thing. What a waste of time. Giant immediately claps her hands. She looks at everyone. Come on, everyone. Focus and think of a way to get out of here. Solely done. Replies annoyed. I already told you there's no way out. But she doesn't back down. So you just want to be trapped in here. He glances around. I'm just waiting for the captain to arrive. The Rakshasa wasn't even doing anything, but Hanmadu was still freaking out. Trapped in there with that monster. As time ticked by, everyone was totally speechless. Suddenly Hanmadu noticed Xana in the corner. And it totally weirded him out. Why isn't team leader Kong Xana saying anything? Just then Namhozia piped up. Doesn't anyone else think this is weird? Why is the Rakshasa just sitting there? How the hell is it planning to kill us? Suddenly the ground started to shake, making everyone freeze in place. Xana immediately took off, running in one direction. A sound came from inside the room, and just as she was about to act, something changed. Xana's eyes flew open, as if she couldn't believe the truth. Inside the room, the Rakshasa had vanished at some point. Even worse, the room started to shrink, making the space feel suffocating. It seemed like everyone else realized something was off. To what the hell? The room's shrinking. Solely Dawn announced to the group. I get it, this is the goal of the lonely hermit Rakshasa. His eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. The Rakshasa slowly turned its head to look back, its hand rising into the air. It looked like it was cloning its own body. This entire house disappeared, except for the room it was in. The space here became utterly chaotic, as everyone stared at the Rakshasa inside. In the end, only it was left in this house. This unexpected situation left Hanmedu at a complete loss. Damn it, if we can't destroy the Rakshasa, we're gonna be crushed to death in here for sure. The house shrank once again, making everyone freeze. Sweat poured down his face relentlessly. What do I do? Time rewinds to 4 years ago. In the garden, Kong Jun and his grandmother are picking bugs off the vegetables. Kong Xana runs over happily waving grandma. Kong Jun seeing her, he quickly stood up. Kong Xana, his grandmother, smiled in surprise, asking, "You're back?" Xana quickly ushered them, Let's go inside, Grandma. That evening Kong Jun chatted happily. I wish we could have sleepovers like this every day. You have to come home on your days off, okay? She chuckled and nodded in agreement. Of course. Suddenly, something strange caught her attention. Xana asked curiously, what's this a drawing of? Grandma's going to scold you for drawing on the wall like this. Kong Jun shook his head and replied no. She won't. He sat up straight. She even complimented my drawing. It's a picture of our happy family. It was a drawing of 3 people holding hands back. In reality, this drawing had completely faded. The room started making strange sounds again. Realizing the drawing would completely disappear, Xana frantically whispered no. She angrily bit her hand and lunged forward. No. Xana's familiar weapon now appeared in her hand. She tried to use all her strength to stop the room from disappearing. Xana's entire body began to tremble from the immense force. She even used her feet to try and pry the room open. Maybe because the force on both sides was too great, the sword in the middle suddenly cracked. Xana didn't hesitate to hurt herself. She had to feed more blood to the knife. But even though she tried her best, the situation didn't improve. She even gritted her teeth and used all her current strength. Noticing the situation wasn't good, Jian hurriedly shouted, Team Leader Kong, Xana, stop. It's dangerous. At that moment, Han Medu charged forward, using his current strength to pull Xana back forcefully. At the same time, her sword had also cracked and broken in two. This was the first time she'd encountered a situation like this, leaving Xana stunned. Perhaps because there were too many memories in the house, this was also the first time she had burst into tears. In front of everyone, Xana's vision gradually blurred as she saw the family picture. Han Madu had also pulled Xana forcefully, causing her to fall backward. Everyone was startled as they watched this scene. It stopped. He sat up, painfully clutching his body. Giant also stepped forward to check on Xana's condition. Team Leader Kong, wake up. Han Madu stood there scratching his head, speculating. She probably used too much blood and passed out. I don't get why she was so drastic. After a period of silence, Giant began to explain. Actually, this place is Kong Xana's grandmother's house. This news left Han Madu completely frozen. The Rakshasa murdered her grandmother and younger brother in this house. She was the only one who survived and obtained the Rakshasa's power. But Xana had to witness that horrifying scene with her own eyes, listening to the heartbreaking story. Han Madu was also surprised. Geez, I never would have guessed Xana was still sound asleep. At the same time, Nam Jose Ak moved forward to assess the situation. But we're still lucky. I thought the entire house was going to disappear. Jai nodded and approached to take a closer look. That's right, we have to get out of here before the walls shrink again. She reached out and picked up a fragment that had fallen from the wall. You know, there's an old saying about water wearing down a stone. Sometime later, a strange sound echoed inside the house. Solden was trying to use the knife in his hand. It caused a small scratch on the house, but he looked frustrated. I'm going to lose my mind. How long will it take to break through the wall? At this rate, even the others were exhausted. Sitting off to one side, Han Madu noticed a knife thrown toward him. Solden pointed back irritably. Time to switch. He jumped, bewildered. You scared me. That was fast. My hands hurt, my stomach's empty, and my throat is parched. Suddenly Xana reached for the knife, looked at him calmly and announced, let me take over. Seeing that she was up, surprised Han Madu. You're awake, you should rest a bit more. Kong. Xana shook her head, seemingly unconcerned. It's okay. At the same time, her hand moved like a machine, destroying the house. After a period of silence, Han Medu asked, I heard that this is your grandmother's house. Seeing as the house is still so clean, you must come here to tidy up often, right? She calmly announced. Because I'm still waiting. He was confused. Waiting for what? Kong. Xana said with complete certainty, the Rakshasas that killed my family will definitely return here. Hearing this, Han Madu became curious. How do you know it will come back? Time flashes back to the past. Kong. Xana was terrified of that Rakshasa. Her whole body trembled, and she was unable to do anything. The Rakshasa, on the other hand, was floating in midair with a triumphant look. In that moment, she realized something. It was completely different from other Rakshasas. Kong. Xana turned her head to look into the mist. A tall silhouette appeared before her eyes. Perhaps because she was so scared, she shed helpless tears, just as Kong. Xana said. The Rakshasa was incredibly frightening. Back to reality, she still didn't want to face this. I get the feeling it has intelligence and some kind of purpose. It's not just mindlessly killing people like other Rakshasas, she thought to herself. Within a year, when the Rakshasas swarm like rain, it will definitely come too. Han Madu turned his head to look at Xana, confused. So that's why you joined the gang with team, huh? Even though you've got a level 7 ability. She turned to look at him. Dead serious? You're disappointed. Because I only care about the Rakshasas. That murdered my family, right? He awkwardly scratched his head and tried to explain. Not at all, I only do this job cause I have to. Not because of some sense of duty. At least the pay is pretty good. She went back to what she was doing. Then why didn't you join the CEO team? The pay's even better over there. Hanmadu was totally stunned. How did you know? And Kongzana started to tell her story. I saw everything while he was scouting the area. He quickly shook his head, but I'm still waiting for a decision. A smile crept onto her face. You'll do great there because you're Hanmadu. She suddenly went quiet. A noise from somewhere in the house made both of them look up. Namazi Ox jumped, totally freaked out. What was that? Another teleport? Dust started flooding the room. It's starting again. Everyone out to the hallway. Without a second thought, Kongzana and Hanmadu bolted out into the hall. He remembered what she just said. Because you're Hanmadu, he was dying of curiosity. Because I'm me, what was she gonna say? Damn, not hearing the rest is killing me. Time passed and morning came. Everyone was wiped out, gasping for air. So the dawn looked outside. It stopped. Hosea kept scanning the area, trying to figure things out. I wonder when the captain's gonna get here. Giant next to him was getting pissed. He said he'd be on time. That old fart probably got lost again. Suddenly Hamid, who noticed Kim lay back, sleeping like a baby off to the side. The whole situation just made him speechless. Hamid, who let out a sigh. Team leader Kim lay back, is still out cold, huh? And here we are, trying our asses off to escape this place. Another noise made everyone jump again. Hanmadu whipped his head around instinctively. Right. Gotta wake up. Team leader Kim lay back. His terrifying face made Hanmadu jump back and scream. What the hell happened to your face? Unlike how worried everyone else was, he just smiled and announced, this should be about right. The door to the room immediately flew open, and a Rakshasa ran out screaming its head off. This got everyone's attention. What did you do? What kind of power is that? He told everyone that Rakshasa knows how to run. I shoved mold spores through the crack in the door. My ability takes a while, so I don't use it much. So Kim Layback's power was the Rakshasa mold spore ability. Everyone around him started clapping. Nice job, you're awesome. Why didn't you say so earlier? You totally had us confused. At the same time, Soul lay Dawn, off to the side, reminded everyone. Save the chit-chat for later. Look over there. The Rakshasa was wiping the mold off itself, sobbing the whole time behind it. The arms of other Rakshasas started to appear. They slowly started pouring out. The loner type spotted the group, which got all of their attention, and the whole pack of Rakshasas immediately started moving in the same direction. Loner type my ass. Hanmadu was shocked when he saw it. What the hell? This isn't a loner type hidden Rakshasa. It's a pack type. The Rakshasas leapt into the air, charging right at them. Hanmadu scrambled backward in fear. A whole swarm of level 7 Rakshasas. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? While everyone was freaking out, they didn't notice the red threads controlling the Rakshasas from behind. At the same time, Xana stood up, ready to fight. Team leader Nam Nam Jose CK. Protect everyone. He immediately threw up a protective barrier around the group. I'm on it. Limited invisibility Rakshasa. With Nam Oc's help, the invisibility power activated. Seeing that everyone was successfully hidden, Kongzana charged into attack. She used the weapon in her hands to slash away the Rakshasa, blocking her path, but her sword seemed a little too big, making the fight kind of difficult. Damn it, this hallway is too narrow. I can't even draw my blade. Seizing the opportunity, a Rakshasa suddenly lunged to attack. It happened so fast that even Xana was startled. It opened its mouth wide, ready to bite her. Just in the nick of time, Hanmadu rushed forward and bit it back. Maybe because it was so shocked, the Rakshasa's whole body started shaking pathetically. Its hand reached forward, then clenched into a fist filled with rage. The Rakshasa spun around and raised its hand to the sky, like it was signaling something. Seeing this, Nam Hozokult were screwed. The Rakshasa is trying to collapse the ceiling. Hanmadu spit the other Rakshasa aside and looked back. Big deal. The power of his reflection ability lifted the ceiling up. It was like nothing had even happened. At the same time, Nam Hosea OC praised him from the side. You look kind of lame, but that was awesome, dude. So badass. Just then, the Rakshasa started charging again, putting him in a bad spot. I can't move now, luckily. In that critical moment, a Rakshasa's head was snapped backward. So Layden stepped out annoyed and said to him, hey. Level 1, stop getting in my way. Go hide inside the protective barrier. Hanmadu was just about to shout a warning, wait, be careful, but the guy wasn't paying attention, and got bitten in the back by a Rakshasa. After that, other Rakshasas swarmed him, making him curse son of a. Something suddenly shot straight into a Rakshasa's head, and the ones around it didn't escape the same miserable fate. When Solely Dun looked up, that cute little spider from before had turned into a giant monster. He was completely frozen by the sight behind him. Jeonjun was silently helping her pet. Hoseoc didn't forget to yell a reminder Soladon. Go support Kongzana, we'll protect Hanmadu. Kongzana was still in the center of the fight. The battle was insane, and it was obvious these monsters were no match for her. Soladon was also a total beast, snapping the neck of every single Rakshasa. The fight got easier and everyone went quiet. Suddenly Hamato glanced over at Nam Hoseok right. Next to him, he let out an awkward laugh. They're crazy good at fighting. He nodded in agreement totally. I guess we're doing our jobs too. Giant quietly closed her eyes. She could feel more Rakhases appearing, which confused her. This is weird. Why do Rakhases keep pouring out of that room? Hanmanu whipped his head around in surprise. If that's the case, then seeing him move. Nam Hoseoc was startled. Where are you going? Without a second of hesitation, he charged straight towards Xana and Soldan, who were still fighting, not forgetting to yell out a warning as he went. Clear a path to that room for me now. This sudden demand caught Kongzana completely off guard, and even Soldan shot him a look. The two of them teamed up, blasting a path open for Madhu. Seeing his chance, he launched himself into the air and unleashed the reflection ability from his forehead. Madhu finally made it inside the room, but what he saw next completely froze him. What the hell is this? Right in front of him were hundreds of different Rakshasas, with just one of them sitting there, totally silent and motionless. Madhu thought he figured it out. This bastard's just chilling in here, while he sends his clones out to fight. What a total coward. The thing didn't even care. It just kept cloning itself. Pissed off, he raised his hand to the sky. Watch this. Inside the room, something started to change. Han Maddox slammed his hand down. Stay in this room forever. The ceiling quickly started to collapse, and the Rakshasa finally looked up. With that done, he booked it back the way he came, the doorway getting further and further away. Even so, Hanmid pushed himself. Running at top speed, the familiar figures of Sol, Ledin and Xana appeared ahead. They were both freaking out, yelling at him, hurry up. Hanmid desperately reached out. At the same time, he managed to grab Sol Ledin's outstretched hand. The guy yanked him forward with all his might, making him faceplant on the ground. Just as the room came crashing down, Han Madhu and the others slowly looked back, realizing they'd actually won. Made everyone cheer. We won. Jian came over all hyped up. Your reflection ability is insane, Hamato. Even Nam Hoseoc was impressed. Way different from fighting that mind-bending Rakshasas. He just awkwardly scratched his head. You guys are giving me too much credit. Only Xana was quiet for a moment, watching the house slowly return to normal. An image of the happy family of three flashed through her mind. Seeing Xana acting so weird got Han Madhu's attention. Team leader Kongzana, what's up? The magic stones, so I can't use the reflection ability right now. If that's the case, then he turned his head and looked at the Rakshasa's body lying on the ground. Seeing him start to chow down on the Rakshasa's corpse made even Nam Hoseok jump. What are you doing? After he was done, Han Madhu wiped the blood from his face. He slowly held out his hands. Good thing there's still some Huangsa in the house. I can use this. The house gradually started to change. Then it began to restore itself back to normal. Everyone was stunned by what he was doing. Hamidu kept pushing himself, trying to restore the house to the way it was, but time was running out and he felt totally helpless. There's not enough Huangsa, just a little more, but Kongzana suddenly stepped forward and put a hand out to stop him. That's enough, stop. Thank you. She looked up at him, a radiant smile finally appearing on her face. Even though the room was only half restored, Xana felt a wave of warmth. She saw that the family portrait was still there. The scene shifts back to the Huangzan response team HQ, where Du Dogman runs in excitedly after a shopping trip. I'm back and I brought Bizen's famous bread. He noticed the room was empty. Confused, Do Dokman took off his sunglasses. I bought all this bread, so where's everyone? In here maybe. He opened the door to the night duty room to check, but was shocked to find no one there either. Just then a call from the director got his attention. He immediately picked it up. Director, it's me. What's up on the other end of the line? Jiang Hito asked. I offered to recruit Han Madhu for the main headquarters, but he turned it down. Do you have any idea why this made Du Dokman so happy? He laughed out loud. I'm not sure either. He glanced over at Giant, who was holding a tired Xana as she slept. The other guys were also passed out from exhaustion. After a long night, he guessed. Maybe he's just gotten used to our gang with team. Something flashed towards them in an instant, and Han Madhu's body was torn to shreds. Everyone screamed in despair. Hanmadu flashed forward to the next morning. Hanmadu was yawning his head off, sighing and complaining. If I knew this job was gonna be such a pain, I never would have applied. After that fight with the solitary hermit Rakshasa, I'm completely wiped. He suddenly felt something weird behind him. He turned around to see a luxury sports car pull up right next to him, and in it was solely Dan, looking as calm as ever like nothing even happened. He suddenly remembered the moment the guy saved him. Hanmadu, hurry. He immediately walked over to say, "Hi, morning. On your way to work, mind if I catch a ride?" But Swola Dan just looked pissed, and coldly shut him down, not a chance. Seeing him speed off, Hanmadu got mad. "You cold-blooded jerk," while he was still fuming. Namosyok showed up, man. I'm so jealous, an imported car, huh? A new guy driving a foreign car to work is a little weird, don't you think? Plus he's got a real attitude problem. Maddox turned around surprised. You think so too? The guy's personality is so weird. He nodded in agreement, a smile on his face. Doesn't matter how handsome, rich or skilled you are. If you're not a decent person, you're worthless. I bet that dude has 0 friends. After saying that, they both burst out laughing. Hamada thought to himself, I don't really have any friends either. Why do I feel so called out right now? Still, I'm kind of jealous of him. Finally, the two of them arrived at headquarters, and both Hanmadu and Jose OC's moods immediately soured. Morning, everyone. In contrast, Dodokman was laughing cheerfully. There you are, Hanmadu. Our team's very own level 7 ability user. He was still in disbelief, pushing him aside. Level 7 ability giant walked over with a smile. You use your gluttony ability to eat a level 7 Rakshasa. Remember? Congrats. He immediately smacked Hanmadu on the back. I thought you were weak as hell, but who knew you could pack it away like that? Even he couldn't believe it was real. I never knew getting recognized by the whole team would feel this good. Jose OC teased him from the side. Hamado's gluttony ability is seriously top tier. It's the only one that can level itself up after all. Over on the side, Soldan looked seriously pissed. He snapped at everyone, it's work hours. I suggest you stop gossiping. Hanmadu shot him an annoyed glare. What's with the glare? I'm just praising myself. I bet when my ability was only level 1, you look down on me now that it's leveled up. You're just jealous, you hate my guts or something. Just then Xana puts a hand on his shoulder, all soft like, and asks, Can we talk alone? Next scene. They're up on the roof. Hanmadu is kind of thrown off by Xana wanting to talk alone, so, what's up? She gets all awkward like. I wanted to, thank you for what happened back at that lady's house. He gets all flustered, replying, Don't mention it, we're a team. After all, don't be like that. She steps in even closer. After what happened, I'm sure of one thing, my theory about you was dead on. He's clueless about what she's getting at, his face turning red without him even realizing it. Your theory about me, don't tell me you. But she just keeps going with her judgment. You're definitely not just a level 1. Hanmadu, his whole expression flips. What do you mean? Xana just keeps laying out her thoughts. That crazy fast regeneration, plus the ability to devour Rakshasas. That's absolutely not a level 1 power. He can't freaking believe it. So that Rakshasa the first fought the other day wasn't a level 1 gluttony type. She nods, dead serious, right? Just think about it for a sec. Before you became a special agent, did you ever encounter a Rakshasa? Hanmadu's mind is totally freaking out. No matter how hard he tries to remember, it's just impossible. How could I forget something so important? Suddenly something weird appears behind Xana. A dark, twisted energy starts pouring out. Sweat starts pouring down Hanmadu's face as he sees a monster's leg appear. There's a terrifying beast right in front of him. What the hell is that? He can't bring himself to face the monster, his entire body trembling. Not again, another hallucination. My damn panic disorder is kicking in again. Oh crap. The can he's holding drops and clatters on the ground. Xana is totally caught off guard by how weird he's acting. Hanmadu. Are you okay? What's wrong? He clutches his head, trying to explain. Sometimes, these messed up thoughts just appear in my head. She suddenly reaches out, gently touching him, her face dead serious. You're safe. I'm here with you. He just stares at her, completely stunned. Hanmadu can feel his heart starting to pound. Xana thinks to herself, knew it. Something definitely happened to him in the past. Suddenly Dudokman's voice cuts in. What's this, a little office romance? His sudden appearance catches them off guard. They both freeze. Hanmadu stammers. You scared the hell out of me. It's not. But before he can even finish, Xana shuts it down, cold as ice. Not happening in less than a year. The Rakshasas are gonna invade, and we're all gonna be dead. Who's got time for dating? I couldn't care less about that crap. Her words hit Hanmadu like a punch to the gut. He mentally kicks himself for being so delusional. Ouch. So she's not interested in me. Or dating, period. While he's still heartbroken, Xana just turns and walks off. Dudokman saunters over to tease him. Move. Got rejected, huh? He snaps back. I told you it's not like that. But in his head he's like, then why does this stink so bad? She just keeps walking, completely ignoring them. Fast forward, it's 5 p.m. Giant turns to the crew and says, alright. 1 hour till quitting time. Everyone except the night shift split up and go check the Rakshasa alarms. The scene cuts to some distant mountains. Xana is doing her routine check, and Madhu is trailing behind her. He's blushing, thinking, this is dumb, there's nothing between us. It's only awkward walking together cause Captain, go set it up, but she doesn't seem to give a crap. She just keeps on with the inspection. Then Xana carefully jots down the data. Seeing how focused she is, Hanmadu thinks to himself, yeah. Team leader Kang's right. We're all gonna get wiped out soon. I need to stop thinking about pointless crap. Gotta figure out a way to fight these Rakshasas. But we've got no intel, man. It'd be awesome if we could actually talk to one. Suddenly, a ringing sound snaps Matthew out of his thoughts. Phone's ringing. A voice on the other end is desperately calling for backup. She answers. This is Kang. Xana speak. A staticky voice crackles over the line. Sector 3, this is Nam Hoseoxy. We've got a Rakshasa. Captain Go is down and it's heading for you guys. He's badly wounded, but he still manages to warn them. Watch what you say. Realizing how bad this is, Xana shouts into the phone. Team leader Nam Hosea. This can't be happening. Hanmadu notices her start to shake all over. Taking in the news, she just sighs. Captain Go, a level 10, got taken down. He can't wrap his head around it. What, that lazy-ass old man is a freaking level 10. Xana senses something is wrong. Yep. It's coming this way, watch out. This Rakshasa is stronger than a level 10 user. Out of the smoke and dust, a massive Rakshasa appears. They both tense up, on high alert for whatever's coming next. It just strolls towards them, totally relaxed, like it's taking a walk in the park. Hello. The second the word leaves its mouth, they both just freeze. It just talked. The Rakshasa's face breaks into a smug grin. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. How about we have a little chat? It finally clicks for Hanmadu. That thing can talk like a human. Kang. Xana, however, seems completely unfazed. It's a language type Rakshasa. The Rakshasa is still smiling at them. Don't treat me like an enemy. I have no intention of fighting. I just want to talk, obviously. He's still super wary as he asks his question. Talk about what? Suddenly, Kang. Xana remembers Nam Hosea Osi's warning. Watch what you say, she warns him. Hanmadu stopped talking to it. But he's dead serious. This is our chance to get some intel on them. They show up to kill us, and we don't know a damn thing about them. Where do you guys come from? He asks, totally curious. A smug smile spreads across the Rakshasa's face. We come from the underworld. He still doesn't get it. The underworld. What's that? Its face twists into a sick grin. The deepest pit of hell. It's where all the worst sinners from past lives are locked up. They have to fight non-stop in total darkness. Its words paint a seriously messed up picture, and Hanmadu is just trying to take it all in. Past lives, he thought. If that's true, then the Rakshasas are a horrible idea. Starts forming in his head, and it's like the monster could read his mind model. The Rakshasa nodded. That's right. I used to be human too. The news totally floored Hanmadu. Even Xana, off to the side, couldn't hide her shock. Hanmadu flashed back to what he'd done, completely unable to accept it. No way the Rakshasas was human. Then what the hell have I been eating? Guess he couldn't take it, cause Hanmadu just bent over and started puking his guts out. Looking curious, the Rakshasa pointed at the two of them. My turn to ask the questions. He whipped his head around. Surprised questions. Kang. Xana suddenly threw out an arm to stop him, like she sensed something was off. Don't talk to it anymore, it acts all friendly. But it's the one that attacked Captain Go and team leader Nam. She was clearly pissed off at this Rakshasa. Seeing her get into a fighting stance, the Rakshasa got annoyed, but still put its hands up and surrender. Don't do that, I'm not a fan of violence. She wasn't wasting any more words. She charged straight ahead, gripping her weapon and raising it high into the air. Seeing this, it didn't look the least bit scared. Even if you kill me, you won't get revenge for your little brother. Realizing this thing knew about her brother, Xana froze on the spot. It blocked her weapon with a single finger. Wanna know why your little brother died? Because of you. Those words were so damn real. They stopped her cold, her heart feeling like it'd been stabbed 1,000 times. Flash back to before a helpless Kang Jun called out, sis. When the Rakshasa attacked, he jumped in front of Xana to protect her. In his last moment he looked back desperately, sis run. Then the Rakshasa pulled out its weapon, and Kanchun's body collapsed. Xana rushed forward screaming in despair, but all she found was Kanchun's cold body, his head hanging limp with no sign of life. Overwhelmed by grief, she just screamed and screamed. Back in the present, Xana was still paralyzed by its words. The Rakshasa kept taunting her. Your brother died to protect you. A big sister is supposed to protect her little brother. Isn't she seeing how bad it was? Hanmado rushed over team leader Kong. Luckily he caught her as her body went limp. He froze when he saw a fatal wound on her. What the hell is this? She's been stabbed through the heart. How did it attack her? I didn't see it do a damn thing. Did it attack her with words? A broken heart. The Rakshasa turned to him. Alright, let's you and I have a chat. You don't need to worry about that pathetic loser who whines about her dead family all day. Hamadu cut it off. Shut your mouth, he snapped, gently setting Xana aside. Hamadu's rage boiled over. Who the hell gave you the right to mess with team leader Kong? Xana's pain without another word. He punched the Rakshasa square in the face. It hit the ground hard without even reacting. Still not satisfied, Hanmadu leapt into the air. It tried to get in his head. Such a poser, acting all tough after she dumped you. Those words stopped him in his tracks. He knew something was wrong. My body won't move. Then something rushed at him. It all happened in a split second, and Hanmadu was hit. Something just stabbed me in the heart. He was totally baffled. I've never been dumped. That's not even a sore spot for me. So why I never even liked her like that. I just thought she was an awesome upperclassman. And Xana shed a tear of despair. I'm sorry, my brother. In that moment Hanmadu seemed to finally get it. My heart, the pain was too much. And he clutched his chest. Then he coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. A heart attack. The Rakshas stood up and grabbed a huge rock. Emotions make humans so weak, though I never felt them myself. Even when I was human. Hanmadu realized how screwed he was. This is bad, I can't move. Seeing him not react just got it more excited. Why aren't you answering me? Cat got your tongue. He was still trying to calm himself down. As long as I have emotions, I can't fight off this attack. That's why even the captain got hit. And he's a level 10 done waiting. The Rakshasa lifted the rock high in the air. Well, guess this is the end. If you can't talk, you're no fun anymore. He was starting to despair with no idea what to do. This is really it, unless some cold-blooded psycho, who's immune to this attack, shows up to save me. As the rock came crashing down, a sudden sound echoed. The Rakshasa's body was snapped in seconds. Soldan had finally showed up just in time. He shot a cold look at him. Why are you just lying there? Level 1 Hanmadu's face immediately lit up. He's really here, our very own Mr. Inhuman. Hearing that, Soldan walked over to chew him out. You're still smiling, you little monkey. The Rakshasa's voice rang out. Man, that tickled. Soldan whipped his head around, annoyed. What, it's not dead? Hanmido called out to him. Hey. It twisted its own head back into place. My vocal cords are pretty thick. Not so easy to snap. It's always the weaklings who talk the loudest. Sol Adan shot at a dirty look. Hanmadu sat up, pissed weaklings. Both of them got furious and yelled. You bastard who only knows how to run your mouth. This time it was Hanmadu. And Sol lay down against the Rakshasa. Remembering something, he turned his head to warn him. Hey, can read memories. And hit you with psychological attacks. So be careful. Soldan shot back coldly. I don't need a warning from a weakling like you. Go hide in a corner and play defense. His arrogance pissed Hanmadu off to no end. He talks as much crap as that Rakshasa. Whatever, just good luck. He stepped forward, stretching as he prepped for the fight. Right after, he cracked one of his knuckles. And at the same time, a bone in the Rakshasa's body snapped to match. Realizing what was happening, it trembled with rage. Is that all you've got? You'll never get your amazing father's approval. With that, Soldan didn't seem to give a crap, and just kept cracking his fingers. The thing's body was quickly broken into pieces, but its damn mouth just wouldn't shut up. So you're a heartless freak just like me, huh? No wonder, being the son of that crazy woman, who went insane, and killed herself after her husband left her, huh? An image flashed in Soldan's mind as mom, when she was 44. He just stood there looking totally dazed. Hanmadu, who was eavesdropping on the side, was even startled like the hell. Did he really go through some messed up crap like that? And here I was thinking he was just some rich, pretty boy from a chaebol family. Even for a total psycho, that kind of mental attack has got a sting. I got to move fast. But then Soldan just starts laughing, leaving Hanmadu totally clueless. It was like he didn't even give a damn about all that trash talk. So what, my only mistake was having a mother. Who was too damn weak, only the strong get to live. Seeing Sully done totally unfazed by its words pissed the Rakshasa off. Then you won't be around for long either, cause there's no way you're stronger than Hanmadu. Those words hit him hard and he just froze on the spot. Quick as lightning an attack shot out. It went straight for Soldan's heart, but in the nick of time, Hanmadu threw up his hand and blocked it. Figured it out, so that's your game. After messing with your head, to make you drop your guard, it uses its tongue to stab you right in the heart. Seizing the opening, Xana charged right in. She sliced its tongue clean off, making the Rakshasas howl in pure agony. Then she glanced back and asked, "You two alright? Damn. This hero girl was gorgeous." Hanmadu's heart skipped a beat. He flashed a grin and was like, "You're badass, just as I expected." Realizing he was getting sidetracked, Hanmadu told himself, "Crap, focus." Then he shook the guy next to him. "Soul Liden, wake up. What's wrong with you?" The dude was still muttering weirdly. "I'm not as strong as Hanmadu." He couldn't believe it. This punk was actually crushed over that. Damn, I had no idea he was that jealous of me. Seizing the opportunity, Hanmadu tried to snap him out of it. "Hey, wake up. Don't listen to that thing. Sure, I'm elite, but you're even more elite than me." Hearing that instantly got Soul Lidan's attention. The color finally came back to his face. Damn right, first class. The sudden switch left him speechless. Anyway, after that, the three of them turned to the Rakshasa. "Let's just waste this thing and get out of here. The darker it gets, the bigger our disadvantage." Suddenly Madhu turned to Xana. "How are we supposed to get near it?" With that tongue thing, she stared grimly at the monster. "I'll handle it. It can't talk right now. We gotta take this chance." Soul Liden stepped up and put a hand on her shoulder. Like that, Hanmadu was shocked when he saw her wound was getting worse. What the hell, it's not healing. Even Hanmadu couldn't do anything. He realized how screwed they were. As long as the Rakshasa is alive, the wounds from its mental attacks won't heal. They're permanent. We gotta hurry. Slice off that goddamn tongue. With that, Hanmadu sprinted off into the distance, taunting the Rakshasa, "I'm over here. You moron!" It didn't hesitate and chased right after him. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "It's charging straight at me. This is it." He glanced back and signaled to Soul the Dun. "Look after team leader Kong. I'm gonna use the new power. I got to finish this thing." Soul the Dun started to say something. "Are you crazy? That ability needs an enclosed space." Xana whipped her head around and yelled at him, "Go back up, Hanmadu." Now he was still booking it. Deep into the forest with that trash-talking Rakshasa hot on his tail, the two of them were playing a little game of tag. As Hanmadu ran, he kept glancing back, sizing up the situation, and running the numbers in his head. No buildings around here, and I can't just bust into someone's house. Crap, what now? He was totally stuck just then. Suledun pulled up in some fancy-ass supercar. He threw the door open and yelled, "Hanmadu, over here." Now all the doors were wide open, just waiting for him to dive in. As Matthew bolted for it, he couldn't help but think, this jerk using such an expensive car for this. That Dong Ender Z class is on another level. I'm so damn jealous. Solely Dun watched him the whole time. Madhu finally scrambled inside and shut the door, with the Rakshasa still right behind him. It wasn't about to let him go. It saw Hanmadu get inside the white car. He gave the monster a taunting gesture. "Come and get it if you got the guts." It took the bait without a second thought. Seizing the chance, Sol Adong slammed the door shut. He even looked back to shout, "Doors closed," that was the signal. Hanmadu got ready to fight. He grinned, turning back perfect. Just then something lunged forward. In a blur, Hanmadu's body was ripped to shreds. Soliden screamed, "Hanmadu." Looks like the Rakshasa was pretty damn proud of itself. Suddenly a hand clamped down on its neck. Something felt wrong. It whipped its head around. Confused, turns out the real Hanmadu had appeared inside the car. In fact, tons of Hanmadu clones popped up. 1,000 hands reached for the Rakshasa. It wanted to escape, but it was no use. The Rakshasa was dragged backward. Hanmadu's clones immediately started tearing it apart, biting and clawing. The pain must have been insane, 'cause the Rakshasa started screaming its head off. Of course, the clones showed zero mercy. Outside, Soledun was freaking out, pounding on the door. "Hanmadu, how long are you gonna stay in there? Why isn't he coming out?" A terrible thought crossed his mind. Just then Kong Xana ran over. "What's going on? Where's Hanmadu?" Inside the car, the Rakshasa is still muttering, "We don't have to do this. Why don't we just talk? Were you always this violent? Just like your father?" Those words made Hanmadu freeze. He couldn't help but remember how he used to be. Back then, Hanmadu was nothing more than a pathetic little kid. His father had yanked him up, dangling him in the air, while whispering some weird crap in his ear. You have to be able to do it. Back in the present, the Rakshasa was still playing mind games. When he disappeared, how did you feel? If it was me, I'd have been seriously relieved, realizing it was just another one of its tricks. Hanmadu slammed his own fists into his ears until blood started pouring out. He gave it a death glare. He declared, "Stop getting your kicks from other people's pain." The Rakshasa's face twisted into a smug grin as it opened its mouth to say something else, but Hanmadu didn't give it the chance. "Your attacks don't work if I can't hear you. Shut the hell up," one of Hanmadu's clones. He kept his hand clamped over its mouth. Not waiting another second, he balled up his fist, and the inside of the car just blew up. Scared Hanmadu was in trouble. Kanzana screamed, "Stop it." Soladun rushed over and grabbed her. "It's too dangerous." The car kept warping in this freaky way. Then it just burst open, splattering blood and guts everywhere. Xana totally felt like something was wrong. The yellow dust was starting to fade, and they both just stood there frozen. In a flash, the car was nothing but a pile of shredded meat. She stumbled forward shaking and was all like, "We have to get him out of there now." So the Dun didn't even know what to say to that. It's too late with the way things are. He's already dead, of course. Xana wasn't buying it, no. Hanmadu's healing power is insane. We just have to pull him out before the yellow dust is gone, and we can save him. Seeing her trying so hard, Sol lay down. "Just shut up for a sec." Finally, he stepped up to digging around for Madu's body. The more he thought about it, the more pointless it seemed. Damn it, why did he trap himself in there? So freaking stupid. In the pitch black space, a faint shape appeared. It was Madu. No doubt he was just sitting there, not wanting to deal with anyone, looking like some emo Asura all alone. Madu's eyes were squeezed shut. Weird, so weird. "I can't feel a thing." That loudmouth Asura is gone. Did I actually kill it? But what was it saying at the end? He tried to remember the Asura's words. It had opened its mouth, making these weird sounds. "The palace is looking for you. Remember your purpose." Madu's body was just floating in space. He was still confused, asking himself, "My purpose? What the hell is that?" While he was lost in that void, the Asura suddenly screamed, "Wake up!" Madu's eyes shot open. He realized he was in some kind of space that was bright red. Something started bulging out of his body. When Madu looked closer, it was a freaking hand punching right through him. A giant Asura started crawling out of his body. It all happened so fast he couldn't even react. He was probably so scared. His whole body started shaking. "What the hell is this?" It looked at him and then flashed this disgusting grin. Everything went nuts and the Asura asked, "Remember me?" Madu was so terrified. He started shaking. Flashback to the past. It turns out, this was the same damn Asura he'd met before. A scared Hanma hid behind his dad. "Dad, it's a monster. We gotta run." But before he could even react, the old man grabbed him. His dad's face turned terrifying. He said, "From now on, you're going to fight it." Madu's eyes were shaking as he asked why. In return, all he saw in his dad's eyes was pure rage. "Because you have to take its special Asura power. It's the only way to get to the underworld." He kept dragging Madu, who was begging, "Dad, let me go, Dad." He threw the kid right in front of the monster. Shaking, Madu looked up, just as the Asura opened its massive jaws and charged at him. Meanwhile, Soldan was still bugging out. As long as the yellow dust is here, there's still a chance to save him. He was using all his strength, tearing the car apart to find Madu's body. Finally, Soldan found him. Madu was curled up in a ball in the corner. When they saw he wasn't moving, Xana and Sol lay down, just froze. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably. It's too late. The yellow dust is gone. He can't heal on his own. Even though Xana was a mess, he glanced off to the side. She hadn't given up yet, gripping his hand tight. "Hanma, you? Can you hear me?" He suddenly reacted, making her jump. Even Soldan was stunned, not believing his eyes. "Oh my god, no way. He's making his own yellow dust, just like an Asura." It was a freaking miracle. Hanmado's body started healing, like nothing ever happened. His bones snapped back into place. Finally, he climbed out of the wrecked car. Madu was covered head to toe in blood, looking terrifying. Kanzana, next to Soleil Dun, couldn't believe it. His body, it's completely healed. But how Madu still seemed out of it. He finally just collapsed onto the ground, passed out cold. The two of them still couldn't process what just happened, probably because he was so shocked. Sol Liden walked up and kicked the guy. "What the hell was that for?" Madu yelled in pain, like he had no clue what was going on. He grabbed his side and whipped his head around. What? Sol Eden was still grilling him. "You were glowing with that yellow dust. Just like those demons, is that your power or something? Hanmadu couldn't really believe it power. Then something clicked right. I do have some memories I'd rather forget. My devourability, I've had it since I was a kid. A horrifying scene played out in Hanmadu's head. Even now he didn't want to face that memory. My dad, he made me do it. Why would he do that? The more he thought about it, the less sense it made suddenly. Hanmadu just collapsed, leaving Soleil done totally confused. He rushed over and bent down asking, "Hey, what's wrong with you now? Say something." But his body was still shaking like crazy. Kongzana hurried over to stop him. "Just let him rest, he's exhausted. This is a secret between us, okay?" Hearing that, he whipped his head around pissed. "And we're just gonna let him go back to HQ like this." She, on the other hand, was totally calm. "We still don't know why he's making that yellow dust." So Layden just stared blankly at Xana. What if he's dangerous, just like one of those demons? Hearing this, her expression just got more determined. "I trust him, he's not going to be a threat." Finally he turned and looked at Hanmadu, who was just lying there seeing how it was. He didn't say anything else. "Fine. Do whatever you want." After saying that, Soleil turned and walked away. Kongzana watched from behind. She sighed. This whole thing was exhausting. She trusted him, sure, but she still had to be careful. Later that night, Hanmadu was on the subway, heading home like always. He was in a seriously crappy mood, and the truth of it all was just making him despair. Am I gonna turn into a monster? Just as he was lost in thought, a monster appeared right outside. The shock probably made him jump back and scream. Suddenly Jose Ac's familiar voice cut in. "What's all this? Keep it down." On the train he glanced to the side. "Officer Nam Jose AC." Hanmadu put a hand on his chest. "It's just I was a little. Got time to talk for a minute?" The guy immediately turned around. "Sure. I don't meet up with coworkers after hours." Hanmadu's mood totally crashed. "So I guess I'm the most chill person on the team." Seeing an incoming call made Jose OC. Nam Jose OC was pissed. Why the hell was Kim Yuzo calling? A moment later his voice came through the phone. "So just quit the Jejong Mountain team." Kim Yuzo sounded totally awkward and explained. "But who's that with you?" He was startled when he saw the familiar figure of Hanmadu show up. Why was Hanmadu here? He turned to look at both of them. "Just trying to blow off some steam, you know, but hey. This is my first time meeting an agent from another team, so why are you trying to quit?" Kim Yuzo just hung his head, admitting he couldn't get along with his team members. Nam Hoseo OC seemed to already know what was up. "You mean you're getting bullied?" Hanmadu's face got dead serious. "So there's bullying on the team?" He crossed his arms inside, continuing, "He's too nice. That's why this crap happens." Suddenly Hanmadu got curious. "So were you on the Jong Mountain team before?" Nam Jose OC took a sip of his beer. "Yeah. That's the team where I got bullied." The more he talked, the angrier he got. Why the hell would they do that? His expression suddenly turned grim. That team is just a bunch of demonic bastards. It was clear from Nam Jose OC memory that those guys were no good. His reaction caught Hanmadu's attention. "Bastards." Before he could answer, Nam Jose OC continued. "There are plenty of bad seeds among the agents. Some of them are even worse than actual demons." Hanmadu couldn't help but remember what Soleil Dun had said. What if he becomes a demon? Sweat dripped down Hamado's face. Will I become like them too? The scene shifted to late at night. Hamado was dragging his buddy Kim Yuzo back home. The dude was probably heavy as hell, cause he looked completely wiped. "Hey, are we there yet?" Nam Jose Ox looked at the shop up ahead and announced. "We're here, it's his parents' shop. Let's just drop him with them and get out of here." But the scene inside made him freeze in his tracks. Staring at the three people, he couldn't hide his surprise. "What are you doing, Jose OC?" Nam Jose OC still couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was about to turn and leave when he bumped into a tall, red-haired guy who stepped up with a smug grin. "Well, look who it is. Came here to see Kim Yuzo." Before he could even react, the guy landed a solid kick on Nam Jose OC. He even stomped on his head with his foot. "If you're gonna run, you should do a better job of it. How's it look if you keep sneaking off like this?" He couldn't just stand by anymore. Hanmadu stepped in to stop him. "We're all agents, why are you doing this?" Red Hair glared at him annoyed. "Who the hell are you?" Hanmadu introduced himself with a hint of pride. "I'm Nam Mozio, COC's colleague from the Gang Wado team." The guy's face twisted into a smirk. "That team of rejects, and you dare to interfere." He punched Hanmadu straight in the face. He probably wasn't expecting it, cause he went flying backward before he even knew what hit him. Then Red Hair spoke again. "You idiot!" His foot shot out, and Nam Joseo's body was once again slammed with brutal attacks. He could only curl up helplessly. You're weak and you still want to get in our way. How did a weakling like you even become an agent? Understanding the situation, Hanmadu slowly got back up. The look in his eyes had completely changed. The scene was still the same old diner. Hanmadu was seriously pissed off by these guys' actions. Red Hair was still furiously wailing on Nam Ho-seok. I got disciplined because you snitched to the higher UPS. You bastard, you're dead now. Nam Ho-seok shut his eyes tight, helpless as the guys around them grinned. Enjoying the show? We've been looking for you for a long time. Didn't think you'd be hiding out with the gang, would you? Team Hanmadu couldn't keep his cool any longer. Suddenly the door swung open, making Red Hair turn his head. He looked over his shoulder to see who just showed up. A foot quickly slammed into his face, sending Red Hair's huge body flying backward. At the same time, the other guys jumped up angrily. Who the hell are you, bastard? So Leiden, annoyed, introduced himself once again, a member of the gang Wado team. Seeing Hanmadu just standing there, he called out, "Hey, don't you dare puke that thing out here." That seemed to snap him out of it. He quickly covered his mouth. "Why are you here?" he shot back angrily. "I followed you because I was worried something would happen." Turns out ever since they were on the subway, Solden had seen Hanmadu talking with Nam Ho-seok and realized something was off. He was pretty surprised, and at the same time, he spotted a familiar figure sitting off to the side. It was Kongzana, and she looked back at him just as shocked. They both froze for a second. Didn't she say she didn't care about Hanmadu? So confusing, and just then, Kongzana showed up too. "What's going on, are you okay?" Nam Ho-seok rushed over to help up his bloody body. Kongzana's expression turned to pure rage. "I don't know why you're beating up our teammate, but you better watch your backs. I'm taking him home, and then I'll deal with you guys later." Suddenly a guy with blue hair coolly declared, "It's not that simple, you beat up our guy like that. You think you can just walk away?" The dude with glasses also got up pissed. "We still have business to settle with him. He's not leaving here even if he dies." Kongzana's face got even darker. "You want to start a war with special agents?" Of course Blue Hair wasn't scared in the slightest. "You're the ones who should be scared." Red Hair sat up pissed off. "So noisy, you're so dead. You bastard, die." With that he charged straight at Sol Leiden. Of course he wasn't afraid of anyone. "You're already on probation, so let's make it worth it." Both sides immediately rushed at each other, neither backing down at the same time. Hanmadu also charged forward, yelling Sol Leiden, but as he was about to make a move, Kongzana screamed, "Hey Hamid, stay put, be careful." Realizing he couldn't join this fight, he felt a little helpless. She suddenly glanced around the room. Kongzana started taking off her jacket, getting ready for action on the other side. The guy with glasses managed to grab Sol Leiden gotcha. Seeing his chance, Red Hair grabbed a chair and charged in. "You're dead meat," but at that critical moment, something flew through the air, smacking right into Red Hair, and making him scream in pain. Now it was Kongzana's turn. With just a few moves, she easily took down the guy with glasses. He fell to the ground in agony. Clutching his leg, Kongzana angrily pointed her staff at Red Hair, threatening, "Stop right now if you don't want a beating." Just then Chuek walked in, scolding them, "What is this? Why are you guys fighting in here?" She shot him an annoyed look. "Who are you?" He calmly introduced himself. "I'm the captain of the Raigangsan, Ministry of Environment's Rapid Response Team." Hearing that, Kongzana breathed a sigh of relief. "We have a disagreement with your team. Your people attacked our member first, so I hope you can resolve this." The second she finished her sentence, Chuosi lunged at her. He just stared coldly as she hit the ground, like he couldn't give a damn about what's right or wrong. "How dare you lay a hand on our people?" Recognizing Nam Ho-seok's familiar face caught Chuosi's attention. He let out a laugh and walked over to chat. Then while Nam Ho-seok, Hanmadu saw Zana lying on the ground knocked out, and he completely lost his cool. Seeing her hurt sent him into a total rage. Hanmadu's whole face twisted seeing it. Sol Leiden quickly tried to stop him. "Hey Hanmadu, don't do it," but it was too late. He was already charging into attack. His speed was like a wild animal. It all happened so fast that even Chuek was shocked. Who the hell is this guy? A punch fast as hell slammed right into Chuek's face. The sheer power behind it was insane, sending him flying backward. That one punch was all it took to prove Chuek was no match for Hanmadu. Only then did he snap back to reality, realizing the other three had just seen everything. They were completely frozen, while Soledad didn't know how to react. Nam Ho-seok looked bewildered. "Wait, why is there gold dust here?" Hanmadu still worried. rushed over to Xana. Are you okay? She wiped the blood from her face. Don't release your gold dust here. He got all flustered trying to explain. But I saw you get hit. Before he could even finish his sentence, Shuik, standing off to the side, started laughing. He took a deep, satisfying breath, enjoying the gold dust in the air. Then he asked excitedly, you're not a demon, but you can make gold dust. That's sick. You wanna join my crew? He stepped right up to Hanmadu. Chuak had this crazy excited grin on his face. We're all about guys like you. Hanmadu suddenly remembered what Namasiak had said. How can he make gold dust like a demon? But he was still pissed and shot back. Why the hell would I wanna be scum like you guys? The guy just sighed, all disappointed. Is that so too bad? But you're not leaving here. We need to talk. The area was now filled with gold dust. Chuoke went on to declare a battle between the two teams. Looks like this won't end peacefully anymore. Besides, we're sick of fighting monsters. So now let's fight like the special agents we are. Seeing these lunatics left everyone completely stunned. What the hell is wrong with these psychos? They're all insane. The group quickly got into their fighting stances. Time passed and it was late evening. Chuek held up a piece of dried seaweed, popped it in his mouth and coolly declared, all right. Everyone lined up nice and neat. Seeing how things were going, Xana quickly tried to intervene. Wait a second, we need to go over the rules. Chewak suddenly held up a hand to stop her. His voice perfectly calm. It's 3-on-3. The winning team gets to take Nam, Jose, Aki and Hey. If you guys win whatever he did to us, we'll just pretend it never happened, and we'll throw in the guy who can cough up gold dust. Hearing this, Hanmedu flinched, thinking to himself, is he talking about me? Chuosi let out a smug sigh and declared, if headquarters finds out you have a power like that, they'll never leave you alone. You get me? So if you guys win, we'll leave you in peace. This situation was seriously pissing Xana off. She couldn't understand how this damn bastard ever became a team captain. Even Soul lay down off to the side. Wondered aloud, can't we just take him down right now and get this over with? She answered him. It's not that simple. How would we even take him down? Things would get real chaotic around here. While the two of them were still weighing their options, Chuek pointed towards his own team. Alright then, consider this a friendly match between two teams of special agents. The first team to surrender loses. Stop when you hit your mark. No killing anyone, understand? His taunting words pissed the whole team off. But it was true, they didn't really have another choice. Soul lay down, took off his cap, and sighed, fine. I kind of want a piece of the action anyway. I'm sick of fighting demons all the time. Hanmadu rushed forward to stop him. What's wrong with you? You think their side hasn't taken enough of a beating, so now it's our turn. But Xana didn't shoot down the idea. He's actually got a point. Now that things have gotten this far, we can't just let it slide. He was totally bewildered. Damn it, she quickly rolled up her sleeves, getting ready for action. But since we're fighting, try to drag it out for as long as you can. Hanmadu and Solden turned to look at her, curious why. Xana just calmly reminded them, just do what I say, there's a reason. So who's going first? Without a second of hesitation, Solden stepped forward. Fine. I'll go, I've been waiting way too long for this. Chuk turned to his team. So who's up on our side? A man took off his glasses, and his eye changed to an eye patch. In his eye the image of an Asura appeared. Looks like this guy's power was no joke. The man with the eye patch remarked seriously. His power looks pretty strong. He specializes in breaking his opponent's arms and legs. The red-haired guy on their side stepped forward. I'll go. I've been wanting to fight that bastard for a long time. Now anyway. A crazy powerful punch shot straight for Suladin. But he just stood there, waiting to see what would happen, his expression totally calm. With a snap of his fingers, Red Hair's tentacle was instantly sliced off. Soladun scoffed, is that all you got? The guy just smirked and kept attacking. Now I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve. I can control my body however I want. Suddenly Solden's entire body was squeezed tight. It happened so fast he had no time to react. Looking at him all tied up, Red Hair let out an excited laugh. Now your whole body is wrapped up tight. Can't move your arms or legs. Let's see how long you can use that special power of yours now. How you'll probably just give up like a total coward, right from inside the tentacles. Sol Eden replied calmly. You think I'd surrender that easily? You idiot, running your mouth after just this much. You dumb bastard. The tentacles tightened even more. It got so tight he couldn't even speak. Seizing the chance, while Red Hair wasn't paying attention, he broke through the defense and attacked. Soledun's hand clamped down hard on his neck. He stared him down coldly and declared, you probably already know what my power is. Now how about we break a few joints? After saying that, Soldan snapped a joint in his own arm. A section of Red Hair's leg immediately snapped. In response, he screamed in pain and desperation. Soldan took the chance to get closer and whisper, "That was just a little taste. Don't pass out from the pain just yet. Stand up straight now. Let's see about your neck bones." Soldan raised his hand in the air, getting ready to make his move. He probably screamed cause he was so terrified. Right then, Xana stepped in and gave Soldan a serious warning. "Alright, knock it off. You're gonna kill the guy." When she turned to inform Chuwak, the redhead was still whimpering in pain. It hurts so much at the same time. Chuwak gave the guy a hard stare, before turning his head back to look at the group. "Not bad, let's see what our side's got." Xana stepped forward, tying her hair up. "That move you used on him was effective. It's been a while since I seen you fight that seriously. But damn, that was quick. Didn't buy us any time at all." He sighed and explained, "I tried to drag it out, but the dude was just too damn weak. Nothing I could do." Xana stepped up, waving her hand. "All right. Who am I up against?" When I quickly sized up the woman in front of them. "That woman can make weapons out of her own blood. You go fight her." Blue Hair stepped forward. One step at a time, she suddenly shoved her hands inside her shirt, and then pulled out two of her own ribs from her body. A totally horrific scene. The technique Blue Hair used was literally bone swords. Seeing this skill for the first time, Xana was speechless. "Hey, why would you use a weapon like that? That's a death wish for both of us." As if she didn't give a damn. The girl continued to sprout hundreds of other bones. Blue Hair now looked like some kind of bone spider. "You think I care about that?" Wasting no time, she charged forward at full speed. Seeing there was no other way, Xana had no choice but to start the fight. Damn it, both of them immediately clashed, neither giving an inch. Her face was twisted in irritation. She refused to lose. This woman took advantage of Xana's distraction. Blue Hair went for a sneak attack, trying to ram a sharp piece of bone straight into her body. Realizing the situation was getting dicey, she started to worrying this is bad. Even though Xana tried to attack, the other girl's body was just too agile. She leapt forward with insane speed. A dozen brutal strikes rained down on Blue Hair. At the same time as her opponent attacked, she dodged perfectly. Xana gripped her weapon tightly. That girl fought with insane agility, like a true assassin. After just a few exchanges, the scene between them got bloody. One Eye, who was watching, couldn't help but ask nervously, "Are you guys okay, Aunt Susie and Xana?" But she just acted like it was no big deal. "My bad, I got a little too into it, and couldn't control my strength." From the side, Soldan just laughed and clapped. "You're pretty good at stalling for time." Hanmadhu praised her continuously. It only took 10 seconds to take her down. Xana, embarrassed, quickly tried to explain, "I was actually trying to kill that witch, but I went easy on her." Realizing she'd failed to stall made her feel a bit awkward. Watching from the side, One Eye was startled and baffled. "How is this possible? Aren't the guys from the gangway team supposed to be a bunch of useless rejects who got transferred here just then?" Chuek sighed and clapped. "Well then, I guess that just leaves Hanmadhu on your side." Xana whipped her head around, stunned. "But we're already up to 2-0. Why do we need to fight anymore?" he announced coldly, totally bored. "Honestly, you guys fighting was just for show. I wasn't paying attention. I was only paying attention to Hanmadhu's freaky power. Since this is the last fight, let's just say whoever wins this wins it all." Xana was totally furious. "What the hell are you talking about? That's completely insane." But Hanmadhu wasn't scared at all. "Alright, we'll do it the chief's way. But on one condition, I'm fighting you, chief." Your move made all three of them think the exact same thing. What an idiot. This just made Chewbacca even more smug. On the side, One Eye used his ability to check him out. He was curious to see what the guy's power was, but instead something basically blinded him instantly. The guy screamed in pain, clutching his eyes, which startled his teammate. "Dude, are you okay?" His entire body began to tremble. "I can't even grasp that guy's power. He's a demon," he thought to himself. "Who the hell is he to have such a powerful ability?" Meanwhile, Chewbacca snapped his fingers, signaling Kim Yuzo. Staring blankly at the scene, he asked, "Chief, what's everyone doing here?" "My parents." His eyes immediately filled with fear. Chewbacca just smiled. "Works over for the day. You don't need to worrying about a thing. Just fight Kim Yuzo, the strongest on my team." Seeing this, Nam Hosea Ox begged helplessly, "Chief, please stop this." It was like he wasn't even listening. "Shut up, I'll deal with you later. Go on, Kim Yuzo. You do well in this match and I'll give you a promotion." Hearing this, Kim Yuzo immediately turned to look at Hanmadhu. The situation before him left him completely speechless. What the he thought to himself. "Is this the demonic power I got?" Cannot see what's happening here. Voices from inside his head kept criticizing him. You pig, you pathetic bastard. If you're so pathetic, then just die. Why are you so damn useless? You can't do anything right. You're a waste of space. An image flashed in his mind. That caught Hanmadu's attention. It was a memory from the office worker, Kim Yuzo, back then. This guy had constantly mocked them, completely ignoring Nam Hoseo's feelings. Hanmadu was shocked, and couldn't believe he was in this memory too. He quickly clapped a hand over his mouth. I'm about to spew all that messed up crap. Not good, I have to stop. But the voice kept going. Fun. Isn't it when Nam Hoseo was getting bullied? You had fun too. Those words made the kid freeze on the spot. Hanma couldn't control his own words. Don't you know the pain of being weak and useless? He tried to stop himself. Stop it before Kim Yuzo could react. He landed a direct blow to his heart. Even Hanma himself couldn't believe what he'd done. Why did this demonic power just go off on its own? His whole body started shaking as he cried out, I'm sorry. The scene made the other guy freeze for a split second. At the same time, his erupting demonic power activated, and Hanmadu's entire body started being corroded by acid, making everyone panic. Is Hanmadu okay? No one could believe Kim Yuzo's power was so intense. Meanwhile, an annoyed Chuek called out from the side. Stay still, what are you doing in the middle of a fight? Does it hurt that bad, kiddo? Think you can still take it? Hanmadu's entire body curled up on the ground. He walked closer to check on the situation. That potent poison melts your internal organs. You get it even with his body corroding. Hanmadu refused to back down. I'm not gonna surrender. Seeing him so damn stubborn was really starting to piss the other guy off. Alright then, if you've got some kind of talent, you better show it now if you want to win. Then attack me already and end this. But wasn't listening to that crap. I don't give a damn about the rules. Victory, beating you is the end of the game. As Hanmadu got ready to attack, Chuek just calmly asked, think it's that simple? If you're gonna play, you follow the rules. Got it? He secretly tightened the tie he was holding in his hand. All of a sudden, Hanmadu's body started collapsing to the ground. He clearly never expected Chuek to have this kind of power, and even everyone around them suddenly dropped to the floor. It looked like everyone, friend or foe, was down. Soul laid down grimace as he realized what was happening. This power, it's crushing my body. It's so hard to breathe. Nam Hoseo tried to keep his cool. He called out to everyone. That's the captain's ability. Take short breaths, you'll be able to handle it. Hanmadu silently stared at Chuk. This was the guy with the 9th stage demonic power of gravity control, and he was still judging them with that look on his face. It's getting me all hyped up. He laughed as he walked over to Hanmadu. Looking at his face, Chuek noticed something. Hey, you still look like you can take it, kid. Didn't think your recovery ability would be this strong. Let's see how you handle it if I crank up the gravity. The sudden spike in gravity shattered Hanmadu's bones. The pain was so intense, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and it seemed like Chuek had already figured it out. Looks like the more pain you're in, the more of that golden dust you spit out, so that's your demonic power. Pretty unique even though we tried. Hanmadu couldn't move an inch. This captain is seriously hard to read. With my ability I can see his demonic power, but it just looks so overwhelming. Before I try to change the situation, I need something to shift. If I want to stop him from using his gravity power, I have to distract him. I need to find his weakness. What the hell with my power to see demonic energy? Why can't I get a clearer look? It's like, this guy has no mental weaknesses for me to exploit. Or is he just a total psycho, with a power that has no weak points? Just then Chuek pulled a small knife out of his clothes. He flashed a cocky grin. Don't make me ask you a bunch of questions, cause if I get annoyed you die. That golden dust, how do you have a power like that? If you don't talk, I'll just cut your throat open and see for myself. Only one thought ran through Hanma's head. This guy's insane. Suddenly, the knife in his hand snapped in two. Solidon had used his power to signal that now was the time. Xana had also injured herself to create a weapon. Even with the crushing gravity, she forced herself to stand up. Then without a moment's hesitation, she charged forward. This time she was aiming for Chuek, who was just sitting off to the side. Seeing another pest trying to ruin his fun, he decided to multiply the gravity by 20. Xana's body completely broke apart, as if she'd lost all reason. Everyone else around couldn't take it anymore either, and the knife fell to the ground with a loud clatter. Looking at the scene, Chuek let out a sigh and announced, when the gravity gets this high, it's hard to breathe. Your brains don't get enough oxygen, so you just pass out. Seeing everyone knocked out made Hanmadu call out Kong Xana's name. The bastard didn't even care, just casually taking the weapon from her hand. Then he glanced back at him with an excited look. Now there's no one left to interrupt us. Shall we pick up where we left off? Hanmadu tried to force himself to calm down. Damn it, this gravity is gonna make me pass out. What the hell do I do? A knock at the door from outside caught Chuk's attention. Who the hell is coming here this late at night? We're closed, he turned and yelled outside. But the shadow just stood there, not moving then. A black liquid started pouring in from under the door. In no time, the strange black stuff filled the inside of the room. Chuek was totally confused. What is this black crap? He bent down, reaching out to touch the liquid, which gave Xana just enough time to breathe a sigh of relief. He finally decided to show up. Took you long enough, flashing back to earlier. When the two sides first started fighting, it seemed Xana had already predicted things would go south. This is bad. If this keeps up, it's gonna get ugly. While the others weren't paying attention, she secretly pulled out her phone and sent a text. There's trouble, Captain. Get over here and handle it quick. Back in the present, Dudokman had arrived just in time, and he was using his power. His black shadow skill created that liquid. Then he had it all seep into the room. Hanmadu started to panic, as he was about to be submerged. What is this stuff off to the side? Chuek realized the liquid was sticking to him, holding him tight even though he struggled to get free. It was useless finally. A pitch-black space completely swallowed him up. Looking around, Chuek was bewildered. What is this? The dark Hanmadu appeared in this space. Something's really weird. I can't hear or smell anything. It's like I don't even exist anymore. Chuek looked down at the weapon in his hand, in surprise. What the hell is going on? Without him noticing, Dudokman had appeared right behind him, his hand clamping down hard on his neck. But just a moment later, the guy completely lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground below. At the same time, Dudokman turned to look at Hanmadu, who was trembling. He was still hurting himself, unable to feel anything. Seeing this, Dudokman stepped forward to stop him. Stop. Hanmadu tried to regain his senses. At the same time, he reached into his pocket and started digging around. He finally pulled out a pair of eyeballs and popped them back into his sockets, like it was nothing. The space around them started to change, and finally everything went back to normal. Dudokman immediately retracted the power he just used. Chuok's crew was completely wiped out from the fight. Poor Kim Yuzo was just lying on the floor, totally clueless about what had just happened. Even Chuok had lost and was passed out right there. Dudokman kept his eyes on Hanmandu. So the golden sand has stopped now, right? Xana struggled to her feet and asked. You're here, he just sighed. Totally calm, Officer Xana. Officer Soul lay done. Why didn't you tell me? What was happening with Hanmadu? Are you trying to get fired from your public service job? Or what? Right then. His eyes were filled with pure rage. They knew they had screwed up. Xana quickly bowed her head. I'm sorry if the captain speaks to the captain of the Rage Yangzon team to handle the situation. But Dudokman suddenly cut her off. No. We are absolutely not letting this slide. The scene cuts to a building in the city, where everyone outside is still staring into the room. Hanmadu was locked in the monitoring room by these guys, his eyes filled with total despair. What the hell am I supposed to do now? The scene shifts to another part of the meeting room. Everyone was still arguing. Dudokman announced to the group, from now on we will be managing Hanmadu. Dudokman shot that down without a second thought. That's not happening, but her attitude turned pissed. He can create golden sand like a demon. You know he's a dangerous individual, and you can still say that. Just look at the clash with the Rajang San team. This time, what if he uses that power in front of humans later on? But he just calmly replied, that's not gonna happen. This whole incident started because the Rajang San team attacked first. Don't you know their captain only recruits scumbags? Director Jong Ito isn't letting a psycho like that join your responsibility as the director. Hearing this, Dudongan was completely floored. Hold on, how dare you say something like that? In front of the director, he waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, I think, for special civil servants. Personality isn't that important. It doesn't matter if the Rajang captain is a psycho, or whatever, as long as he's a talent we need in the fight against demons. That's enough. That's better than Captain Go ditching us for Gang Hua Do. Of course, Dudokman wasn't about to back down an inch. Hanmadu is the same. He's necessary for the fight against demons, and he's not even a problem in his daily life. Besides, these two will handle it. The three of them are super close. Ido's expression immediately turned dead serious. So what if Hanmadu causes trouble? Captain Go will take responsibility. He nodded in agreement without a shred of hesitation. Yeah, anyway. Can I go now? After saying that, everyone got up and walked out. Just then Ito called out, making Seo Lee Don furious. Mr. Seal lay down. Stay for a moment. Watching him go back inside, Xana was totally confused, and just like that, Madu was released. But he was still super worried. How'd it go? Am I gonna be okay? But what's up with the captain's tie? Finally, Dudokman calmly announced. 3 months of disciplinary action. All 3 of you get your pay docked. Seeing Han Madhu freeze in shock, he continued with a warning. Hey kid, you're damn lucky you got off easy this time, because the gang HUA team took responsibility, but if you cause trouble again, who knows what'll happen, he thought to himself. Don't forget that. Director Jang Ito is a terrifying person. Back inside the room, he asked a question. If Han Madhu loses control and rampages again, can you eliminate him? Those words made Seal lay down freeze on the spot. He bottled up his anger and said, Father, I don't want to just talk about this stuff. It's been 20 years since we last met, so I'm leaving. But the old man's expression was still pissed. Sit down, this isn't a request from a father. It's an order from a director. Han Madhu can no longer be considered a legal skill user. A human who can emit gold and sand on his own is no different from a demon. He could become our enemy. Dudokman kept nagging, you hear me? Han Madhu obediently nodded loud and clear. The scene cuts to a familiar apartment. Han Madhu's face turning serious. Is this how the gang Hwadu team manages things? Inside the room, clothes were thrown everywhere. Dishes were piled up and washed. Even he couldn't believe it. Even when I was studying for the civil service exam, my place wasn't this bad. Seeing Han Madhu appear, Dudokman noticed him. You're here. From now on you're staying with me. He casually walked out. The situation freaked Han Madhu out. Why the hell are you touching me? Then he quickly asked, do we have to do this, dude? Dokman nodded seriously and continued, this is the only way to watch you and keep you out of trouble. We commute together, we're together after work. We're together 24/7 all the time. This freaked him out. Are you insane? The scene cuts to their familiar headquarters, where Jian was glaring daggers at Han Madhu. He tried to explain with a forced smile. I wanted to say, of course. She wasn't listening at all. If you dare spew gold and dust in the office, you're dead meat, Nam Jose. OC on the side tried to calm everyone down. Come on now, stop yelling at him. What if he gets pissed and shoots dust everywhere? Han Madhu angrily whipped his head around to look at him. You've got some nerve, this is all your fault. Thinking about it, he let out a totally exhausted sigh out of nowhere. Kim lay back was standing behind him. Was that a sigh just now? He jumped and spun around. Dudokman rushed over without hesitation to check things out. A sigh. Let me see, you're not planning on sighing. And then spitting out gold and sand. Are you? Han Madhu mumbled. Don't be like that, he thought to himself. Damn it, now I can't even sigh in peace. I can't take being treated like a monster anymore. Suddenly he ran into SEO Linen. He seriously recalled Ito's warning. You can't treat Han Madhu like a normal person with abilities anymore. A human who can spew gold and sand is no different from a Rakshasa demon. He might even become our enemy. Seeing SEO Linen's murderous expression just pissed Han Madhu off more. He couldn't hide his annoyance anymore. What are you looking at? You gotta nag. Me too, but the guy acted like he couldn't care less. What's it got to do with me? I don't give a damn about you. After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving Han Madhu stunned. Why is he so weird today? Usually he just wants to tear me to pieces. A voice called out, you okay? He irritably turned his head towards the voice. Cut it out, you guys. Realizing who the two people in front of him were, he was taken aback. Specialist Khan. Mr. Kim Yuzo Khan. Diana smiled and told Kim Yuzo, since you're new to the Gangwa team, feel free to ask anything, okay? He obediently nodded yes. Specialist Khan. She turned and walked over to Han Madhu. Let me see your eyes for a sec. Even though it was super awkward, Han Madhu did what she said. Maya color, don't worry. I'm not gonna spew any golden dust here. But Xana's attitude turned dead serious. Don't take it personally how everyone on the team is treating you. They're just scared that if something goes down, Team Gang HUA won't be able to protect you. His face flushed a little as he closed his eyes. Yeah, right. But still, back in the office, Han Madhu was brooding in his chair, totally bummed out. Sticking me with desk duty forever is such BS. I'm bored out of my mind. Just then, the printer spat out a new stack of documents, and he thought to himself, the captain says he'll take responsibility, but really he's just benching me. What's gonna happen anyway? Just then the door swung open, catching Han Madhu's attention. A bald Guyana dude with short hair walked right in. Their sudden appearance totally confused Han Madhu. Sorry. Who are you? Neither of them said a word. They just charged straight at him and threw a vicious punch. It smashed right into Han Madhu's face. He couldn't react in time and took the painful hit. As if that wasn't enough, the short-haired guy got closer and taunted him. Come on, spit some dust for us. That was enough to piss Han Madhu off. But then he remembered Xana's warning. They're scared that if something goes down, Team Gang HUA won't be able to protect you. He remembered the most important rule. Don't start trouble. The short-haired guy raised his fist again. Hurry up and transform or I'll smash your face in. But just as he was about to swing, the bald guy attacked him from the side, knocking him flat on the ground. The bald guy walked over and spoke seriously. Sorry about that, this guy is a bit of a brute. We're from the unapproachable CEO division at HQ. Watching these two, Hamada was annoyed. HQ, you guys came here to test me. The bald guy gave a serious nod. But this guy really just wanted to meet you. He's a big fan of your special ability. The short-haired guy quickly introduced himself too. I've been dying to meet you. King Hanmadu was completely speechless. Who the hell is this weird duo? Then remembering something, he quickly asked, wait. Who's King Hanmadu? The guy just kept praising him. You can spit gold and sand. You're even better than director Jang Ito. He was a bit shocked me. The bald guy smiled and added his own praise. You're the best among all the Rakshasa ability users. It's incredible. Han Matthew still couldn't believe it. I'm the best after that. It was time for them to say goodbye. See you around. Han Madu just stood there frozen. No way. On his way out, he saw Kim Yuzo standing awkwardly off to the side. Curious, he walked over. What's up? By then, it was already late afternoon. Han Madu went to do his usual check of the monitors. Noticing one of the meters was broken, panicked him a little. Damn it. Why isn't this thing working? Kim Yuzo lowered his head and confessed, sorry. I think I broke the meter earlier today. I was scared everyone would yell at me, so I didn't say anything. Madu turned and gently reassured him. Team Gangwa doesn't punish people for making mistakes. They're all good people. But seeing Madu's serious face made the kid nervous. Right then he quickly changed the subject. Hey. Thanks for the other day. I never got to properly thank you. Madhu scratched his head awkwardly and replied. It was nothing. The kid nodded and continued. So you know, feel free to spit that golden sand in front of me. Anytime. Sweat started pouring down Han Madu's face. Oh, what's sand? Kim Yuzo explained awkwardly. I just thought you were the one who did this. So what's with all this golden sand? Then realizing something was wrong, he whipped his head around. A Rakshasa had appeared out of nowhere. Terrified, Kim Yuzo hid behind Han Madu. Oh, no, it's my fault. HQ never got the alert that a Rakshasa showed up. He gave a confident smile to reassure him. With this much golden sand, it's probably just a level 1 Rakshasa. We'll handle it. He remembered the bald guy's praise. You're the best among everyone with Rakshasa powers. It's incredible. He immediately rushed forward. Because I'm King Han Madu. He charged straight at the motionless Rakshasa. Seizing the chance while it wasn't paying attention, he bit down hard on his body. Han Madu thought to himself. Even if it's just a level 1, this is the only way to take it out quick. In just a few short moments, he had finished off the Rakshasa. Kim Yuzo, watching from the side, smiled and clapped. You took care of that monster in a flash. But then he realized something was wrong and froze. Wait, what is this? Its body started to split open, and another Rakshasa emerged from inside. Sweat poured down Han Madu's face. What's going on? I thought I killed it. But this new Rakshasa quickly got to its feet. It looked bigger and stronger than the last one. He realized how bad the situation was and froze. It evolved into a level 2 Rakshasa. After fighting for a while, Han Medi was exhausted. Why the hell is this happening? He wiped the sweat from his face. The monster in front of him was incredibly strong. Is it getting stronger? Terrified, Kim Yuzo quickly backed away. What do we do? It looks like it's already evolved to the 5th stage. I'll go get the others. He turned and ran. And Han Madhu yelled after him. Be careful. Suddenly, the Rakshasas charged right at him. Its speed was terrifyingly fast. So fast, there was no way Kim Yuzo could dodge this attack. His body started glowing with a strange light. When some kind of liquid splashed onto the Rakshasa, it shrieked in pain. Han Matter realized this was bad. It's changing again, this demon. The more it gets hurt, the stronger it gets. A strange crack appeared on the Rakshasa's head, and then a new Rakshasa was born from it. Every time a new body appears, its evolution becomes even more terrifying. Han Madhu was frozen, staring at the beast before him. Kim Yuzo, terrified, backed away again. It's stage 6 now. How much stronger is it going to get? Then it seemed like he figured something out. Stage 6, wait a minute. Those dots on its chest. Does it lose one every time it evolves? If that's the case, this thing can go up to stage 10. This is too dangerous. I have to get Kim Yuzo out of here. Han Madhu turned and yelled, hey. While I hold it off here, you go get the rest of the team for backup. I can't hold it for long, so you need to hurry. Don't worry, I'm here. I know my own limits. Seeing Han Madhu stay behind, a worried Kim Yuzo yelled, hey. Madhu, but Madhu already had a plan. I've absorbed some pretty strong demons before, even one of these things. So if I take a hit that should kill me, I might just get stronger. He threw a punch right away, but Madhu totally underestimated the Rakshasas. The thing dodged to the side. It was way faster and stronger than before. No freaking way even learned how to counter-attack him. Just that one hit had Madhu hurting like hell. It was unbearable. If I want to beat this demon, I gotta find its weak spot. And I need to evolve just like it is. His whole body was still shaking when the Rakshasa grabbed a hold of Madhu. It straight up slammed him down into the ground. A feeling of total despair washed over him. Are my bones broken? But why isn't my body changing? My healing factor is too fast, so the ability can't trigger. Does that mean I can't level up like it did just then? The Rakshasa raised its hand, ready to finish Madhu off. Without even hesitating, he challenged it. Go on and kill me, you bastard. The creature brought down a vicious attack. At the same time, Kim Yuzo rushed over, screaming it's dangerous. He turned his head and warned him stay back, but he didn't listen. Using his acid ability and throwing it on the Rakshasa, that move successfully pissed it off. Realizing something was wrong, he looked up startled. The Rakshasa was right in front of him. Kim Yusu's body was frozen in pure fear, as it casually smacked him right in the head. Before he could even react, the Rakshasa attacked again and again. Kim Yusu's face was a pitiful, swollen mess in no time. Madhu rushed in and grabbed the Rakshasa from behind. He even bit down hard on its flesh with his own teeth, to get revenge for his friend. He tore off a piece of its skin. The Rakshasa's head became strangely distorted. Madhu hurried over to Kim Yuzo, who was lying on the ground. Are you okay? Why did you come back to save me? He looked up at him helplessly and explained. This is all my fault. How could I just run away? I'm the weakest one, that's why I dragged you into this. Madhu, you have to get out of here. After saying that, Kim Yuzo exhaustedly passed out in Madhu's arms. He realized how bad the situation was. If I leave him here, he's gonna die. I can't wait for the others to show up. I gotta handle this myself. With that thought, Madhu got up to face the Rakshas. Looking at the number on its chest, he realized it still had 3 more evolutions left. No way can I let it reach the 10th stage. I gotta destroy its core before it evolves again. After a struggle, Madhu found the Rakshasa's heart. It was right in front of him, still beating like crazy. He even felt a surge of relief. There it is, good thing it hasn't evolved yet. I need to absorb it now. But before Madhu could even savor the moment, the Rakshas punched its hand straight through his body. It all happened so fast he couldn't even react. Just like that, Madhu fell backward hard. Clearly he was no match for this terrifying Rakshasa. At the same time, the wound on his chest started to heal. He couldn't move his body anymore. A smile appeared on Madhu's face. It evolved. There's nothing I can do now. Its huge hand gripped his head. The Rakshasa lifted Madhu's body into the air. It started to wind up again, getting ready for another powerful punch. He gritted his teeth, bracing for the coming blow. A loud noise echoed as the Rakshasa, with all its might, threw him into the distance. In a daze, his body flew through the air. Madhu realized the Rakshasa was approaching Kim Yuzo's body. He couldn't let that monster touch his friend. Madhu screamed desperately at the Rakshasa's no. A loud crash, everything went chaotic, and his body was completely turned to stone. A strange sight occurred. Madhu's body slowly cracked and shattered. He was reborn stronger than before, his face still stunned. He couldn't believe what just happened. The scene from moments ago flashing through his mind. Terrified, he started running. Kim Yuzo, please be okay. He noticed something was off. Madhu's speed was picking up. That demon's evolution is too fast. At this rate, I'm gonna be too late. He finally got back to where they were, but the Rakshasa was nowhere in sight, leaving Madhu confused. The sand demon, it's gone. Worried, he looked all around. Where did it go? His phone rang in his pocket, grabbing his attention. Looking at the tracker on the screen made Madhu jump from District 12 to 8. It's already moved to the next area. Right then, a call came in from Dudokman. As soon as he picked up, he asked Madhu, "You saw the Rakshasa?" He nodded seriously in confirmation. "Yeah. I was about to report it," he continued. "It rushed outside, but things are stable for now. Don't worry, we'll be there to back you up." Soon after he hung up, Madhu was bewildered. He hung up already? I was about to say more. He thought to himself, whatever. I already let the other members know, so they'll come eventually. Right now, I gotta find Kim Yuzo and get him somewhere safe. A sound made Madhu look up and alert. The next sight made him freeze. A familiar large figure caught his eye. Kim Yuzo. Madhu rushed over. Are you okay? Are you hurt? But Hanma, who realized his hand was covered in red syrup. Turns out, Kim Yuzo had been brutally murdered by the Rakshasas. He couldn't believe it. This can't be happening. His face slowly twisted in horror. Officer Kim Hanma quickly held him. I need to spit out the golden sand, to use my healing ability on him. Seeing no reaction from Kim Yuzo, he screamed, hey. Open your eyes, don't you close them please. Finally Kim Yuzo slowly opened his eyes. His hand twitched ever so faintly. After a moment, Han Madhu realized there was no miracle happening here. No one knew what he was thinking. He just took off his jacket and draped it over Kim Yuzo's body. Then he turned and walked back into the room. Kim Yuzo's cold body lay still, but Han Madhu couldn't keep his cool. Elsewhere, Kongzana had reached the mountain range. She made a phone call. I'm heading up the mountain now. Has the team leader arrived yet? Dudokman driving reported seriously. On my way. An alert on his phone made him freeze. Ninth stage, how can a demon like that be here? Don't you go in alone, Kongzana. Wait for me to get there so we can fight it together. A second though. DOC man finished talking. This huge noise rips through the place. A bunch of looky-loos start crowding around. What the hell is going on? An earthquake. Kongzana's face just gets more and more freaked out. What the hell is a 10th gate? While Dudokman's trying to focus on driving, Soleil Dun starts whining. A 10th gate demon at Ganseo station. If we don't stop it, everyone's gonna be in deep crap. Kim lay back signals him chill out. But it looked like Soul Laden was in a total rush. Just hurry up. The driver just nods all right. Elsewhere, John Jion is also racing to the scene. A red light, damn it. Xana is still trying to sprint into the forest. No time to wait for the rest of the team. I gotta find that demon fast. And stop it from getting to the populated areas. Suddenly the scene in front of her makes Xana freeze. A dark figure in the yellow dust catches her eye. Found it, realizing it's Hanma's familiar face. She calls out Hanma. He turns his head and snaps. Don't come over here, just go back. His reaction totally confuses her. What are you talking about? What are you trying to do? But he just keeps telling her, hurry and go back, I'll take this demon down quick. His face gets all intense. Xana rushes to calm him down. Whatever it is, just take a breath and talk to me. I'm not leaving until you explain. Spit it out, what the hell happened here? Han Madhu doesn't hide the truth. It's a demon that can evolve to a higher level every time it takes a fatal hit. She stares stunned at what's behind him. A demon and can evolve, it's still just a dim dark space in front of her, but then a tall dark silhouette appears. The Rakshasa has now evolved into a terrifying monster. It finally clicks for Kongzana when they said evolving to the 10th gate. You're the one dealing with it here. Hanmadou tightens his grip on his weapon. Let me handle this, I have to kill that demon. His eyes are filled with nothing but pure hatred. After saying that, he points his weapon straight at his own body. Seeing what Hanma is doing, Kongzana rushes to stop him. Wait. What the hell are you doing? His voice is totally calm. I've also absorbed an evolving demon just like that one. Now if I take a fatal wound, I can evolve and get stronger too. His unstable mindset makes her freeze. He seems completely unhinged. What happened here? But Xana still tries to reason with him. Hey. Just wait, the rest of the team is almost here. Knowing that everyone else would be in danger just makes him more anxious. I don't need anyone's help. She storms forward, pissed off. So you're just gonna throw yourself at that demon? All alone? You're just trying to get yourself killed, aren't you? Han Madhu yanks his weapon back. Even if I die, I'm taking that demon down with me. Before she can even react, he shoves it straight into his own body. Bright red blood splatters onto Xana, and she's just lost a few seconds later. He slowly collapses to the ground. The yellow dust swirls up, getting thicker. Sweat pours down her face. In total disbelief, she freezes, realizing Han Madhu has already shed his skin many times. Just how many fatal blows has he taken? Just then the Rakshasa attacks her from behind. Everything happens so fast, Xana can't react out of pure instinct. She throws up her arm to block a surprise attack on me. But at the last second a hand shoots out and stops it. Turns out, Han Madhu had successfully evolved into another, more powerful being. He easily twists the Rakshasa's arm back. Thanks to his regeneration, Han Madhu can get close to it easily, and his power is jacked up because of it. The Rakshasa just stands there, watching its arm get snapped by him. Then, it uses its powerful hand to grab him by the throat. It tries to pull the same move as before, slamming Hanma's body hard into the ground. The ground around them is totally shattered, but Hanma's face shows zero sign of pain. At the same time, the Rakshasa's arm starts to regenerate. He's in no hurry. He slowly opens his mouth, then gracefully grabs onto its body, getting ready to counter. Just then, Dokman finally arrives. Damn it, what the hell is happening? An alarm blares, making him jump. What's that noise? Xana seems to realize something's wrong too. This seems totally different from the Hanmado I know. She remembers his familiar face, and all his clueless actions, to get revenge for his friend, Kim Yuzo. He just keeps punching and kicking relentlessly. The Rakshasa probably never expected to be this pathetic. Seizing the chance, he leaps into the air. Xana can't believe it when she sees his face now. This is the first time I've ever seen his face so blank. Why did he change so suddenly? The more he fights, the stronger Hanmadu gets. But the Rakshasa's arm regenerates again super fast. While it's still chilling, he charges at it from behind. The creature swings its fist up in a flash. Maybe he got too cocky, cause Hanmadu takes the full force of the punch. His whole body goes flying back, so hard that even the forest around them is messed up by their battle. Hanmadu finally smashes hard against a cliff face. Seeing things are bad, Xana rushes forward. Hanmadu just as she's about to jump in. Dokman stops her. Lucky for her, he showed up just in time. At the same time, Dokman snaps at her. Annoyed Officer Kong, you just stay put. This is a 10th gate demon. You can't mess with this thing. This makes her a little flustered. Captain, what's the damage report? Before she can even finish, Dokman cuts her off. Officer Kong, Xana, why is Hanmadu here? Wasn't he supposed to be at home? The scene cuts to the main headquarters in the city. Dudong yells furious. There's a 10th gate demon in Gang Seogu. After gathering intel, Gayam nods in confirmation. That's right, I got the report from Captain Dokman. The Incheon branch has already sent personnel to assist. She's the director of the Incheon branch. Ligaya she continues her report. I'll report this to Director Ito, in case the Incheon side can't handle this demon. Dudong asks him, annoyed. You hear that? The guy just keeps staring at his phone. Bored, yeah. It's been about 2 years, huh? Ever since that 10th gate demon appeared on Mount Sirak. She has to nod and continue. Back then, every single agent sent on that mission was killed. The damage to the public was massive. To hearing this, Jang Ito stands up. Don't sweat it, the Gang Seogu team will be fine. They've got Captain Dokman there. Plus a weird smile spreads across his face. Like he just remembered Hanmadu. They've got that kid there. Right before the last attack, he stood up like nothing even happened. Dokman couldn't believe his eyes. Was he insane? Stop it, Hanmadu. But he completely ignored him, leaping into the air. Hanmadu was dead set on facing the Rakshasa. To the very end, the beast wasn't about to back down either, raising its own fist. The two of them immediately clashed, with the insane muscle power. This was the moment everyone was waiting for. Maybe because the Rakshasa's power was just too insane, Hanma's arm got wrecked. In fact, you could say his right arm was completely gone. It seized the opportunity, getting close and slamming its hand on his chest. In this fight, it looked like the Rakshasa had the upper hand. Dokman saw what was happening and started to panic. This is bad, I can't let him keep fighting like this. Just when everyone thought the fight was over, Hanmadu started his counter-attack. His missing right arm slowly rose into the air again. Without a second's hesitation, he shoved his arm straight into the Rakshasa's mouth, his own mouth opening wide at the same time. Looks like my healing speed's getting faster. The wounds on his body started to heal, regenerating at an unbelievable speed. It all happened in just a few seconds. Hanmadu's arm then pierced right through the Rakshasa's head. Dokman finally understood his plan. No way he can punch through that monster's skull. With his bare hands, Hanmadu coldly pulled his hand out of its head. As the monster collapsed to the ground, he started biting its body. Then he ripped off a chunk of its flesh with his teeth. Even Kong, Xana watching from the side, couldn't believe it. Looks like it can't regenerate anymore. He slammed the Rakshasi down into the ground, and just kept swinging. Hanmadu's face was a total blank. Even though it was already down, he attacked relentlessly. Seeing this, Dokman rushed over Hanmadu. Stop it, Kang. Xana also came right up beside him. She just casually lopped off the Rakshasa's head with her sword. It seemed like this exhausting battle was finally over. Hanmadu finally noticed his own trembling body. She gently pulled him into a hug to comfort him. It's okay, it's all over now. Just then Giant ran up. Is everything over here? Looks like it wasn't the captain and Officer Khan who handled the monster, huh? Dokman sighed and announced to everyone. It was Hanmadu. He took that monster down. So Leiden's eyes went wide with disbelief. He took down a stage 10 monster. All by himself. Ham's vision started to blur. The scene shifts to a fancy funeral home in the city. A portrait of Kim Yuzo smiled down at everyone, while his family was still crying their eyes out. In despair, the team stood silently to the side. No one saying a word. Dugak's face was etched with unspeakable sadness. Kongzana looked over with concern. "Are you okay?" Dugakmin sighed helplessly. "I still can't get over it," she probed further. How was Officer Kim Yuzo's case handled? He informed her that headquarters had already sent people to take care of everything. Luckily, his body was still intact. It hadn't been eaten. You could say this place isn't safe anymore. Suddenly Xana noticed something. What about Han Matu? Have you been able to contact him yet? Though Dokman didn't try to hide anything. He submitted his resignation and just left. This was pretty serious, so it needed to be reported to the higher UPS. Hearing that she was about to say something else. Give me some time, let me convince him. But it seemed like he already knew what was coming. He's not coming back, I've been through this before. So I get it. When I was in Seoul, a stage 10 demon appeared during the fight. A lot of team members died because of it. I was the only one who made it out alive. Saying this, Do Dokman took a step forward. He sighed, explaining helplessly. Watching my comrades die like that, I felt so hopeless. Inside a familiar rented room, Han Madu lay in a corner. I'll never forget the reality of that day. Even with his eyes closed, he couldn't fall asleep. In a corner of the room, a door suddenly creaked open. Following that, a hand covered in bright red syrup appeared. It quickly began to search every inch of the room. Noticing something was wrong, Madu shot up. The familiar figure of Ito appeared right there. He smiled in a friendly way and chatted. I just wanted to talk to you. That's all, no need to be so scared. Madu quickly backed away. How the hell did you get in here? It seemed Ito couldn't care less about his attitude. I came right over. After finishing up some tasks at the scene, he even picked up Madu's shirt and used it to wipe the blood off his own face. I heard that after the incident with Officer Kim Yuzo, you locked yourself in your room and haven't come out. Han Madu let out a sad sigh. So you came here to blame me for what I did, right? The man shook his head and continued. Nope. Not at all. For specialized officers, sacrifice is a normal thing. Kim Yuzo was just too weak. So it's no surprise he ended up dead. These heartless words startled Han Madu. What the hell did he just say? At the same time, Jang Ito placed the bloody shirt on the table. I'm just worried about you. How are you gonna keep doing this job? If you're like this, and what's worse, you'll end up just like your father. His voice was incredibly calm. Jang Ito stared intently into his face. I absolutely do not want you to follow in your father's tragic footsteps. Han Madu's expression completely changed. So you know about my father? He chuckled and continued. That's right, your father and I worked together. Or to put it simply, we were both platoon leaders in the same squad. He shot up and glared at him. For real? Ito continued his story. Man, remembering those times we went into action together, killing those demons, what a rush. The whole squad scrambled up to see what was what. In all that thick dark smoke, it looked like the Rakshasa had totally vanished. They all rushed in to get a closer look. Check if that thing's still kicking. Even Han Soo-won was panting, frantically scanning the area. Then out of nowhere, the damn Rakshasa's familiar shape reappeared. It totally froze him in his tracks. Turns out this monster wasn't completely dead yet. Its face twisted into this smug-ass grin. Ito just stared around all dazed like, what's with all this yellow sand? Staring at the Rakshasa, everyone realized the freak was healing. Without wasting a second, they all opened fire. Just unloading on it lighted up now. It scrambled back trying to dodge, but no dice. Guess it got too pissed off. The Rakshasa just went straight for the kill, taking everyone out. Watching his teammates get wiped out right in front of him completely broke Han Soo-won. No. This can't be happening. Even Ito got seriously messed up fighting that demon. Our whole platoon was practically wiped out. The whole scene was a total nightmare. Appearing in front of him, Ito pushed through the pain and walked over. You okay, Han Soo-won? But the guy still couldn't accept what happened. Everyone's dead. What the hell is going on? It's that yellow sand. He suddenly snapped his head up, looking around, and Han Soo-won's face started twisting into something dark and obsessive. There's still a demon here. It's not over. Watching him turn and bolt left Ito completely baffled. Han Soo-won, get back here now. But he was already gone. With no other choice, Ito had to go find him. When he finally spotted the guy's familiar silhouette, Ito went up to him. I've been looking all over for you. Man, where did you run off to? But what he saw next made his blood run cold. Right in front of Ito was a freaking terrifying Rakshasa. He screamed out a warning. Han Soo-won, get back. Just then the guy turned his head to look at him, but no one could figure out the weird look in his eyes. There's no choice. I have to stop this demon. Ito was just about to charge forward and intervene. What the hell are you talking about? Suddenly, A freaking portal ripped open right in front of him. He stared confused as the rift grew wider. From inside it, a pair of eyes locked onto Ito. And then a hand reached out. Before he could even react, the hand stabbed straight through his body. Back in the present, Ito is still telling his story. That's when the demon attacked me. And its blood fused with mine. That's how I got my powers. And I went out and gathered others like me to fight back against those things. That's what this whole special paranormal ops organization is. But Hanma-do was dying to know what happened next. What about my dad? Jang Ida fought back. I tried to convince him to join the organization, but it was no use after he got his demonic power. Your dad was a completely different person. He was always unstable back then. You could say your dad only had one goal: to get to the underworld. Han Manju's face completely changed, flashing back to the past. Han Suin asks a question. So I have to go to the underworld? Han Mandu kept begging his father to let him go. Jang Ito continued his story. Your dad, he chose to become a demon to get even more power. That's the only way to beat those freaks. Of course he couldn't believe it. What do you mean he turned himself into a demon? He sighed and shot him a look. We've already got demon blood in us. It means we can enter the underworld without any restrictions. Later that night, back at his apartment, Han Mandu just stared at the family photo in his hand. They looked so happy back then. So dad chose to go to the underworld to become a demon. He remembered what Jang Ito told him before he left about this fight. If you give up now and decide you're too weak, then I'll just have to write you off as useless. Get stronger, don't lose your mind like your father did. Han Madhu honestly had no clue what to do. The next morning at HQ, Do Dokman had this judgmental look in his eyes. Staring ahead, he glanced sadly at Madhu's empty desk. He's not coming in today either. I'm heading to the Incheon branch to process Hamadu's resignation. Just as he was about to leave, Dana stood up and made a serious announcement to everyone. And I'm going to his place. Then a familiar voice cut in. Sorry I'm late. Han Madhu walked in looking embarrassed. Everyone just froze when they saw him. Han Madhu was still lost in his own head. I have to stick with this job and find my dad. And the truth about the demons. I just can't believe my dad would go to the underworld and become one of them. The scene cuts over to Jang Ito. He steps into this totally weird space. In front of him, a Rakshasa is being held down. Its body restrained. Ito looks up. Preparations are complete. It's time to enter the underworld. He stared at the thing in front of him, full of anticipation. The scene shifts back to the office. The vibe inside is totally dead. John Giant suddenly stands up and says loudly, Yo. It's 12 time for lunch, people. But Han Madhu was totally bummed out. I'm not hungry, you guys go ahead. What else could they do, so they just had to leave? Jun Giant complained, so in the end, it's just the four of us eating. Ever since that whole thing with Kim Woo-yo, Han Madhu's been so down. I'm actually worried. Kong-san glanced over at Nam Hoseokak. It's not just Han Madhu, the whole team's been in a funk. The vibe sucks. Later that night, Dudokman gets out of the shower and walks into the room. He looks at Han Madhu's pathetic state and then orders him around. Han Madhu, while I'm making ramen, you take out the trash. After grabbing the garbage and heading outside, he's totally surprised to see Zana there, which confuses him. Officer Khan, you live here too? She nods seriously and explains. It's close to the office, so it's convenient for getting to work. It's not just me, officer. John Jeon and Kim Lee Back are on the floor below too. Looks like he gets it now. Kong Zana suddenly notices something. Han Madhu is still holding all these different bags of trash. Oh, I see. She takes some of the bags from him to lighten his load. Let me help. He quickly shakes his head. No. It's fine, she explains. If you're having a hard time, I'll help you. You don't have to keep beating yourself up over what happened to Kim Woo-yo. That was on the whole gang was squad. Han Madhu just looked away defeated. No, it was my fault. Don't try to make me feel better. But Zana got right in his face. I'm not trying to make you feel better. I'm telling you to get over it. That's just how everyone lives, man. Just look at our squad. Every single person here has lost someone important to get where they are. He was totally confused. Everyone's lost someone important. What's that supposed to mean? Han Madhu quickly changed the subject, calling out, hey. Let me get that, it looks heavy. Right then the damn alarm started screaming. A worn-out Dudokman showed up to announce. It's a level 6 Rakshasa Jihun Nam Hozak. Han Madhu, you're up. Go now. My stomach's killing me. Must have been that pork belly last night. He was still carefully suiting up. Suddenly Soldad, off to the side, noticed something and raised his hand with a serious offer. Oh, I'll go instead of Officer Han Madhu. What if something happens to him out there alone? Noticing his mood, a worried Junjian rushed over. What did you just do to my guy? She shot him a dirty look. That dude's gloomy attitude is so damn annoying. She was still laying into him. You said you needed to think right. A little later, everyone was heading out on the mission. Out of nowhere, Jian spun around to glare at Sule Dun. Officer Soul, watch your mouth. He couldn't even see Han Madhu's face, but he still shot back, all pissed off. Why the hell should I care about that weakling? Instead of wasting time on him, we need to find this Rakshasa. And fast the second the words left his mouth, something smacked him right in the forehead. So Layden went down hard and fast. He was still totally confused about what just happened. Annoyed, So Layden sat up, grabbing his head. What the hell is going on? His eyes blew wide open as he realized something was seriously wrong. Right in front of Sol Laydown was a massive Rakshasa, and it had already taken out his teammates. He scrambled to get his gloves on to do something. Crap, here it comes. But before he could even lift a finger, the Rakshasa was quickly taken care of. He just stood there totally dumbfounded, watching the monster's body crash to the ground. A confused Junjian walked up. What happened? Is the Rakshasa dead already? He just nodded. Yeah. Looks like it. Noticing something wasn't right, Nam Hoseok, okay, gasped. That's Zhang. He looked totally shocked to see the cat just sitting there. Junjian got closer and asked, what's wrong? Is that your cat? Nam Hoseok was still staring, completely floored. It looks exactly like my cat. But how could he be all the way out here? Come on, let's get back to the office. I'll feed you. It's dangerous. You can't be running around, man. Why are you so heavy? Sol and Don rushed up to stop him. Hold up, are you seriously bringing a cat into the office? From behind, Young Jae-hyun just waved her hand like whatever. Let him be. Officer Nam Hoseok looks happy for once. After they got back to the room, he announced all cheerfully, check out what I found up on the mountain. The sight of the cat made Han Madhu and Xana totally freeze. She screamed at him. Put that thing down right now. Officer Nam Hoseok, doesn't he realize it's the Rakshasa? But it's cute. You're being so mean. At the same time, the Rakshasa transformed. It quickly attacked everyone. They were probably caught completely off guard, because everybody got nailed. The Rakshasa leapt down to the ground below. Realizing it was running outside, stunned Nam Hoseok, and he chased after it without a second thought, screaming, Jang, don't go. But it didn't give a damn about him. Nam Hoseok kept chasing what he thought was his cat. Realizing it was getting faster and faster, this just made him more worried. Jang, the next thing he saw, made Nam Hoseok freeze in his tracks. In front of him stood a horrifying Rakshasa. A little while later, dude, Hawkman gradually sat up. My head, what the hell was that Rakshasa? Then it finally clicked for him. Wait, are you telling me you dragged a Rakshasa all the way back from the mountain? When everyone turned to stare at Nam Hoseok, he desperately tried to explain. No, I swear it looked exactly like my cat. Jang, the other two with me saw a cat too. So why am I the only one getting blamed? And Officer John Giant to just then. She cut him off. Enough. We can play the blame game later. Look at the gold dust in the building. The Rakshasa is definitely in here. Let's start with whatever is behind that door. Looks like it's creating illusions. Everyone be careful. And with that, they all stepped into a totally different space. Even Nam Hoseok was blown away. Whoa, is all of this an illusion? This is insane. Kong Xana was the first one to react. Look, the Rakshasa. Everyone looked off into the distance, where a hazy black figure appeared before them. It was a massive, horrifying spider Rakshasa. Then they all noticed a little boy, barely breathing, lying at the Rakshasa's feet. Junjion's face completely changed. No, it can't be. She suddenly remembered a face, her sweet little boy mommy. But now that happy memory was completely shattered. Junjion ran forward, totally broken, screaming, Tina. Luckily Xana was there to grab her. Officer John, it's too dangerous. She just kept screaming and crying. I have to go. This is the place where I first met a Rakshasa. My son is over there. But Xana held her back. Snap out of it, that's not real. It's just an illusion. Then suddenly, she realized something was wrong. The memory flashed back to earlier, when that thing hit all of them in the forehead. The Rakshasa had touched our foreheads with something. Right, it must have injected something into our brains to read our memories. Han Madhu pointed at the other Rakshasas to the side. So is that guy an illusion too? Sol Ladon stepped up, ready to fight. No. That one's definitely real. It's recreating it from the Rakshasa info in our blood. He thought to himself, totally confused. Recreating a Rakshasa, he remembered what Ito said, that the blood of Rakshasas flows in the bodies of anyone with basic Rakshasa abilities, which means we're the ones carrying the Rakshasa seeds. It finally hit Hanmadu. Wait. So the Rakshasas that gave us our powers, it's going to be recreated right here. Kongzana nodded in agreement. Dead serious, that's right. The captain's level 10 Rakshasas, even Hanmadu's gluttony Rakshasas, they could all show up. He was terrified, just looking at the giant monster in front of him. If we can't kill this recreated Rakshasa, we're totally screwed. Hanma's whole vibe shifted. If he couldn't kill that demon, I'll have to face gluttony. A horrifying scene flashed through his mind, something he knew he couldn't deal with. If it actually happened, if it shows up, what are the others gonna do? Dudokman's voice cut through his thoughts. Hanmadu, don't worry. Nobody's gonna die, whatever, as long as we got each other's backs. I saw everyone just charge in, not even flinching at that massive beast. Xana just flips around and nails the Rakshasas easy. The thing starts shaking all over, and collapses to the ground. Then Xana lands like perfectly. She and Soul lay down, could totally team up and wreck monsters. No problem. Suddenly this weird mist rolls in. And so Leiden looks back all confused. Another door. Where the hell did that demon go? Kongzana walks over to Giant like, you good? The girl's eyes were all puffy from crying, but she still shook her head. I'm fine. Hamato just watched the whole scene, saying nothing. Did Officer June Giant really lose her son to those damn demons? His eyes went cold with rage. That bastard demon Soul the Dun just tells everyone, we gotta find that demon if we want to get out of here. Then he just opens a door and walks into another room. The scene inside just left. Hanmadu staring totally lost. This was Officer Kim Lee-bak's memory. The dude just broke down crying. His wife used to have such a happy life with his wife. But then crap hit the fan, and a Rakshasa just destroyed everything. Nam Hoseok spotted something messed up, and screamed a warning. Demon. On the ceiling, a little Rakshasa was watching their every move. It looked totally disgusting, with gross bits of mold falling off it. Hanmadu freaked and stumbled back. Oh no, its spores are inside me. Then he just starts puking up a ton of mold. He looks over at the others. Totally panicked. It's spreading to my lungs too fast. What happened to the others? It's too late. Hanmadu realized. Everyone else was just passed out on the floor. He asked himself, wait, am I the only one who can heal fast here? Guess it's on me to finish this thing. Can't just stand around. Hanmadu launched himself at the mold Rakshasa. He used his skill and, without even thinking, bit down hard on its body, ripping off a chunk of its flesh. Finally, Hanmadu's body slammed onto the ground. Everything started to go back to normal, and bright sunlight flooded the room. Hanmadu slowly sat up, trying to get his head straight. Can't absorb demon energy. Damn, this sucks. But he still checked on the others. Everyone all right? Nam Hoseo OC touched his neck. Still in shock. I seriously thought I was a goner. At the same time, Kongzana glanced over at him. Hey Hanmadu. Over in the corner, Kim lay back, was just sitting there not moving. She walked closer and explained. Officer Kim's wife, she died because of that demon. He was completely wrecked over his wife's death. Hanmadu got it. He totally understood that pain. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, so everyone on Team Goody Bear has lost someone important here. It's not just me who's hurting. I don't need to keep beating myself up like this. No more whining. Just then, Soldan shoved him aside. Hey, get over it. The side of his back just pissed Hamato off. Just when I was having a moment, he had to snap me out of it. The guy just kept walking. Don't get in my way like it was nothing. Soldan reached out to open the door. Hanmadu rushed to stop him. Don't open it. We have no idea what kind of demon is in there. Of course the guy didn't listen. We're just gonna kill it anyway. So who cares what it is, let's just do this. Another space opened up and Soldan just froze. Hanmadu tried to see what was going on. Who's that over there? Realizing it was a younger version of Sol Ledin, he turned back and asked, that's your memory? Isn't it? The guy was about to curse him out. You don't move. Get back. A pair of gigantic Rakshas's hands appeared. They were huge. You could feel the power coming off them. Its name was the Fallen Demon. Soledad put a hand to his chest and started begging, grant me demon power. I want to be stronger than my dad. His voice was filled with his crazy desire. Hanmadu's whole expression changed. What, he actually wants demon power? He's insane. The kid frowned and explained seriously. It's the only way I can fight him. But the Rakshasa didn't give a damn, and just cracked its knuckles. At the same time, Saladon's leg was snapped backwards. The demon immediately raised a fist ready to strike. The guy just sighed, clearly annoyed by the whole thing. Alright, let's just end this stupid game. After saying that, Solid held out his hand and cracked his own knuckles. At the exact same time, the Rakshasa's arm got twisted back. His mood swung wildly. Just die already. But he never expected the Rakshasas to have so many damn fingers. His knuckles kept getting snapped, and Suliden's body twisted as the bones inside him shattered. And just like that, everyone watched him crash to the ground. Pissed off, Soliden charged forward. Xana wasn't about to be left behind and rushed in too. Dodokman and June Giant were on the side, trying to play defense. It was obvious they were having a hard time with this monster. Madhu's face started to show real fear. This is too dangerous. The Rakshasa's hand went up, and it cracked its knuckles again. Everyone there felt it. Madhu was still trying to figure out how to take this thing down. Now the fallen demon is way too strong for us. Just one hit from the Rakshasa had Madhu on the ground, shaking in pain. He slowly tried to pull himself together. He stared helplessly at the monster. Damn, it's strong. That dude's got Rakshasa powers. But so lit on, what the hell is he doing? He looked back and saw the guy just lying there. Hamadi was pissed. Hey, you've got the same damn powers, so why are you just lying there instead of fighting? That really set him off. Damn it. Who the hell does that guy think he is? I want to have Rakshasa powers that are even stronger than my dad's, but I'm losing to that guy. If I don't do something, having these Rakshasa powers is totally pointless. Just then the monster raised its hand again. With no other choice, Madhu got into a defensive stance. Here it comes again. The knuckles cracked one more time, and it felt like every bone in Madhu's body completely shattered. He was in so much pain. He couldn't even speak, couldn't move a muscle. His evolved Rakshasa power wasn't kicking in to heal him. In fact, it's making it worse. After taking care of Madhu, the Rakshasa walked right past his body, then seemed to remember something. He turned his head and yelled, "Captain, do something!" But Dokman seemed just as helpless. I want to rip its eyes out, but I can't even lift my arm. The healing's way too slow. Hamidu was speechless, thinking, this boss is freaking useless. Then he turns to Soladun. Hey Soladun, get your ass in gear and do something. You're the one with the Asura powers. The Asura was closing in on the weakest members of the team. It reached out ready to finish off the rest of them. Soladun gritted his teeth, his mind made up, and announced, shut up, I know. Pushing himself to the limit, he finally severed one of the Asura's arms. Xana struggled to sit up, seizing the chance. She lunged forward to attack, her sword striking the Asura's shoulder. She felt helpless, realizing she was still way too weak. So damn weak, my bones are all broken. I can't put any power into it. Now it was the Asura's turn to strike back. It grabbed Xana and threw her into the air. She couldn't even believe what was happening. Wait, what the hell is this? She realized she could see everything around her. Madhu off to the side noticed something weird. Officer Kong is floating in midair. What's going on? It seems Soladun had spotted the anomaly too. She's not floating, it's something terrifying. Hundreds of the Assyrian's hands appeared in the air, all pointing in the same direction. All of its hands were gripping Xana's body, making it impossible for her to fight back. The shattered bones in her body broke all over again. From the agonizing pain, Xana screamed in despair. Her agonizing cries made even Madhu's heart ache. He couldn't take it anymore. He charged forward instantly. Stop it! The Asura quickly turned its attention to him, grabbing him by the neck, and then proceeded to throw his body into the air. Madhu wanted to resist, but he had no strength left. What is this? I can't see anything. Layton's eyes narrowed, as he noticed something wasn't right. It's an invisible hand. If the Asura gave me this power, then I should be able to do it too. He bit his own hand, then looked up at the Asura. Finally a miracle happened. An invisible hand gripped the monster's head, holding it still, seizing the opportunity. Soldan yelled Huanga Hio to everyone now. Something shot straight through the monster's head. It turned out to be Junjian's pet. She was overjoyed, barely able to believe it. We won. Everyone was thinking the same thing. But I'm so tired. Madhu and Xana didn't even have the energy to move during the break, so Li Dan thought to himself quietly, still. Thanks to Janjuan's Asura, I discovered a new ability. A voice called out, grabbing his attention. Hey, watch closely. Madhu stretched and appeared in front of him, even giving a supportive wink. Just do that next time. But these actions just pissed Li Dan off even more. Just eat and mind your own business. What good is a guy who only knows how to bite and tear things apart? Madhu got pissed off again. This bastard. I give him good advice and he just insults me. Feels familiar. He turned and walked away. Damn it, they hadn't rested for long before another Asura appeared. A sound echoed through the room. making everyone shudder. Sweat poured down Hanmadu's face as Nam Hoseo glanced around nervously. What was that noise? It came from behind the door. It seemed Kongzana had also figured out something was wrong. It looks like Hanmadu's gluttony Asura. There was no other choice. He stepped forward. So it's finally my turn, huh? Standing before the massive door, he didn't know what to do, but Hanmadu opened it anyway. A voice from inside made him freeze. Dad. In front of everyone was a young Hanmadu, hiding behind Han Suwang. The sight made the entire team freeze in shock. Even Name Hoseasa looked a little scared. That's the gluttony Asura, but Suldan on the side seemed to notice something wasn't right. Kongzana quickly understood, but that gluttony Asura, it has eyes. Back then Hanmadu begged repeatedly. Let go, let me go, Dad. Han Suwan paid no attention, and just kept lecturing him. This is the only way you can step into the abyss. If you want to protect the people you care about, you have to claim the power of the gluttony Asura. The adult Hanma stood behind them, staring at his father's back. Protect people, he found it laughable. That's completely different from what the director said. Back then Ito had asked him coldly, are you going to throw away your humanity, like your father did? Hanma wondered why director Rang Ito would lie about his father. Meanwhile Ito was tapping his fingers on the table. Lower than expected, a surprised Ji Yuuk looked at him. What's lower this year? The number of people with Asura abilities has skyrocketed, because the Asuras are showing up more often. He seemed bored reading the report, but quantity doesn't matter. Quality is the issue. There are very few people with Asura powers, level 7 or higher, especially in the ancient branch. Compared to other places, she shot Ito in annoyed glare. So what do you want me to do? Force them to get stronger? He smiled. If it's necessary. Then yes. His words made Gay Amua react instantly. She stood up, slammed the table, and snapped. Are you saying we should deliberately delay deployment, just so some civilians get hurt, and awaken Asura powers? Director Rang Ito. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Suddenly a knock on the door caught their attention. A secretary rushed in to report, sir. It looks like the documents you requested will be delayed. We can't get in touch with Gang Ho Do's team. Hearing this, GMUK complained Gang Ho Do's team again. Find out why they're not answering now. Don't tell me they just clocked out early, because they had nothing to do elsewhere. The gluttony Ashera was screaming nonstop, a crazy howl. The sight of it rooted everyone to the spot. Man, I really wanted to clock out on time. Nam Hoseok suddenly pointed forward and yelled, wait. Look, the gluttony Asura is collapsing. Nobody understood what was happening. Finally, it completely vanished. A confused giant asked everyone, why did the glutton Asura disappear without a fight? Do Dokman's expression turned serious. He told them its form was different from a normal Asura. Hearing that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's a good thing, right? I really didn't want to fight something that creepy. Anyway, a moment later, Jian called out, hey sis. Kongzana turned her head, startled. She gave the door a dead serious look. Guess it was Specialist Kang's turn to handle this crap. She was way too calm, telling everyone, you guys wait here, I'm going in alone. Giant scrambled to stop Kongzana. Even Hanmadu, off to the side, was freaking out. What? Going in alone is suicide. But her voice was like totally chill. I want to take this thing down myself. Call it a warm-up for the next one. I'm out. And just like that, she reached out and opened the door. The team just stared after her, completely dumbfounded. Hamadu still couldn't believe it and stepped closer. Fighting alone, that's insane. Even Soleil Dun got his ass kicked by his own Rakshasas. There's no way she can win. I'm gonna sneak in and see what's up. Ahead of him was just this murky, dark void. Xana was going all out against the Rakshasa, but he noticed something was off. His sharp eyes immediately spotted something. Behind Xana's back, it was another damn Rakshasa. What the hell is that thing? Its eyes were so cold it freaked him out. Getting curious, Soleil Dun also crept closer to check it out, but a few seconds later his face was one of pure shock. They both seemed to realize it at the same time. Just like the gluttony Rakshasa, this one was also crumbling. Maybe the Rakshasa's power was just too insane. Kazana's sword shattered into pieces. Seizing the moment, the monster went in for the kill. Seeing her in deep shit, Hanmadu busted inside, yelling, Specialist Khan. But she just shut him down. Don't come in here, I told you I'd handle this myself. He shook his head, trying to get through to her. It's not that, just do it. Look at that thing's iron armor. The Rakshasas seemed to be changing, and Hanmadu was desperately trying to make Xana see it. Specialist Kong, you can do the same thing. His words made her pause for a few seconds, But then the door slammed shut right in his face. Hanmadu when he turned around. Soldan just calmly explained, "It's fine, this means we can win now." He screamed, "Why do you shut the door? I can't see what the hell is happening now." A huge crash from inside got everyone's attention. They all stare at the door, waiting to see how this crap show would end. Slowly the door creaked open as everyone watched, but the next second, a pair of hands covered in fresh blood appeared. Sweat was just pouring down Hanmadu's face. He was totally freaking out. Thank God Xana was back, she actually won. But it looked like she used up way too much juice. She started to wobble and just like that, Xana collapsed right into his arms. As Officer Khan watched this go down, Soul Laden muttered from behind, "Unfreaking believable. We usually have to team up to beat a normal Rakshasa, but Specialist Kong Xana just soloed an Iron Rakshasa." Then he remembered something. Jian, surprised, asked, "So does that mean there are only two left? Captain Dodokman and Nam Hoseo OC aren't done yet?" Even Nam Hoseo OC was confused, wondering to himself, "Yeah. But why hasn't the exit appeared?" Suddenly Soldan remembered something. Come to think of it, the Rakshasa we first met on the mountain had powers, a lot like Officer Nam Hoseok's. Totally normal hearing this. His eyes got all sad, so he decided to spill the whole story. "A year ago I lost the dog I was raising. So I went up the mountain to find him, and ran into a monster giant confused. Turned back, so what about Captain Dodokman's Rakshasas?" He just yawned like he couldn't care less. "Who knows? The memory Rakshasas probably cooked something up, so I forgot." Everyone was just speechless. "How do you just forget that dude's way to chill? You didn't do jack squat this time." To cut the awkwardness, Jose Ochoa just smiled. All right, at least we didn't have to face one of the top 10 scariest ones. That's a win." He nodded along. "The most important thing is that everyone on the team is safe." Hanmadu silently sighed with relief. "Yeah. The captain's right, everyone on the team being safe is the best we could ask for. We all went through some tough crap. Gotta treat him better from now on." Kim led back walked up to chat. "Did you find your cat, Jose?" Osi laughed and nodded. "Yeah. He's just lazing around at home." Looking down the hallway, they noticed the hazy smoke was starting to clear. The memory Rakshasa was gone. To Judokman, "Guessed you think Specialist Kong Xana killed the memory Rakshasa inside, and then got out. Whatever. Let's get Specialist Kong to a hospital first. You guys all worked your asses off. Let's go get some pork belly tonight." While he was still all cheerful, a fist came out of nowhere. An enraged Hanmadu decked him right in the face. Of course Dudokman didn't even see it coming. Everyone there just froze, but Hanmadu was still pissed, demanding, "You little punk. Are you a Rakshasa?" At the same time, Giant rushed forward to stop him. "Officer Hanmadu, what the hell are you doing?" To the captain, but it seemed like Hanmadu had spotted something sketchy. "This isn't the captain. Didn't the real captain get a stomachache from eating pork belly? Why would he suggest it again?" That made everyone freeze. Even Dodokman looked confused and couldn't believe it. "My stomach hurts so bad this time." Everyone jumped up and started wailing on him. "That's right, die. Dudokman, you damn Rakshasa punk." Seeing things were going south, the fake Dudokman quickly tried to stop them. "Wait, stop." He slowly got to his feet, right in front of everyone's shocked eyes. He bolted, running for it. They all yelled, "He's getting away." The team scrambled after the fake Dodokman. "Get back here," just in the nick of time. The real Dodokman came crashing through in a car, running the fake one over. Even so, lay down. Had to back up, totally stunned. He got hit by a car, no way. The guy inside the car screamed in terror. "What the hell was that? What did I hit?" The fake Dudokman's body quickly morphed back into a Rakshasa a little while later. Dudokman just sat there quietly listening to the story. "So you're telling me, while I was at the hospital with a stomachache, you guys let a Rakshasa here? If HQ finds out about this, we'll lose a whole year's pay. You get me? So this whole damn thing has to be top secret." Everyone just listened in silence. After a long-ass day, Xana was getting ready to head home. Finally done with this shift, a familiar voice called out, making her look Specialist Kong. She turned surprised to see Soleil done. "What's up?" he told her. "I need to talk to you, the Rakshasa from your memory. I've met it before in the past." Kong Xana's whole expression changed. "What? Where did you see it?" He wasn't sure if he should even be telling her that Rakshasa it was probably director Jong Ito. He sounded dead certain, flashback to 20 years ago, when Soldan was just a little kid. He called out, "Dad, are you working in the basement again today?" His mom just sadly nodded. "Your father doesn't care about us, so just ignore that guy." So Leon grabbed his sword and ran outside to the garden to mess around by himself. But curiosity got the best of him, and he crept closer to the cellar to check it out. It was so dusty he had to wipe off the glass, but what he saw made the color drain from his face. Inside there was this totally terrifying creature, with a black and reddish face, and these murderous eyes back in the present. Xana still couldn't believe what she was hearing. Chief Jang Ito, you're telling me he's the demon from my memory. But before she could even process it, so Leiden just kept going. That demon was the only thing in the basement where my dad worked. I was just a kid so I couldn't be sure. But after seeing Officer Kang's memories, now I know for sure it was him. Xana's face fell. If Chief Jang Ito is that demon, then why did he just stand by and watch my family get slaughtered? He sighed, totally defeated. That's what I want to know too. I became a special abilities officer, just to dig up dirt on Chief Jang Ito. If I can get some powerful demon abilities, I can work at the main HQ. Right then Xana got right in his face. She got dead serious. Memories aren't enough. You got any actual proof? Soul laid down, scowled and laid out his plan. I'm gonna prove I'm right, but I need something. He started looking around. Xana just stared at him confused. Need something? Scene changed to some big shot building downtown. Inside, Han Madhu and Xana are just sitting there, and he's getting a bad feeling about this. He finally blurted out, why the hell are we even here? She shot back, I told you. On the way over. Then he whirls around pissed and points at Solden. Yo, for real. Why am I getting dragged into this mess? Just because of some dumbass theory that punk came up with just then. The door swung open, and all three of them shut up instantly. I just strolled in with a smile. Sorry to keep you all waiting. The meeting ran late. He looked at them. Nothing you wanted to say. He glanced over at the three of them. Han Madhu was squirming, not knowing what to say. Well, but Soleil Dun just jumped right in. Officer Kong, Xana has awakened demon powers. And the chief was there, right? Handmaiden was shocked at how blunt the kid was. Damn, he's not pulling any punches. I just stayed completely calm, just tapping his fingers on the desk. And what are you implying with that? Xana glanced at him then spoke up. There was another demon in the room at the time, and I heard it was you, Chief. The room went dead silent. Ito seemed at a loss for words. So you all actually believe this kid's ridiculous little fantasy? He's just decided his own father is a demon because he can't deal with his mother's death. Hearing that bombshell, Han Mod, who froze solid. Your father just couldn't bear it anymore. So the Dun slammed his hands on the table and shot up, spitting his words right at Jang Ito. Leave my mother out of this. I just want to know who or what you really are. Hamato hidden with the golden sand. Let's see the chief's real form. Hamato was speechless. So this is why that little punk dragged me here. But I do just laughed, amused Mr. Hamato. If you use your golden sand when you're not on an official mission, the Ganghwa team won't be able to protect you anymore. That threat made Hanmaru hesitate. He had no idea what to do. Suddenly Kong Xana put a hand on his arm to calm him. Let's stop. I want to know the truth about my family's death, but not at your expense. Hanmaru, her words hit him hard. And he froze. An image of Xana's traumatic past flashed in his mind. And just like that he'd made his decision. He looked at her. You want to know? Don't you? The image of her little brother being killed flashed in her mind. Hamadu slowly got to his feet. The truth about what happened that day. The two of them just stared at each other in silence. Then he broke it. I'm siding with Soul Eden. And I'll take full responsibility for what happens next. He started taking off his jacket. Soul Eden, standing nearby, chimed in smoothly. Damn right. Seeing things spiral, Jang Hito sighed. This is giving me a headache. What stunt are you trying to pull on your own father? There was a slight edge to his voice, but Soul Eden just looked at him with pure disgust. I stopped thinking of you as my father the day you abandoned me and my mom. As the kid charged, Ito didn't even flinch. The force was so intense, all the glass in the room just exploded. Soul Eden didn't hesitate for a second, ramming his whole body straight into Ito. But the chief just stood there, tanking the hit, waiting to see what would happen next. The next second, Soul lay down, tackled Ito, sending them both plummeting from the high rise. Xana freaked out. You're trying to kill him? Hanmaru yelled. There's no golden sand out there. But the kid looked totally confident in his plan. Just watch, Ito thought to himself. Finding this whole situation way too amusing, Ito actually laughed, surprised. But his eyes were filled with irritation. What a pain. A few moments later, Lei Dan realized something was off. He whipped his head around and yelled. He's back. A pitch-black void opened up in front of them. And finally Ito reappeared right in front of them. The room was thrown into chaos as golden sand spewed endlessly from Ido's mouth. Hamadu and Xana were totally floored. He was puking up golden sand, just like Sol the Dun predicted. Seeing the chaos, Dudongan rushed in. What the hell is happening? What is all this golden sand? The sight inside made her stop dead in her tracks. Seeing it was Ito, she screamed, "Chief, what's going on?" Xana turned to Dudongan. "We're just having a little chat with the chief here. Turns out he's involved in my family's murder." Things were getting seriously messy. Then out of nowhere Ito asked, "Is it just the three of you who suspect me? Or does the entire Gangwa team feel this way?" His question silenced the whole room. Ido smoothed his hair back. Annoyed silence. "I'll take that as a yes then. Kids these days, honestly." Suddenly he thrust his hand forward, and just like that the space around them warped again. A spatial teleport. They had all been moved to a totally different location. Hanmadu was the first to snap out of it. "What the hell, why did we just teleport?" Jang Ito looked as calm as ever. Appearing in front of them all, Hanmadu immediately confronted him. "Chief, what the hell are you doing?" Ido just sighed and explained, his voice dead serious. "You people left me no choice with your suspicions. Besides," he added, "I can't have you getting blood and guts all over my office with that." Ito pointed a finger toward the sky. "This time he's using a freaking space rift, and everyone here is caught in it." Ido just swipes his hand through the air. Looks like Dudongan off to the side. Realizes he's ripping space apart and screams, "Get back." A seriously brutal attack just appears out of nowhere. Everyone hits the deck. Hamado can't believe this insane power. Lucky for them, everyone managed to duck and dodge in time. That's when Dudongan finally snaps at the chief. "Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing?" Jang Ito just smirks, all smug, and explains, "Just getting rid of the rotten parts. Some people saw things they shouldn't have. Too bad Dudongan and the division chief got dragged into this for nothing. She fought so hard against the demons. But she's gotta go to. Good thing Hanmadu is here. It'd be a real headache if the demons got you." Hanmadu looks totally lost. "Why would I get caught by demons?" Ito calmly raises his hand, creating a whole different dimension. He gives this soft smile and explains, "Probably because humans are so weak." While no one's looking, his arm appears from behind. It all happens so fast. Even Xana is shocked and whips her head around. In a flash, both Xana's and Solden's heads are taken care of. Hanmadu still can't believe this lightning-fast power is real. Seeing how messed up things are, Dudongan gets ready to make a move. She silently stands behind the twin brothers watching, then uses her own hand to inflict damage on her body. Her heart starts pounding in her chest, like a hand is squeezing it tight. Time's up. Everything seems to stop as Ido casually takes control of the entire space freeze. Forever time seems to stand still. Everyone is frozen on the spot. Dudongan acts immediately. "I'll use 5 years of my life to go back 5 seconds. Turns out her power is the demon ability of time. A whole bunch of images flash by, showing everyone back when they were still okay. That was the exact moment Ito was about to attack them. Time rewinds and he's about to say something else. But suddenly his expression gets serious. Ito turns to look in another direction. Cut it out, no need for a useless attack. Division Chief Dudongan, just use her demon power. Shorten her own lifespan to turn back time. Didn't you? Lucky for them. She protected everyone just in time. Her move shocks everyone. Division Chief. Even Hanmadu can't believe it. No way, those two were definitely dead just now. How could they be alive again? Dudongan suddenly turns to look at Madu. "I can understand Chief Ito, but how could Hanmadu sense my demon power?" Just then the twin duo rushes over. They don't care what's going on. Their focus is on Ito, the guy who caused this whole mess. And they look seriously pissed. "We're not putting up with this anymore." But as the two of them attack, Ito vanishes. Turns out he used his teleportation ability again. He ABS to another spot, this time going straight for Sol the Dun. The kid's face immediately contorts with rage, and his whole body starts shaking helplessly. "I was just dead. Are you even human, Dad?" He cracks his own knuckles, and at the same time Ito's arm gets twisted backward. Soladon is still trying to get a grip after everything that's happened. While he's exhausted, Ito suddenly calls out, "Hey, I'm not your dad." A smug grin spreads across his face. At the same time he points to fingers forward, getting ready to open a new rift. Seeing this, everyone rushes towards Solden. The two of them use their own bodies to shield Sol. Eden in the end. All three of them crash to the ground in pain. "Snap out of it, you wanna die again." At the same time Dudongan orders from behind. "Capture Chief Ito alive." I have a lot of questions for him. The twins step forward quickly, combining their power. Who knows if this will work? Bloody threads start sprouting from their hands. Their resolve is now rock solid. But we'll give it a shot, no time to waste. The short-haired one charges forward. I'm going first, he's dying to fight against Ido's power. Super fast, the short-haired guy leaps into the air, already winding up a punch. Attack power times to speed times 2. Bloodline power. Ido just calmly waits to see what happens. With just a flick of his wrist, something comes flying at them. In a split second, the short-haired guy's head is completely dealt with. Hamada can't believe this kind of speed exists, and even Xana and Lee Dun are on high alert. However, the headless body keeps on attacking. This was not part of Ido's plan. He takes a solid punch right to the face. The head still in midair. Starts laughing excitedly. Alright. None of us are gonna die unless the bloodline is broken. But those words give Ido the opening he needs. He coldly uses his power to sever the bloodline threads, hanging in the air. But the bloodline threads just keep regenerating. This makes him realize this fight is gonna be a little tough. The bald one finally speaks up. Above all else, a bloodline can't be broken. That's just how it is. The short-haired guy's head suddenly screams. Thanks for everything, Chief. Now goodbye. The headless body just keeps charging forward to attack. Hanmadu, watching the whole thing, is stunned. Awesome, brothers. But it looks like Lei Dun is the only one who gets how serious this is. No, he can use the dark dimension to dodge the attack. And Xana has already figured it out. The point isn't to hit him. Look, Ido's entire body is now covered in a ton of bloodline threads. Seizing the opportunity, the bald one rushes straight ahead. At that exact moment, the short-haired one quickly bows down. Combined with their previous move, Ido's entire body is of course pinned down, making it impossible for him to move. Dungan seizes the moment and yells out to everyone, now attack Chief Ido's hands. Kong Xana doesn't hesitate for a second, rushing in and slashing at his hands behind them. Solely Dun cracks his own knuckles to keep him from moving again. The situation is starting to look better for them. Du Dun one nods all right. Unable to use both hands, Du suddenly opens his mouth. Plumes of smoke and dust just pour out. She quickly waves her hand, signaling Officer Hanmadu. Hurry and stop the chief from regenerating his body. He shot right at the dude. Damn, this is the first time I've ever beat on actual human flesh. The guy's body was still staggering in midair. When he realized Hanma was charging him, he looked up and Ido's body was all light and graceful, like a butterfly. But his face was twisted into this sick-ass smile. In that split second, Kong Xina and Sol Iden knew something was off. And they were right, unbelievably. Ido was charging straight for Hanmadu. The whole thing was so sudden, it left him completely stunned. Now it seemed like this fight was way too tough for him. Ido, on the other hand, was totally enjoying these little combat games. It seemed like everyone finally understood. Hanmadu had disappeared into some dark space, shaking her head, unable to believe what she was seeing. Du Dongwon had no idea what she was supposed to do. Faced with this, Ido had a smug grin plastered all over his face, like he was the big winner here. Du Dongwon hurried to react. Director Zhang Ido, what in the world is going on? This battle had really put him in a good mood. I apologize, Division Chief Du. I was planning to show up in my previous form for the finale. Xana and Soleil Dun subconsciously took a few steps back, so that appearance that was his real form. The kid stared uncomfortably at the monster in front of him. Dad, did something happen to you? Hearing this, Zhang Ido sighed. Such a shame. I have to eliminate the very warriors I created with my own hands. Realizing the true intent behind his words made Xana freeze solid. She couldn't even dare to believe the reality he was creating. It can't be. He had a smug look on his face and even gave a firm nod. Yep, I was the one who summoned the demon to your house. Someone as athletically gifted as you. I could see you had the potential to become a powerful demon user. Immediately after, he reached out and erased the very space they were in. Even Du Dongnan's body was severely damaged. Xana was totally wiped out by Ido in just a matter of seconds. It was like time itself froze. Xana's movements rewound to a few seconds before, back when she was still angrily charging in, sword in hand. Du Dongan tried to process what just happened. She quickly rewound 5 seconds, then stopped Xana, her voice sharp and decisive. Don't just charge and you'll get us all killed. Xana, probably totally pissed, whipped her head around and shot back. So what are we supposed to do then? But it looked like Du Dongan didn't have an answer. Either I don't know. After he turned into that, he got way stronger. We're not nearly strong enough. Even getting close to the director is a challenge. Hearing that, Kong Xana looked like she was about to argue. Maybe Hanmadu has a plan. How do we bring him back? But Du Dongan's voice was hopeless. It's impossible once you're trapped in Director Zhang Ido's ambush dimension, there's absolutely no escape. Hanmadu's eyes shot open. He realized he was in a pitch-black void. He couldn't even tell which way was up, and slammed hard onto the ground. Hamid tried to look around, but it was pointless. He was gasping for air, exhausted. He'd been running for a while, but hadn't seen an end. All of a sudden, his eyes shot wide open, as if he realized something was messed up. Off in the distance, Hamid saw something strange. A light. Not wasting another second, he took off running towards it. Hanmadu just wanted to get the hell out of this place. But when he reached the end of the light, his face completely changed. Before him was a scrawny figure with long hair. Hanmadu couldn't believe his eyes, and called out, "Director Jang Ito." The man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Hanmadu, confused as to how he got there. How could a human possibly enter this place? He explained, "I was thrown in here while fighting some dude who looked exactly like you." "Director, so who the hell is he?" he asked after a long silence. Ito finally spoke. "He is a demon that escaped from the underworld." Obviously, Hanmadu couldn't believe what he was hearing. A demon, but he has eyes and he can talk. Helplessly, the director began to explain everything. The 8 legions are 8 types of divine beasts. From Buddhist mythology, they were originally evil, but were later turned by the gods into divine beings that protect the Buddhist faith. He is one of the 8 legions. They hold a higher rank than your average demon. It seemed this underworld demon was no small fry. The director continued his tale. He's one of 8 demons, granted power by the great Rakshasas king. Hanmadu thought back to all the Rakshasas he'd faced. Looks like this whole mess was way more complicated than he imagined. All of them are divided into clear ranks. Even that smart-ass Rakshasa you fought before. Finally, Ida went on. That's why he's different from the demons that only have their killing instinct left. Meanwhile, Xana raised her sword and shouted, "If the division chief dies, then this is all over. Protect her." But the underworld demon's power was just insane. He took care of everyone with ease. Even Dudun couldn't believe how strong he was. Her whole body was instantly attacked, but she still decided to turn back time by 5 seconds. Do Dong undecisively brought a hand to her chest, squeezing her own heart. Everything reversed. The underworld demon had been about to make his move, but it was already too late. So Ledan's arm went flying through the air. People were still dying miserably. Meanwhile, Ito was still in the middle of his story. Because they wield the demon power of the great Rakshasas king, their strength is completely overwhelming. If you run into one of the 8 legions, don't attack recklessly. A user who gets their power from a normal demon can't possibly win against one of them. Elsewhere, the underworld demon let out a smug, mocking laugh. "How many times have you rewound time now? Division chief, do why not just give up and die?" It looked like Dudangan was at her breaking point. What have I done, she thought. Ordering special civil servants to fight demons, all on the orders of that monster. The underworld demon was still laughing triumphantly. So persistent, he sneered, "Fine." Then he suddenly threw both hands up in the air. Gates for summoning Rakshasas started popping up, getting thicker and thicker. Let's try something a little more interesting. The sight probably made everyone freeze in their tracks. There were so many gates that Dudungan and everyone else couldn't even react. Just like that, the Rakshasas started flooding the space. So Layden roared in anger, "Son of a bitch, the demons are here. Everybody get ready." They all quickly snapped into their battle stances. Back in the dark void, Hanmadu asked, "So what's the point of this space? And if there are the 8 legions, why are they fighting other demons?" Jang Ito let out a sad sigh. Ever since that bastard skipped out on the company, he's been an enemy of the great Rakshasas king. He wants to drag humans into a war with the underworld. And finally everything clicked for him. So the special agent is just a spy for the space demon? He asked frantically. Then if we kill the space demon, the war with the underworld will end, right? Ida seemed completely defeated by this. "It's too late. We've been at war with the underworld for a long time." That answer wasn't what he wanted, and Hanmadu froze. He was about to say more. "Even so, if we killed the space demon, the chief could get his body back. Can he, sir? You need to get out of here with me." But the old man sounded hopeless about his offer. "My mind is bound to this place. I can't leave." Hanmadu thought of Soul Ladon. "Don't give up. Your son is still waiting for you outside." Hearing the word son, Ido's eyes shot wide open, but his face twisted into an indescribably sad smile. My son, deep down. His son was some kind of priceless treasure to him. Ito said something weird. A 5-year-old kid in kindergarten came to this place. Sweat was pouring down Hanmadu's face as the old man's body grew weaker. "It's been a while since I've talked. I'm a little tired. I have to get to my son and wife." He kept trying to persuade him. "You have to get out. There's gotta be a way we can get out of here." Idaho's eyes were full of complete despair. "No. There's no leaving this place. The scene switches to an abandoned construction site. Everyone was still trying their damnedest to fight off the Rakshasas, and it looked like the underworld demon was actually enjoying the show. Alright, that's enough, he said with an eager grin. Let's end this, shall we? Off to the side, Xana was still fighting her ass off. Realizing something was seriously wrong, she slowly turned her head. Turns out the underworld demon planned to take out every single person there. The entire area was warping under his power. It seemed like he was getting a real kick out of destroying everything in sight. The space around them started to shatter. Everyone scrambled back to keep their distance. The space is shrinking. Du Dangyun watched helplessly as the bastard who caused all this savored the moment. It's over, but right then, Han Madu's familiar hand appeared. He leapt down from above, from a Rakshasa's summoning gate. Seeing the uninvited guest, the underworld demon whipped his head around. In surprise, even Kanshiana couldn't believe he managed to escape. Han Madu jumped down and announced to everyone, I got out. The underworld demon's face twisted with annoyance. He probably never imagined Han Madu could escape that place. Madu even raised his fist in the air. Time rewinds a few minutes. Jiang Ito was still muttering, there's no escape from this place. Han Madu just shot back firmly. We are definitely getting out of here. Suddenly a pair of hands landed on his shoulders. A goddamn Rakshasa had appeared behind him. Without even hesitating, he spun around and decked it. He was totally baffled to see a Rakshasa in here. What? Han Madu couldn't believe it. There are demons here. But then he remembered something from a while back. Han Madu's expression turned serious. The first gate closes in 3 days. Nam Hoseok nodded while chowing down. Yep, that's right. A bunch of weird crap has been going down in Bizen lately. Lucky for us, the chief used his dark space to seal that first gate. Man, Chief Jiang Ito is a total badass. Thinking about that, Han Madu immediately started looking for an exit crap. And thankfully he found it. The familiar first gate was right in front of him. He didn't hesitate for a second, walking right up to it, with a bit of excitement in his eyes. I found it. The other side had to be the way out. To escape the dark space, this was his only shot. Han Madu didn't give a damn about the danger, and just charged straight ahead. He ended up in a completely different dimension. Han Madu looked around totally bewildered. What the hell is this place? All he saw was an eerie red glow. Not a single person around. He even felt his body starting to change. Han Madu tried to get a grip. The thick yellow dust here made it hard to breathe. Then a thought hit him and he froze. I made it. Back in front of him was a giant Rakshasa, controlling the smaller ones around it. Its face dark and twisted. Suddenly the Rakshasa looked up, and its eyes locked onto Han Madu. Its gaze was kind of judgmental, and at the same time, all the other Rakshasas turned to stare at him too. This whole situation caught him off guard. Han Madu had no clue what was about to go down. Why is the ground shaking like this? The air got even thicker with that misty yellow dust. All the Rakshasas started charging at Madhu. Scared as hell, he had no choice but to turn and bolt. Madhu pushed himself to run as fast as he could. To escape the horde, gotta run. But where the hell was he supposed to run to? In this place suddenly, he spotted another first gate off to the side. Without a second thought, he made a beeline for it. Another first gate, let's see what's through there. Madhu stomped his foot hard on the ground. He used the force to launch himself closer to the gate. Behind him the Rakshasa were still hot on his tail. Not giving up seeing the white light of the real world made him ecstatic. I'm alive. And that's how Han Madu managed to return to reality. He was so hyped he even screamed. I finally escaped that hellhole. The underworld demon still had no idea what was really going on. Seeing him return, the demon was just dumbfounded. At the same time, Han Madu made a badass landing on the ground. His reappearance probably threw the underworld demon for a total loop. The demon just glared at Han Madu like he wanted to eat him alive. Of course Madu wasn't scared one bit. Han Madu's return left everyone completely stunned. Han Madu, he turned back to the others. You guys okay? Leave this to me now. He looked up at the underworld demon. Seeing this, Soul Eden stepped forward to warn him. Don't talk crap. How are you supposed to beat that thing alone? But Han Madu's face was dead calm. Now I can win. He was totally confident in his current power. After a moment of silence, the underworld demon demanded, how the hell did you escape the dark space? He glanced back, kind of curious, as this insane power started blasting from inside the gate. It all happened so fast that Guiyin just froze. Looks like he seriously pissed off the Rakshasa's king, cause that black stuff started creeping into his eyes. Guiyin scrambled to block it with his arm, but it was totally useless. Suddenly he realized something was dead wrong. His whole body was just floating in the air, right in front of him, and staring back at him was Ito's all too familiar face. He shot his hand forward, trying to slam the main gate shut, and at the same time, all the first gates also started slamming shut. Dudong saw what was happening and screamed, "The demons are escaping, this is bad. We gotta close the first gate now." Quincy was still giving it everything he had, and finally the first gate slammed shut. Everything went back to normal as everyone watched. In silence, only then could Quincy finally breathe. A chunk of the Rakshasa King's demonic energy had been scattered. He clenched his fist. His hand was shaking, he was so pissed. And he whipped around to glare at the crew. "This is Align's your damn fault." After spitting that out, Gui Yinchi went to attack Han Madu. Seeing him in danger, everyone screamed out a warning, "Get out of the way," but it was too fast. Han Madu's head was sent flying through the air. Dudamel was about to use her powers to save him, thinking damn it, but just as she was about to move, Dana grabbed her arm to stop her. "Wait. Look at him," everyone just stared. Han Madu's entire body had turned to stone, and then cracks started to appear from the inside. His body shattered like a broken statue, and at the same time he was reborn. His new body was way stronger, and without even hesitating, he charged at Gui Yinchi. But that guy barely gave him a second thought, and just attacked again. Hamad's body was sliced and sent flying. Do Dangnan couldn't believe what she was seeing. How is he not hurt? Like that wasn't enough. Gui Yinchi kept on attacking. Han Madu's body was getting chopped into more and more pieces. The twins were freaking out, grabbing their heads and asking, "Is he even human anymore?" Even Layden, watching from the side, was shocked by this. Ability in front of Gui Yinchi were a ton of Han Madu's shit bodies. No matter how many times he got hit, he just wouldn't quit. "This is my final finishing blow," he yelled, charging straight at Ginesi to fight. His blood-curdling scream echoed as he attacked. Han Madu managed to dodge in time, giving him a cold as ice glare. Dao without a second thought. Han Madu bit down hard on Gui Yinchi's body. Han Madu held Gui Yinchi tight, not giving him a chance to react. Even Xana, who was watching from the sidelines, was stunned. He actually bit him. But the dude's tough, thick skin made him freeze up. Hamadu immediately let go, thinking something's weird. "Even though I used the gluttony demon power, it still feels different than usual. And where am I? Why am I back in this dark space?" Quincy's voice echoed from behind him. "You're gonna regret what you've done." Han Madu whipped his head around to face him. The guy had this smug-ass grin on his face. "If you thought you could use gluttony on me, then you made a big mistake. You might have the demonic power to absorb all the other demonic powers in this world. The Rakshasa probably sent you to the human world to capture me, right? Now that your cover is blown, how long are you gonna keep lying to me? You want me to go back to that giant underworld prison, that place covered in darkness, where there's nothing but death and suffering?" That's when Han Madu finally snapped, turning his head and screaming, "You need to get back to the underworld. Why the hell are you even here?" But before he could finish, Gui Yinchi grabbed him by the throat. He was screaming like a total psycho. "I'm not talking about you, you idiot. I'm talking about that gluttony demon power inside of you right now. That power hasn't completely taken you over, but I can guarantee you're one of them." Just then the terrifying shadow of a Rakshasa appeared. It bared its disgusting fangs at him, a sight that made even Han Madu hold his breath in fear. The Rakshasa's massive claw lunged forward. He stared in panic at the giant monster in front of him. Hamado's face twisted in fear. Is the gluttony demon about to appear here? Seeing his reaction, Gui Yinchi just laughed. "Don't even bother struggling. You got your demon power from the 8 demon clans. Sooner or later they're gonna eat away at your will, until you go completely insane. So if you want to live, you better team up with me against the underworld." Hanma's whole body started shaking, but Guilamisi wouldn't let up. "Gluttony demon, release your power. Break out of that prison. Show this world what you can do." Hammadi's head felt like it was splitting open, as different images of the Rakshasas flashed through his mind. They were crystal clear in his memory. They were terrifying, and it seemed like Han Madu had been totally corrupted. He forced his eyes open, trying to get his willpower back. Then he tried to fight back, even with the slimmest of chances. "No, don't you laugh. I'll never let the demon world take over my soul." Seeing his determined reaction made Gui Yinchi freeze. Han Madu yelled in anger, "Don't even think about using me to get what you want. I'll use my own power to stop you. I'm gonna absorb you and send you back to the underworld." With that, Han Madu faced off directly with Gui Yinchi. Finally, they were both back in reality. He had successfully used gluttony to attack him. Fresh red blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Yinchi probably never imagined he'd lose so pathetically. His eyes were wide open, still mumbling some stupid crap like "I will never." Before he could finish, The whole scene became insanely terrifying. Hanmadu was also completely out of energy. Seeing them both collapse, everyone around them rushed over. Kongzana quickly caught Hanmadu's body. After all that struggle, he had finally defeated Gui Yanqi. Nobody knew what Sol Adun was feeling inside. He just stared silently as his father's body returned to normal. This time he decided to take off his jacket. Soladon then draped the jacket over Ito. Finally everything was back to normal, and the Rakshasas around them started to disappear. The bald guy looked around surprised. So is it over? The short-haired guy sighed. Hanmadu took care of everything. Suddenly everyone's attention shifted to Zhang Ito. Still lying cold on the ground, a look of heartache flashed across Dudong'en's face. The war was finally over, but the forces of the demon world were still cooking up all sorts of dark plots. So how the hell are the special ops agents supposed to handle this? The scene shifts to late that evening. Back at the usual apartment, everyone was gathered just talking. Man, Director Zhang Ito, for real. I can't believe he'd do something like that. Do Dokman was off to the side, sighing just in total disbelief. I knew something was off, but I never guessed he was from the demon clan. The bald dude added, things are stable for now, but who knows what'll happen later. Suddenly, Dudong turned her head to look at Dudokman. Captain Go Dudokman, no. My senior. He immediately snapped his head up. At that she got serious, laying out her thoughts. I should have summoned all the regional captains to discuss this, about how to deal with the demon clan from now on. But I figured I needed to talk to you first, senior. This is way too important, which is why I came in. Your opinion. How can the special ops agents get through this in one piece? After thinking for a bit he answered, if the truth gets out that the director was a member of the demon clan, there's no way we'll be able to control the situation. The government will be all over this soon enough. She nodded and added, of course. Our special ops organization will be in a world of trouble then. Dude Dokman seemed to have made a decision. Until we have a solid plan, we don't do a damn thing, we just bury it. Act like we know nothing. The bald dude turned to the side. That should buy us some time to figure things out. The guy with short hair nodded. He's right. The fact that he was from the demon clan, while holding the highest position in our organization, is enough to freak anyone out. Everyone agreed this stays between us. It can't get out. A little while later, Dudongan rushed back to headquarters. She announced grimly, for now, that's the plan. You've all been through enough. The bald dude stepped outside. Come on, let's go get some rest. The short-haired guy looked bummed. I really don't want to face this reality. But before she could leave, Dudokman called out to Dudongan, but he didn't say anything at first, just looked at her face and sighed. You've been through hell. You don't have to call me senior anymore. Seriously, I can't believe how much this fight aged you. It's just I'm at a loss for words. I hope you'll be okay. The scene jumps to late at night. Hamd is crashing on the floor with a blanket, but Solan Dun is passed out right next to the sofa. He asked, confused, why aren't you at home? What are you doing at my place? The guy replied, totally drained. I'm exhausted. I don't have the energy to go anywhere. Just go sleep in your room. I can't sleep with someone else here. I'm mad. I got pissed. My room's a total disaster. I always sleep in the living room. Trust me, I'm not exactly thrilled to be sleeping next to another dude either. So are you asleep yet? So Ledin shot back, annoyed. Just shut up and lie still. His expression suddenly turned sad. It's just I actually met your dad. Those words made Sol Lidin freeze. He shot right up, staring at him. What? He decided to tell him everything that happened. After the space demon swallowed him, he seemed to be completely lost in the darkness. I wanted to pull him out of that dark void, but I couldn't do it. His fist clenched. Totally useless. Then he turned to look at Sol Idin. I'm sorry, it was way too much to process at once, but the guy's sharp and it didn't take long for him to put the pieces together. Sulidan immediately laid back down. It's not your fault, just get some rest. But Hamada kept going. Your dad. He said he really misses you and your mom, but the way I saw him then, Ido was a man who truly loved his family. Even after being tortured for years, he still had this gentle smile. He pressed on. So from now on, don't hate him anymore. A single glistening tear appeared in the corner of Soldan's eye. Finally, he could just lie there in peace. Hanmadu thought to himself, I have to keep going somehow. Move past all this crap. But that last thing he said, I can't stop thinking about it. The underworld demon had coldly declared, soon, the 8 demon clans will rise from the underworld to invade this planet. Now you'll have to fight them without me, which means your pathetic human race will be finished real soon. Hanmadu was worried. Can humanity actually win against the 8 demon clans? Those things have power. That's completely off the charts. In his dream, the Rakshas's king's voice called out, Come to me, you who have inherited my power. The time has come for me to enter the human world. The Rakshasas around him all turned to look at this person. His face was a complete blank. The scene cuts to a building in the city, where Jomek is screaming his head off. Director Jang Hee-do is dead. What the hell happened to Dungan? Totally annoyed, repeated herself. As I just explained, it's because the 8 legions are a higher rank than normal demons. The 8 legions are the ones who killed Director Jang Hee-do. Inside this room, an emergency strategy meeting was underway. The National Director of Special Ops, Myung-se, was crying her eyes out. This is so heartbreaking. Director Jang Hee-do was so strong. But then Hwang Hui cut in. Clearly pissed off Branch Chief Myung-se. This isn't the time to be crying. We have to pick a new director to deal with the 8 legions. This woman was the Gyeonggi-do Branch Chief Hwang Hui. At the same time, the Juela Branch Director, Gong Peo, shot back with an annoyed look. I don't think so. Instead of picking a new director, we need to figure out what we're going to report to the government first. She looked absolutely furious at his demand. Who gives a damn about the government? Did you not hear that the 8 legions have appeared? He slammed his fist on the table. Did you forget who funds this organization? We're facing the risk of being completely disbanded. Inside the meeting room, everyone was just arguing nonstop. A voice boomed, everyone settle down. Do Dungan was the only one with a splitting headache. Without Director Jang Hee-do, there was no controlling them. If they found out Director Jang Hee-do's secret, it would be even more chaotic, not to mention the situation with Han Madu. Suddenly Myung-se's voice cut in. Sis. She turned her head annoyed. Don't call me sis, didn't I tell you to call me director? But Myung-se's voice seemed to choke. But one of the 8 legions. The one who killed the director. So who the hell is this bastard? Meanwhile, Han Madu was just hammering away at his screen. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Giant ran over shouting, all right everyone. Finish up your reports, if you don't want to be stuck here all night. He thought angrily. The 8 legions are about to show up, and I'm stuck here writing reports all day. She kept nagging everyone. I told you all to get these reports ready beforehand. Hamada was so over it. Is this seriously the life of a public servant? Finally his report was done. He quickly clicked confirm on the screen. Finishing that damn report totally drained Han Madu. Finally done. Writing reports is more exhausting than killing. Rakshas's Dudokman smiled, stretching as he stood up to announce to everyone. Great work everyone. You all worked hard. Now let's go to the housewarming party. He turned back confused. Looking at him, a housewarming party. The scene shifts to Han Madu's familiar apartment. For some reason, Soledan and Nam Hoseok were forced to move in. Do Dokman explained with a smile. They'll be living here as a precaution for when the 8 legions arrive. Luckily the 2 attic rooms are still empty. Han Madu's face suddenly lit up. So can I use an attic room? He looked at him a bit disappointed. Why you don't want to share a room with me? He was speechless, thinking. Do you even have to ask? This boss is a creep. Without a second thought, Han Madu immediately stepped forward. All right then, so all done, you can share a room with the captain. But he shot that down real quick. I'm not an idiot, you go live in this pigsty. Those words hurt Dudokman. A pigsty, fine then. You 3 play rock, paper, scissors. To be fair, Nam Hoseok turned in surprise. Me too, with no other choice. Hammatic could only raise his hand. 1 to 3. Even Suladon got serious. Only Nam Hoseok was worried about the outcome. After the final round, the result was in. It looked like Han Madu and Suladon were the winners. Nam Hoseok, on the other hand, was totally devastated. A little later, everyone did a quick cleanup. Han Madu carried his suitcase into the room. Come to think of it, living with this cold-blooded freak is pretty creepy. Plus, ever since that incident with Chief Ranjito, he's been gloomy all the time. Should I try to cheer him up? He reached out and called, hey. Suddenly, a knock on the door from outside caught his attention. Han Madu immediately went to open the door. Who is it? Everyone cheerfully walked inside. We're here for the housewarming party. They all even look super excited. Like really excited? Han Madu asked, annoyed. We're not having a housewarming party. Jeon turned and whispered. Keep your voice down, look at him. Solely Dun has been so down, so we came to liven things up. Finally he understood everyone's goal. So that's it. The Gangwa team is full of good people after all. But soon after the party started, Jeon accidentally knocked over a beer. She explained in a panic, my hand just slipped. Han Madu rushed over, I'll get it. After heading to the kitchen, Do Dokman was surprised to find team leader June. Why did you spill my expensive liquor? Soon try some of this soup I made. He kept cleaning the kitchen. Just let me clean this place up first. At the same time Kim lay back came out of the bathroom. He announced with a smile. I flushed but it's not going down. I think the toilet's clogged. With no other choice, Soul Layden had to go in and unclog the toilet. Damn it, seeing him work so hard at it made Giant laugh. Looks like Soul Laydown is getting his spirit back, huh? Hanmadio was surprised his spirit. Speaking of which, where's team leader Kong Xana? Late into the night Xana was still out on the balcony. Her expression was incredibly sad, confused. Hanmadu stepped outside team leader Kong. What are you doing out here? She explained, I just came up for some fresh air. He asked curiously, what are you thinking about? You don't seem too happy lately. Kong Xana didn't try to hide it, and just nodded. She recounted sadly. The space Rakshasa, the one who murdered my family, is gone now. It makes me feel so empty. Like I've suddenly lost my purpose in life. Her heart-wrenching words left Hanmadu silent. For a moment he listened to her words, because even after getting revenge, you can't bring your family back. Just then Kong Xana turned to look at Hanmadu. A faint warm smile appeared on her face, and she gently reassured him. Don't worry about it. I'm just feeling a little emotional. What about you? Are you doing okay? You must be confused too, finding out you have the power of the 8 legions. At the mention of this, Hanmadu's expression became a bit awkward. Honestly, I try not to think about it, but when I heard him say that, whoever gets the 8 legions power will eventually have their soul completely taken over. Just then Soul Iden walked up and replied. Don't worry about that. Even if I have to beat the crap out of you, I won't let it take your soul. Surprised by his appearance, Hamado turned around. Soul Iden's expression grew even more serious. Actually, there's something even more worrisome. I saw some in the basement of the main headquarters. The scene flashes back a few days to the main headquarters inside a pitch-black basement. Seeing the creature tied up before them, everyone froze. What is this? They were so stunned they just stood there, motionless. It seemed Udingen had already guessed. This is a Rakshasa, Chief. No. This is something the space Rakshasas hid away. Not even the other directors knew anything about this. Dudokman turned confused. Why the hell would he hide something like this? Is there something special about this Rakshasas? She shook her head looking forward. I don't know either. The space Rakshasa never told me anything about it. Her expression suddenly turned grave. He only said, the moment Nara gets a hold of this Rakshasa, humanity will be wiped out. After hearing the story everyone fell silent. Humanity wiped out suddenly. Dordokman opened the door and called out, what are you guys doing out there? Stop standing around moping. Get in here. The 3 of them immediately went inside. That's right, let's just put all our worries aside for now. Time flew by and soon it was late at night. Han Matthew and the others were having fun eating and drinking. You gotta enjoy life once in a while, right? The moon was already high in the sky. He told himself nothing's gonna happen right now. The scene changes to another distant place. A huge footsteps onto a stone platform. The Rakshasa's general has appeared, looking all majestic and powerful. His ice-cold gaze swept over everything. He had only one thought in his mind. It's time for a massacre. The whole place was completely wrecked. This young dude is just standing there, totally clueless with a folder in his hands, staring right at the Rakshasa general. So freaking powerful he's just thinking. What the hell is this? How did it even get here? Meanwhile, inside the control room, the security staff are going nuts yelling. Demon spotted at HQ. All power users get to the 51st floor now. Another staffer snaps. Where the hell is Director Du Dungan right now? The scene cuts to the National Intelligence Agency. Inside, the Minister of Defense is in the middle of talking. Director Jang Hedo is dead. It was one of the 8 legions. So what's the plan? He looks up at everyone. After a moment, Du Dongwon speaks up. Given the powers of the 8 legions, the way we fight is probably gonna have to change. We're looking at major civilian casualties here. We need a national level response. But this one guy just shakes his head all seriously. Nah. We don't need a new plan, just handle it quietly, same as always, and get the army chief of staff in on it. Secrecy is key. We're not a nation at war. But then she cuts him off. What's the situation in other countries? It can't just be Korea seeing these demons, right? The intel chief explains. That's not something Director Du needs to be concerned with. This pisses her off big time. Damn it. So you're not gonna tell your own people anything? Just then a phone rings. Du Dongwon immediately stands up. Excuse me, I have to take this. It's an emergency. Meanwhile, back at the fight, the blue-haired dude charges straight at the Rakshasa general. He's attacking like a total maniac, nothing but pure hatred in his eyes. After a tough fight, the Rakshasa general's head finally hits the floor. The short-haired girl on the side can't believe it. What? Was it really that easy? But then the blue-haired guy lets out a scream, grabbing everyone's attention. A pool of bright red stuff appears on the ground. And the blue-haired dude starts coughing up blood, right in front of everyone. His whole body is twisting, like he's been totally drained of blood. The demon's head is just lying there on the ground, like nothing happened, and everyone starts to freak out. In just a few seconds, the blue-haired guy is nothing but a skeleton. Did it just suck out his life force to regenerate its own body? The Rakshasa general is totally fine now, like nothing even happened. The short-haired girl quickly draws her bow, ready to attack. I have to stop this thing no matter what. She fires an arrow right at it, but her own body takes the blow. The backlash makes her scream in pain. The Rakshasa general's arm slowly heals up. It looks coldly at the group of them, and declares cause and effect. This thing is known as the immortal demon of the 8 legions. The long-haired girl on the side seems to realize something's wrong. We can't kill it. The blonde guy is pissed and it can talk. While everyone's frozen in fear, the immortal demon suddenly asks a question. Where is it? Where is the legion member hidden by the demon space? Just then chains burst out. The long-haired girl makes her move. She yells out to her team. I have no idea what it's saying, but we have to tie it down. The blonde guy gets into a fighting stance. Let's all attack at once. The two of them team up and charge the immortal demon. A spot on its body suddenly flashes, and it gives them a cold look. If you don't feel like talking, a long sword shoots out from inside the immortal demon. It doesn't hesitate for a second and attacks them both. Everything happens so fast, the short-haired girl can't even react. The immortal demon coldly declares, then die finally. It makes its move, attacking everyone decisively. The bodies of the special agents slowly start to float up into the air, and then the entire building just completely collapses. This totally gets the attention of the civilians on the street. What was that explosion? Look. The building is coming down. Nobody has a clue what's going on. Just then the pink-haired girl yells out, everyone get back, I'll use my power to hold it together. She's trying to use her restoration skill, but she's getting desperate, whispering to herself, Director Du Dungan, please get here now. A fancy supercar is speeding down the street. Dodongan is in a total rush. What's the situation? The security guy on the phone reports. It's not looking good. It's one of the 8 legions. The one with immortality. Everyone's pissed, but no one dares get close to it. The immortal demon is still heading in one direction. It's heading downstairs to find the imprisoned legion member. This really surprises her. It's going after the demon in the basement. It'll be another 20 minutes before we reach HQ. If that's the case, she stares intently at her phone screen. The scene cuts to that familiar apartment, where Dudokman, still drunk, answers his phone. He nods. Understanding, yeah. I got it, let's do it. Giant turns around surprised. What is it, Chief? What's wrong? His face gets this really complicated look. Finally, Dudokman tells everyone. The 8 legions just attacked CEO headquarters. Hamado's face immediately gets all worried. The 8 legions so soon? He suddenly turns to Hanmadu. Teleport me to CEO headquarters now. You can use your spatial powers, right? He stands up and nods. I'll try. Madu slowly looks up and yellow sandy dust starts pouring out of his mouth. Into the air, he's trying to use his spatial ability, and this purple light starts glowing hot. Madu can see tons of different spatial images flashing before him. He starts to look worried. Are these all the places I can teleport to? This is way too complicated. Probably because he can't handle the strain. Hanmadu suddenly coughs up blood. Dodokman sees this and rushes over worried. Hanmadu, we don't have time for this. Get a grip on your powers. His whole body is shaking, but he still forces himself to go on. Just gotta try, and just like that, the entire room around them changes. Nam Hoseo OC jumps up and yells, wait, why are we? And then some little kid is just staring at them, totally confused about why a bunch of weirdos just popped into his bedroom. Doodad man looks super awkward and quickly says, teleport again. Sorry kid, Namose. OC is also rushing him. Come on, hurry up. Hanmadu puts his hands forward again to teleport. This time they all appear inside some room. 3 big beefy dudes immediately react. What the where the hell did you scumbags come from? Who are you meanwhile? Everyone is still yelling at Hanmadu. What the hell are you doing? A taxi would have been faster. The 8 legions are here. You wanna die or something? But he's just getting pissed off. Damn it. How the hell am I supposed to use this spatial power? Back at HQ, the place is totally destroyed. Bodies are all over the ground. Not a single security guard left alive. The few survivors are barely holding on. The pink-haired girl grits her teeth and asks her teammate, How many power users do we have left here? The short-haired girl replies, looking hopeless aside from us three sitting this out. There are 2 other demon users left on the 25th floor. Staircase 8. That's everyone. The immortal demon just stared at him. Totally unfazed, man. This is a drag. Fighting you humans is lame. All of a sudden a murder of crows just swarmed him. It was that black crow dude controlling them. He threw his hand towards the immortal demon and yelled, "Get him!" But the immortal demon just stood there chill, waiting to see what would happen. After the crows went for him, he just casually ducked his head to dodge. Seeing an opening, another demon user rushed into attack, his hands starting to look like they were made of some kind of hard alloy. Then bam! Something flashed past. Turns out the immortal demon uses power again, wiping out everything that just happened. In a split second, the 2 demon users couldn't believe their eyes. He was just too damn strong. And just like that, 2 candles went out. Over on the other side, short hair knew things were going south. No freaking way are we the only 3 left at HQ. The moon was high up, and the city outside was dead silent. Hanmadu couldn't handle it, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kongzana rushed over all worried. "Dude, you okay? If you can't pull off the teleport, just say it." But Hanmadu was stubborn as hell. "Nah. I got this." He tried to stick his hand out. "Just chill for now." You could see the grit in his eyes. This time Hanmadu felt like he was floating. "I think I've got a feel for it. For how to use this teleportation power. I can sense the space a little, but I need more time to nail it. Just a little more inside this huge area." 3 security guards were still waiting. The immortal demon finally showed up, giving the last few people a cold stare. "You're the only ones left. Answer my question and I'll let you live. Where are my demonkin being held captive?" The dude with the ponytail jumped forward. "Senior, use your power to keep the building stable. Don't let it come down and crush a bunch of people." Then he used his guardian shield power. The demon dude just casually lifted his weapon up, then chucked it right down, where the 3 of them were standing. Ponytail moved fast to block that hit no matter what. But damn, the immortal demon's power was on another level. Looking at what was happening, the demon sounded surprised. "Not bad, kid," he said, actually meaning it. Then the immortal demon pulled out something else. "If you think you're so tough, try blocking this." He aimed at them with a bow and arrow. The 3 of them were totally screwed. No idea what he was gonna pull next. Ponytail gritted his teeth all worried. Then the immortal demon snapped his fingers. Royal command: ignite. 100 flaming arrows flew straight at the 3 of them. They were cornered. He tried to stand his ground and keep everyone safe, but the power was just too much. A fire arrow technique. Crap. An arrow accidentally hit Pink Hair. She screamed out in total despair. At the same time, another one of the flames just blinked out. Ponytail whipped his head around, yelling, "This is bad." The whole situation was getting worse. Finally the building just couldn't take it anymore. A bunch of looky-loos whipped out their phones and started recording now. It was just Ponytail and Short Hair left in the fight. Her eyes started to glaze over, and then she just lowered her head and went quiet. She walked step by step over to Pink Hair's body. "Guess this is the only way." A faint blue light started glowing in her hand. Short Hair looked down and gave a soft smile. "I'm giving you my life." Looks like she made up her mind. Suddenly a flame burst into the air. Pink Hair's eyes flew open. She struggled to sit up, staring at the scene. What? No way. Then it hit Pink Hair. Short Hair was completely gone. Realizing her friend had sacrificed herself for her, she just froze. Pink Hair still couldn't wrap her head around it. "No way, Ponytail. Screen from up front. Use your damn demon power. The building's coming down." The whole area started feeling even weirder. Pink Hair slammed her hands on the ground to hold it steady, but it was obvious. The 2 of them were no match for the immortal demon. Tears of pure hopelessness started rolling down her face. Off to the side, the immortal demon was just enjoying the show. He took aim at the 2 again, but then he realized something was off. Ponytail looked up. 100 arrows were flying right at him, but he refused to give up. "More fire arrows. I can't block them all. This is the end." He used his own body to shield Pink Hair. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice, making Ponytail jump. "Everything cool here?" It was Hamato. He'd finally made it just in the nick of time, successfully teleporting to the scene. The arrows around them started flying in all directions. Looks like even the immortal demon noticed something was up. He just stared, stunned at the little guy in front of him. A spatial demon power. A smug smile crept onto the immortal demon's face as he kept staring at Hanmadu. "You're the one with that gluttony power, right, bro?" Hanmadu got pissed. "Bro." The others showed up just in time. "What's he talking about?" he shot back. "I'm an only child." Space. Hanmadu pointed his finger forward, realizing something was wrong. Dudokman rushed to stop him, screaming, "Don't, watch out. Hanmadu, that guy's got an immortality power. You can't just kill him that easily." Everyone fell silent, staring at the immortal demon. It seemed like even he realized something was off. Hanma's arm was seriously jacked up, and he screamed in pain. Dudokman sighed, looking at the monster. "He'll just suck blood to heal himself." He clutched his arm. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" He explained. "Can't let your guard down. Watch it, he'll make clones to fight." Hanmadu started to freak out. "Then how the hell are we supposed to kill him?" The area went dead quiet finally. The immortal demon spoke up. "Gluttony demon, where are the other brothers?" Hanmadu was like, "What other brothers? You mean your goons?" He didn't get it. But the demon just smiled and explained, "Looks like I have to take you to the great king." Raksha's a defiant smirk played on Hanmadu's lips. "And who said I'm going with you?" The immortal demon scowled, clearly annoyed. "Fine. Then I'll just have to drag you." He raised his sword he pulled from somewhere. For a big dude, he was crazy fast. In just a blink, the immortal demon appeared right in front of Hanmadu. He got pissed seeing the sword coming right for him, but the second it touched his skin, the blade just shattered. Turns out Soladin had jumped in and stopped it. He muttered to himself, "Gotta figure out how to off this guy without chopping off his head." At the same time, Xana was looking for an opening. His power was on a whole other level than the other demons. If she could just hit his brain, it might stop his regeneration. But something felt wrong, and she froze up the immortal demon. We had caught her attack with his bare hand. A giant spider popped up behind him, but he didn't even give a damn. The spider used its massive body to slam the immortal demon straight into the ground. Giant turned and gave a signal. "All right guys, get ready to fight Kong." Xana and the others squared up against him. Seeing this weird-ass group, two security guards just stood there stunned. "Who the hell are those people?" Dudokman looked over. "Hey, you alright?" She was shocked. "What team are you from?" He puffed his chest out a bit. "The gang HO Edu Squad HQ sent us. I'll get you guys out of here. But this building has to be secured first, so it doesn't affect civilians." Suddenly Giant screamed from the front. No. The immortal demon had dealt with her beloved spider, seeing her creation get wrecked right in front of her. She was totally crushed. Giant wasn't thinking straight. She just bolted forward. Mina and the others tried to hold Agent John back. Meanwhile, the immortal demon raised his sword high in the air, while she just sat there heartbroken. She had no idea what was about to happen to her. Seeing how bad it looked, Suleidan rushed over. "Dangerous." He managed to snap the demon's fingers just in time, stopping his attack of course. He felt the exact same pain, and it hurt like hell. Even Soleidan's own arm was twisted backward, making him scream in agony. The immortal demon's joints just snapped back into place, like nothing even happened. Annoyed at being interrupted over and over, he turned his head. "This is so damn annoying." This time he launched the sword straight at Soleidan. Just when the kid had no idea what to do, Xana charged in. She used her power to shield Soleil. Done just in time. Time seemed to stop. She pulled it off, but Xana's entire body was trembling from the pain. "Damn, just stopping that spear did this to my arm." Soleidan, realizing something was wrong, yelled from behind her, "Agent Kong! In front of you!" Before she knew it, the immortal demon was already rushing straight for her. Hanmadu quickly used his space ability to appear, opening his mouth wide ready to act. Realizing Hanmadu's plan, the demon immediately whipped his head around, then grabbed his neck with a massive hand. His sword was still pointed at Xana. Just then the immortal demon suddenly called out, "Gluttony demon, why are you fighting for these humans? Shouldn't you just cut out that human part inside of you?" Hamida trembled, still trying to fight back. The demon's eyes were so cold, there was no humanity in them at all. Suddenly, some kind of liquid dripped onto the floor below. The immortal demon turned and saw Dudokman making his move. Turns out, he had gouged out his own eye with his bare hands. Before anyone could figure out what the hell was happening, he calmly created another dimension. The immortal demon was getting really sick of this crew. Another damn pest. The space was plunged into total darkness. He looked around, and then the immortal demon realized something was off. "I can't feel anything." It was Dudokman, still planning from behind. "Slitting his throat won't work. I have to get everyone to a safe place first." Outside, the building looked like it was about to collapse. Joseox's eyes suddenly flew open in shock. He shot up, asking everyone frantically, "Why are we outside the headquarters?" But Giant understood what happened. "It's Captain Ghost Demon power. Looks like he snuck us out." Outside traffic was moving like nothing was wrong. She quickly gave orders. "First, we need to secure the scene. Go evacuate the civilians around here." The CEO's team was already working on the headquarters. Good squad, let's move. Remembering something, Nam Hoseok turned back. You think everyone inside will be okay? They all stared at the building. In another place, Do Dokman slapped Han Madu across the face. Hey, wake up. Han Madu grunted and forced his eyes open. Seeing everyone's faces just confused him. Where is this, the basement? Realizing where they were made, Han Madu panicked and he started firing off questions. Why am I here? Do Dokman explained. If we want to minimize the damage to HQ, this is the best place for it. Sulaiden said with a dead calm voice. Okay. Locations handled now. How the hell are we supposed to catch the immortal demon? Slitting his throat is useless. Suddenly Hanmado remembered something. What if I use the space demon's power? You think I could just make him evaporate? Along with the space, but Xana shot that idea down. Erasing space is way too dangerous. It could destroy the entire area around it. Hearing that, Du Dokman gave him a serious look. If that's the case, there's only one way left. Hanmado from this moment on. His eyes got even more intense. Suddenly the space around them shattered, and everyone just stared, clueless about what was happening. In front of them was a terrifying black hole. Everyone froze just staring at the sight. The immortal demon had finally found them. He was so fast that everyone was instantly on high alert. He's here. The demon casually walked forward. This is it, the thing I'm looking for is here. But his face was a complete blank. Seeing Hanmadu's stance, the immortal demon looked annoyed. You want to keep getting in my way? You humans really don't know when to quit. Do you really think the four of you can beat me? Hanmadu didn't even hesitate and nodded. Damn right, we've got more people. After pulling himself together, he slammed his hand on the ground. Hanmadu yelled, everyone teleport. The space around them immediately warped. My onset was shocked, realizing something was wrong. This is Director Jang Ido's demon power. With his hand on the ground, Hanmadu successfully summoned everyone. They were all looking around like, what the hell is going on? Even Jahi was startled and looked around. What the hell is this all about? Hanmadu was silent. He had successfully summoned every single demon power user in this place. Faced with this surprise, the immortal demon went quiet for a moment. Then he let out an excited laugh. Things were getting so boring, but now this is getting interesting. He looked at the crowd in front of him with anticipation. Everyone just stared back at the immortal demon, totally confused. So that's our enemy. Talk about a plot twist. Suddenly, Huang Gahui whips her head around and demands, but aren't you the one who brought us here? How the hell do you have Director Jang Ido's demonic powers? Off to the side, DOC man recognized a familiar face. Branch manager Myung Si. He laughed and greeted him. It's been a while, man. His expression slowly turned serious. We can say hi later, just hurry up and take my memories. Hearing him say that, the guy didn't hesitate and got right to it. His eyes lit up as he touched the brain. In just a few seconds, Myons announced, done. From now on, I'll share these memories with everyone. Everyone's expression changed as a flood of images and information started streaming into their minds. What you're seeing now is everything that's happened up to this point. Captain Dokman's plan. A ton of stuff appeared through Dokman's memories. Everyone went dead silent. The Incheon branch manager Huang Gahui's face tightened. Gang Yogu's branch manager. Xian Adu's branch manager. I hope you all act according to this plan. Totally pissed off, GMOK snapped. So arrogant. Who does the captain of Gang Jugu think he is? Telling me what to do? The immortal demon glared at the crowd that appeared before him, annoyed. What kind of trick are you guys trying to pull now? He pulled a massive sword from his body. Then he charged straight at everyone, but they all seemed to be on guard. Miensei frowned, annoyed. Everyone stick to the plan. Just focus on defense, and whatever you do, don't let the Demon King get injured, or he'll suck your blood to heal. The immortal demon's eyes were ice cold as he attacked with his sword. Everyone had one thought in mind. Stall for time until the Incheon branch manager could activate his special ability. 1 minute. Just then, the immortal demon rushed towards Ji-Yoon Ok to attack. Suddenly something blocked him. He looked over in surprise to see all the demonic power users working together. To protect her, they had to hold out no matter what. Their tactics were starting to piss off the immortal demon. All you do is defend, huh? If that's how it's gonna be. More and more swords started emerging from his body. Xena's face grew worried. It looked like he had a different plan in mind. I'll wipe you all out in a single blow. Seeing things were going south, DOC man yelled, everyone focus. That's a powerful attack. The demon finally attacked everyone directly, sending a bunch of people flying. Kongzana's body was getting more and more beat up. This time, the immortal demon targeted Gumo-K again from the side. At the critical moment, Huang Ah, who managed to dive in and catch her, using her own body to protect the woman at all costs. The situation was getting more and more serious. This is bad, the defensive line is starting to break. How long can we keep this up? She was still trying to use her armored demonic power. Yuoke sighed and complained. What a pain, kids these days are so damn impatient. She slammed her hand on the ground, and green vines shot straight toward the immortal demon. She was trying to damage him at all costs, while he was distracted from under the water's surface. A giant man-eating plant appeared. Everything happened so fast that even Hanmadu was shocked. Turns out, Guomokai's skill was the devouring demonic power. She announced to everyone, "He's trapped, we don't have much time. Everyone get ready, follow the plan." Seizing the opportunity, Huang Ahu pushed her hands forward, trying to use her power to restrain the immortal demon. Then she yelled to the others, added another layer of binding. "Hey, branch manager Qian Yodu. Hurry up, we can only hold him for about 30 seconds. Zhang Paiyo walked forward with an annoyed Sai-man. This is seriously dangerous. He gently placed his lava hand on the containment layer and started transferring heat from his hand into the immortal demon, using his fire art demonic power. 10 seconds pass and everyone was on edge. Then 20 seconds. Everyone still looked dead serious. When 29 seconds had passed, Hanmadi was still waiting to see what would happen. When the time came, DOC men yelled to everyone. 30 seconds, Zhang Paiyo coldly announced to the group. Completely incinerated, everything scattered in the wind. Like nothing had happened. Everyone was still silent, staring at the scene before them. It probably happened so fast that everyone let out a sigh of relief. Hamado looked up in surprise. Is the immortal demon king really dead? Suddenly a voice from behind got everyone's attention. Wade, a demonic power user, was sniffing the air. He announced seriously, "Something's weird, I can still smell the immortal king." Suddenly streams of blood all flowed in one direction. Turns out he was using the corpses of the fallen. The immortal demon's finger quickly healed, flashing back to before when blue hair attacked him. He had no idea what was happening. The severed finger flew into the air, and then fell to the ground, absorbing the surrounding blood. Everyone's bodies were slowly being drained of blood, until only skeletons were left. The immortal demon didn't spare a single fallen corpse. Hanmadu's face was filled with utter despair. No freaking way, this was going completely off script. In the end, the immortal demon had successfully revived. He brought his blade down with a powerful slash. A loud bang echoed as the ground completely shattered. Chunks of rock flew in all directions, and even the surviving security personnel had to defend themselves. Giant and the others were still trying to get away. Hanmadu helped Kong Zana up. Startled as he looked ahead, the entire building in the city had been destroyed. The immortal demon sighed as he looked at the scene. How boring. On the ground was a blood-soaked mask. But as he glanced to the side, he realized everyone was hiding. The immortal demon asked the gluttony demon, "Where is that guy? I'll be back for him sooner or later." "You guys just wait." After saying that, the immortal demon quickly teleported his demonic space away from this place. In the end, all that was left was a pile of rubble, mixed with blood and bones. This last battle totally wrecked everyone's spirits. Regular people were just clueless. Like, why the hell is this even happening? Dudongan just stared, totally helpless. The Demon King showed up for like 10 minutes. And the entire Seoul HQ was trashed. On top of that, the demon they had locked up at HQ got snatched too. Total loss. Hanmado just stared at the mess like, what the hell are we supposed to do now? Online, the gossip hounds were going wild. The Special Abilities Bureau building was attacked. What is this crap? This is obviously an attack by spies or terrorists. Some other dude piped up, "Listen up, people. This attack was basically an alien plot. This stream of yellow sand is pretty weird." The newscaster also announced that the government declared it was just a gas leak. Nothing more. The next story is about the increasing number of witnesses being scammed over the phone. Inside the room, Hanmadu looked completely exhausted. Suddenly his phone rang. Snapping him out of it, he picked it up fast. Mom. Hanmadu asked. "Madhu, are you okay, sweetie? I heard your building was attacked." "What happened?" Madhu quickly tried to calm her down. "I'm at Gunga Do, Mom. I'm fine, how have you been?" She sounded relieved to hear that. "But you go there all the time, so I was really worried about you." His expression suddenly turned grim. A thought hit him. What if that Demon King had lost control and started attacking civilians? Hanmadu's eyes went wide, like he couldn't face the truth. He thought about all the poor souls who died in this fight. The more he thought, the more it freaked him out. My mom could have been one of them. Suddenly someone started pounding on the door. "Hey, Hanmadu." It startled him so bad he lost his train of thought. He scrambled to open the door. What? The twins glared at him and demanded, "How long are you gonna sit in there? You planning on moping all day?" Hanmadu, totally confused, asked, "What's up with you two?" They kept going. "Vice Chief Du Dangan is looking for you." With no other choice, he went outside and walked into a busted-up tent. "You called for me?" Everyone immediately turned to look at Hanmadu. Dodong and gave him a serious nod. "That's right, we need to talk to you." Hanmadu Jeonyuk spoke up. "Hey, why do we set up a temporary base here anyway?" Myeongse calmly explained. "The immortal demon said he'd be back for Hanmadu, so that's why we're here. He's got the same kind of power they do, and so does Chief Jeongpoyo." That shut him up off to the side. Huang Gahu crushed a can in her hand. She was grinding her teeth, totally pissed the more she thought about it. The angrier she got. The leader of the demon slayers is a damn demon himself. How messed up is that? But Myeongse was over there wiping away tears. "I just can't accept it either. I was pretty close with him for a while." Ji Hunpayo standing nearby suddenly cut in. "Hey, cut it out, you two. Stop with that talk right now. We need to figure out what to do. It won't be long before Hanmadu might not be human anymore. He's gonna be assimilated by his demon side." While Hanmadu was feeling down, a voice cut through. "No. Dudokman, dressed all sharp, announced to everyone, I've been watching Hanmadu for a long time. He can control his mind. He's got it handled. Nothing's gonna happen besides. We need his power. The only one who can stand up to the Demon King is him. Instead of doubting the guy, we should be figuring out how to fight the Demon King." Hearing this, Gyomyuk had to nod. "Makes sense, but Captain Dudogman, you're just a captain. What are you doing in this meeting?" Dudonghan explained seriously. "Before you say anything, you should know that Dudogman was originally the captain of the Seoul headquarters. He has every right to be in this meeting." Hanmadu, sitting on the side, was surprised too. That dude, who's always drinking, is actually that strong. The woman stood up pissed and yelled, "But it's also because he's so irresponsible with his duties that he got transferred to Gengo Duma. The last plan failed partly because of him." After a moment of silence, Dodokman finally explained, "That time we rushed things and that's why it failed. This time we'll prepare properly." Ji Hunpayo looked over. "Prepare how? Isn't the only way to kill him before he resurrects?" The woman suggested. "I told you. We just have to find a way to hold him down, so he can't teleport, because I need at least 1 minute to unleash my power." Myung-se shot back at her. "Didn't we already try that? Stop with the linking the director's plan. It's useless." Ji Young-pyo's face twisted into a smug grin. This was enough to set Huang Ah-hu off. She couldn't take it anymore. Huang Ah-hu slammed the table and yelled, completely fed up, "What do you mean useless?" "It's because he's just that strong," he replied. "Is that so?" She kept ranting, "All you do is blame everyone else. You never take any of the blame yourself." Guillaume, you cut in. "Hey, why are you getting so worked up? We're just trying to talk this out. Man, this is exhausting." Everyone else went quiet, seeing things were getting heated. Hanmadu suddenly raised his hand. Instantly every head in the room turned to look at him. He was a little hesitant, but he still spoke up. "Can I trap the Demon King in the dark dimension?" His words made everyone shut up. Finally Du Dangan was the one to speak. "So how long does it take for you to activate that demon power?" he announced. 5 seconds. "We need to hold him off for 5 seconds, and I can use my skill to trap him in that dimension. He'll be sealed away forever." Time skipped to late that night in the mountains. This place was Mount Manny. A single tent was set up there. Hamato sat inside exhausted, just thinking, being the bait really sucks. Do I seriously have to live in this tent alone until the Demon King shows up? But it's the only way to keep civilians out of it. Suddenly there was a noise outside, but Hanmadu didn't even pay attention. Realizing something was off, he slowly opened his eyes. Xana's scary face was suddenly right in front of him. He was so scared he screamed, which made them both jump. "You scared me?" Jian asked, surprised. "Why are you so jumpy?" Hanmadu was confused. "What's going on, you guys?" Kong Xana smiled and explained, "We figured you'd be bored all by yourself out here, so we came to visit. We're here to keep you company so you won't be scared." Hanmadu's eyes lit up with emotion. "Did everyone come here for me?" "Thank you, everyone." Hearing that, Sol Eden slammed the water jug down on the ground. He corrected him, annoyed. "No. The captain told me to come and babysit you, so you don't get too scared and run away." He was completely crushed. Why doesn't he believe me? But Hanmado sank into his self-pity. "It's true, I'm scared of that demon, but I won't run away. You guys have to believe me," he thought to himself. "But having everyone here makes it less lonely." Jiam pulled out a bag of food. "Eat some ramen." Nam Hoseok nodded. I'll boil the water, he felt annoyed. Why did you guys come to help me? But all you care about is eating solely. Dunn stepped forward to explain to him. What are you talking about? You think you're the only one here who's tired and fighting the demon? Lord Rona also smiled and raised her hammer. That's right, our team will fight alongside you. So we all have to get ready and build up our strength. Han Matty was totally speechless. It looks like you guys came here to go camping. A small smile crept onto his lips. But still, having people around is way better than being alone. He quickly walked over. Let me get some of that. A little later Han Matty remembered something. Everyone brought a tent, right? Dusay asked while eating. Officer Jian, did you bring one? She shook her head. No. I'm sharing a tent with Officer Kongzana. Everyone immediately froze. So there are no tents for the men. A while later Dusi Oc was constantly complaining. It's too cramped, move over a bit. Han Madu was at his wit's end. Just go home, you guys. This is torture, mortal demon, just come get me already. A strange wind appeared outside, and small leaves danced in the air. Following that was a familiar yellow light, the shape of the single gate. It was summoned to this place, standing there massive and imposing. The alarm bells quickly rang out. Du Dangho noticed something was off. Yellow sent the readings. She turned her head to look at Du Dokman. He realized with a bit of helplessness. It's unmeasurable, it's him. At the same time, a figure stepped out from within the single gate. When the immortal demon had successfully returned, everyone's faces turned serious. He's here. Young Pio glanced at the demon before him. Myung said, on the other hand, was extremely wary, just as everyone had predicted. The immortal demon had appeared in this place. His gaze turned ice cold. It seemed he had already figured out their plan. Waiting for me? Hamadou's face lit up with some excitement. As he ran forward, we've been dying to see you. Seeing the others appear caught his attention. Still using the strength and numbers tactic today. It's not just numbers, it's a bunch of elite warriors. Numbers don't matter, there's only one outcome. How can you possibly defeat me? Hamadou looked him dead in the eye and declared. Just you wait, this rematch will be different. A terrifying battle was about to begin. Hamidou's expression became serious. Shall we start the rematch? The immortal demon shot him a look. Everyone was ready for this fight. He turned his head and signaled to the others. Everyone knows the plan, right? Hold this guy off for 5 seconds for me. This command really pissed off Chuek. Who the hell do you think you're ordering around? You're just a regular member, and you're giving me orders. The twins immediately turned to defend him. This whole plan revolves around him. So stop complaining, just do what we agreed on. After saying that, they both shot him a dirty look. He laughed now that Chief Jonghedo was dead. Things are going to get a lot harder. The bald guy quickly rushed forward. Anyone who doesn't want to fight can just stay here. We'll go fight him first. The guy with short hair was also getting pumped. I don't know if he's stronger now, but I'm actually pretty scared. Seeing the two of them attack, the immortal demon drew his sword. His eyes were incredibly calm. Just as he was about to make a move, a demon power user suddenly appeared. He looked up into the air surprised. Without him noticing, the immortal demon's feet have been frozen solid by ice. Han Madu watched from behind. Good for this time stalling tactic. To work, we need people with binding demon powers. The higher the demon power level, the better, of course. Right then the others turned and gave the order. Now's the time, with everyone's help. The immortal demon was completely unable to move. They yelled out, everyone, just hold that position. Suddenly, the bald guy realized something was wrong. His body was quickly pulled backward by the immortal demon. Seeing things were going south, he quickly shouted, Baldy, pull the rope taut. Hearing this, the short-haired guy pulled the rope with all his might, but he had clearly underestimated the immortal demon's insane strength. Both of them were yanked backward by him. With no other choice, Kua clenched his fists. Gravity increased by 20 times. The demon's entire body seemed to feel the increased gravity. His sword fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Baldy and Shorthair couldn't hold on any longer either. The ground around where the immortal demon was standing had completely shattered. Han Madu came over to chew him out. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get everyone killed? He turned his head and replied coldly, I don't really care, as long as we can restrain that demon. His words made Han Madu realize, damn it, this is no time to argue. I have to open the dark space now. But while he was still trying, the immortal demon began his counterattack. He shot a cold glare at everyone, increasing the gravity, while bending down to pick up his sword. If that's the case, then to balance things out, the power of this sword strike will have to increase by 20 times. Realizing what the demon was doing, Chewak gasped in shock, but it was all too late. The demon struck without mercy. A deafening sound echoed out, and a strange light erupted from the forest. Even the spot where everyone was standing was heavily damaged. Hanmadu had to jump back. This is bad, that sword strike is too powerful. This could totally wreck the neighborhood. Down the mountain, this whole place has been completely annihilated. Just as another massive explosion goes off, Huang Ahu finally shows up. Everyone, hold a defensive formation within a 600-meter radius. Don't you dare let this damage spread down the mountain and touch the civilians. Everyone tried to hold him off. Du Dong and already warned everyone. Watch out for that immortal freak. He can regenerate, so don't you dare let him. Keep your distance from him. Stay on defense, and don't let him trigger his healing mechanism. All the demon hunters with enhanced smell immediately nodded in agreement. Got it at the same time. Du Dongmin looked over his shoulder. Time to move to phase to right. Du Dokmin nodded, but he looked a little worried. I just hope Baldy doesn't get too hyped and screw this whole thing up. Over here, the short-haired guy rushed forward, trying to attack with his bare hands, but the immortal demon dodged him. The two of them fought back and forth. I'm gonna kill you. You're actually a pretty tough opponent. I'll give you that, but we've already got the advantage here. The moment he finished talking, the immortal demon attacked him with his sword. The demon's face was still completely blank, but the short-haired guy just flashed a smug grin. Gotcha. Seizing the opportunity, Miang Set shoved his hand into the demon's brain. He announced to everyone, you all worked hard. Let us handle pinning him down from here. The immortal demon was shocked to realize the space in front of him had changed. He was totally caught off guard when he saw himself turn into some weird entity. What, are we trapped in an illusion? He wondered over on the other side. Miang Set yelled, everyone focus. Just hold this formation for 5 seconds. Hanmadu was also sitting down, placing his hands on the ground to get ready. He hyped everyone up. Wait for Hanma to unleash his demonic power. We can't let this demon king break out of the illusion. A purple light shot out from his hand. At that moment, the gateway had officially begun to open. Inside the sealed space, the immortal demon was relentlessly trashing the place. With his weapon, he smashed against the walls of the space, creating a flash of white light. His desire to escape this place grew more intense by the second, and just like that, the immortal demon shattered the dimension. At the same time, many of the demon hunters couldn't take the strain anymore. Even though only a split second had passed, some of them were already collapsing backward. Understanding their plan, he went even more ballistic, causing more and more of them to buckle under the pressure, because they had only one goal in mind. Buy time for Hamato at all costs. Miansa gritted his teeth. Everyone just tried to hang on until the very end. Time was still ticking by relentlessly. Everyone was trying to hold their ground, but at the same time the immortal demon was already close to finding a way out. A smug grin spread across his face as he charged straight for the light. But in front of him was a horrifying scene. Dead bodies were scattered all over the ground. A battle had clearly happened here, and tons of innocent people had died. A soldier hurriedly ran over, calling out, General, the enemy has completely fled. General, the immortal demon turned his head, coldly grabbed the horse's reins, and then slowly gave an order to his subordinate. Hunt them down with that. The immortal demon got on his horse, ready to leave suddenly. His son ran over. I'm going with you, father. The immortal demon casually put his helmet on. He showed zero emotion at the request, then gently reached out and ruffled his son's hair. That was the first time a smile had ever appeared on the immortal demon's face. The sun was setting and the moment felt frozen in time. With the entire battlefield littered with corpses, it was absolutely terrifying. A subordinate quickly approached and called out, General, these are the civilians who surrendered. Please give us orders on how to handle them. The immortal demon turned his head and announced coldly, slit their throats and kill them all. These words left his subordinate completely stunned. What, we have to kill all the ordinary citizens? How is that possible? A twisted smile crept onto his face, because I love to watch the look on their faces right before they're killed. With that, the immortal demon slowly drew his sword. I live on the blood of the dead. I am eternal, indestructible. I am immortal. Just as the immortal demon finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. A sword had pierced right through his body. The subordinate smirked. What a psycho. He was shocked by this betrayal. You still have the guts to attack me, trying to use my memories from when I was human? He asked while everyone else was fighting. The immortal demon was actually finding this amusing. What are you guys scheming? The subordinate turned his head and ordered everyone, stop him from breaking out of this mental attack. The remaining people tried to compose themselves. 4 seconds left. The civilians charged forward in unison, swords in hand. The immortal demon seemed completely unfazed, totally useless. In a single instant, he was able to deal with them, taking out everyone who got in his way. It was obvious that the people around him were no match, but even so, they all worked together to hold the immortal demon's body down. This only made him even more excited. A mental attack, the tip of a sword lunged forward. In a flash they were all killed, with blood and flesh raining down, trying to time me down obviously. This move was completely useless against the immortal demon. Hanmei Duo nervously shouted a warning. The immortal demon has snapped out of it. Everybody get ready. They all charged towards him at once. It was the same familiar expression. The immortal demon showed no emotion at all. He coldly slammed his sword into the ground. The earth completely shattered, and a deep pit appeared right in front of him. Suddenly the subordinate from before grabbed his son. Immortal demon, wait. Don't move, the poor boy kept calling out for his father. The guy loudly threatened the immortal demon. If you don't, your son will die. At that moment a decisive attack landed. The immortal demon struck without a hint of hesitation, and a second later a powerful slash mark appeared. He struck so coldly that the subordinate couldn't believe what was happening, but the immortal demon just coldly declared, "I'm getting out of here." Time was still passing. Mi Hong said hands fell, and the immortal demon's vision started to go blurry. His body was tied up tightly by ropes. Everyone was ganging up on him. Even though he was completely exhausted, the short-haired guy wasn't giving up. Time was still passing second by second. It was clear this amount of power couldn't stop the immortal demon. He started to grab his sword and counterattack. With just a few basic swings, the group was knocked backward. Shuok began to act according to the plan. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist tightly. Gravity at the same time. The air around the immortal demon seemed to freeze. He used his own sword to chop off his arm, and Shuok's expression slowly turned to one of shock, just to power up his attack from the other side. The short-haired dude rushes in. Seeing things were going south, Hanmadu screams, "Don't get any closer." At the same time everyone jumps back into action. The immortal demon watches their perfect teamwork, his eyes widening like he just figured something out. And sure enough, that black liquid starts pulling up around them. This is the plan, but the immortal demon doesn't even flinch, just stands there. Hanma's face gets more and more worried. The Ganggutdu squad takes their chance. While the immortal demon is distracted and snaps his arm, he whips his head around, looking back like something's hiding in the forest. Realizing they've been spotted, Namhozia Ox shoves his hand forward. He tries to use his non-existent skill to keep everyone safe. Kongzana takes the knife in her hand and straight up injures herself with it. She grits her teeth, getting ready to move. A sharp weapon starts forming from her hand, and just like that it slices right through the barrier. As IOC made the immortal demon's eyes go wide. Realizing this ain't gonna be easy, the weapon decisively stabs straight into his head. 5 seconds have passed. Hanmadu bites down hard, ready to act all right. That black liquid starts seeping up from under the immortal demon's feet. He just stands there, not reacting at all. Kongzana turns and yells, "Close the space." Hanmado's hand shoots out into the air. He creates a totally different space, then pours all his strength into opening a new one. Finally, the immortal demon gets teleported to another dimension. No one can believe what just happened. Hanmado's legs give out and he collapses to the ground. So Li Dan can't even process it. Is it over? Even he can't believe it. It's over. The place suddenly goes quiet a few seconds later. The demon power users, with a sense of smell, sniff the air, then report. The immortal demon's scent is completely gone. Everyone is stunned by this. Xana runs over cheering for him. Madam Sat also lets out a sigh of relief and slumps to the ground. Damn. We really won, huh? A huge grin spreads across his face. Hanmadu is happily chatting with Xana Gayum. Yusi can finally breathe easy. It's finally over. Everyone thinks things are back to normal. Hamato starts to get up to go rest, but just then he feels something weird inside his body. Totally freaked out, he puts a hand on his chest to check. In a pitch-black space, the immortal demon is just standing there. He coldly draws his sword. "I came here for you," realizing his true goal. Hanmadu freezes. He gets even closer to Hanmadu. The gluttony demon. Looks like something bad is about to go down. Hanmado's whole body suddenly collapses to the ground. Could it be just as I predicted? The immortal demon raises his sword and starts wrecking the place. He screams in agony and desperation. No. He's trying to awaken the gluttony demon. Seeing Hanmadu acting weird, Kongzana rushes over Hanmadu. He realizes he was wrong. I didn't think the gluttony demon was also sealed away. Just like director Jang Ito, if the immortal demon meets the gluttony demon, Kongzana right beside him keeps calling out Hanmadu. What's wrong? What's happening? He quickly tells her the immortal demon is trying to wake up the gluttony demon. In the dark space, this was totally outside of his calculations. Feeling completely helpless, Hanmadu has no choice but to create another space He's about to make his move. I have to finish that immortal demon. Xana quickly tries to stop him. What are you gonna do all by yourself? But he's out of options. This is the only way before I lose myself. With that, Hanmato steps into another dimension, right in front of everyone. Without a second thought, Solidan and Xana immediately chase after him. Damn it, let's go. Seeing all three of them disappear, leaves Giant totally confused. Wait. Dudokman rushes over Ganga Du squad. Where do you three think you're going? His voice is filled with urgency, but the three of them had already vanished into another dimension. Looking around, Solidan is amazed. This is the dark space. Hanmato turns to look at the two of them, surprised. Why'd you follow me? He snaps at them. What the hell is a dumbass like you gonna accomplish? Going in alone? Even Kong Xana, next to him, is worried. Do you have a plan? He slowly gets to his feet and tells them, erase the space. Doing it here won't affect other areas, so we can use that move. Solidan shoots him a glance. Can we even keep up with the immortal demon's speed? If we fail even once, we're dead. But her eyes become determined. Whatever. We're out of options anyway. Let's go with that. The three of them sprint forward. A red light appears in the dark space. The immortal demon is still tearing the place apart. The scene cuts to outside the forest. Dudonan gives everyone a serious order to deal with the immortal demon if he shows up. Everyone hold your positions. This is seriously exhausting. Huang Jiehe, is this crap not over yet? Meanwhile, Dodokman is super worried, hoping for the best but expecting the worst. Hearing this, even Nam Hoseosi gets scared. The worst case scenario. What could be worse than the immortal demon getting out? He looks up at the sky, conflicted. Hanmato. If Hanmato gets controlled by the gluttony demon, that's the worst case scenario. You can tell he really doesn't want that to happen. Meanwhile, the immortal demon charges with his sword. Wake up! A brutally powerful slash comes down. But then his arm suddenly snaps horribly. On instinct, the immortal demon whips his head around to look behind him. Solomon is still trying to hype himself up. Again, he forces himself to break his own arm. This time, the immortal demon's body twists backward violently. Now its hand must turn to act. He creates a new space, planning to make him disappear from this place. The third move he uses is Space Erasure Erase. A blinding light makes the immortal demon turn his head away. In annoyance, the space here begins to crack and shatter. But instead, the immortal demon starts absorbing Hanma's flesh and blood. The pain is so intense he screams in desperation. He even dodges the space eraser. Can't just stand by anymore. Kong Xana immediately charges in with her sword. She tells herself, think. Damn it, think. I have to stop him from moving. But as she makes her move, her expression suddenly changes. The freaking immortal demon shot Kong Xana an annoyed look. What a pain in the ass. He started to fight back with his sword, and she quickly threw her hands up to make a new weapon. Then she screamed royal command. Everyone get back! Xana's eyes went wide when she realized something was off. A bright red flash appeared in the distance. The immortal demon swung his sword so hard, it sent Hanmato flying. Even Xana couldn't hang on anymore. So Ledan and Hanmato were both seriously messed up. Seizing the chance, the immortal demon's huge hand clamped around Hanmato's neck. He slammed him into the ground, and with no air, the guy couldn't even breathe. The immortal demon started to raise his sword. If you die here, the gluttony demon will awaken. Seeing this, Hanmato had no idea what to do. He couldn't move a single finger. Is this really how I die? He didn't want to accept it. Suddenly, a bunch of hands grabbed onto the immortal demon. He realized he was being held tight by invisible hands. At the same time, Suleidan screamed from the side. Hanmato used facial erase now. This was his chance. The kid's actions totally pissed the demon off. You've gotten in my way too many times. Guess I'll have to tear you limb from limb to teach you a lesson. Hearing those messed up words, Hamato's eyes went wide with fear as he screamed no. The next thing he saw completely froze him. Xana, out of nowhere, had already jammed her weapon straight into the immortal demon's head. Looks like she figured something out. If the immortal demon can't awaken, it can't regenerate using blood. Use spatial erase now right away. Hanmato noticed Xana couldn't hold on much longer. This made him hesitate, unsure what to do. What the hell was he supposed to do? But if he used spatial erase, he realized Xana was still holding on tight to the immortal demon. The thought hit him like a truck. They both died just like that. Hanmato's trembling hand reached forward. Something weird started happening around Soledin. He whipped his head around to look at Hanmato, startled. What the hell are you doing with this spatial shift? Crap, he yelled, turning back to scream at him. Soleiden's face got even more pissed. Hanmato, and just like that, Soleiden was completely teleported away. Over here, even Xana was shocked. Did Hanmadu just use all his strength to push her back? He yelled at her, "You two, get back." The knife in Xana's hand even ended up cutting him. By accident, Hanmadu's real plan broke her heart. He could only rest easy if he knew she was safe. His face was a mask of total helplessness, but Hanmadu had no other choice. In the end, only he and the immortal demon were left in this space. The demon shot him a cold look, and an indescribable sadness washed over Hanmadu, but it was gone in a flash. As they both charged headfirst into battle, the immortal demon was faster. He slapped a hand on his face, then used his size to overpower him and shove him back. The immortal demon's face was nothing but pure rage now. Taking the chance, Hanmadu bit into his flesh and quickly swallowed. The immortal demon realized he'd been trapped. What the? He wiped the blood from his face. "I figured out the best way to kill you." Cracks began to appear in the space around them, as Hanmadu walked closer to the immortal demon, and laid it all out. "My spatial demon energy is gonna disappear. Along with this dark space, you and I are gonna vanish right here together." Of course there was no way in hell the demon was going to accept this. The immortal demon used his sword to slice Hanma's arm. Clean off, but real quick. He absorbed the blood coming right from the demon, and just like that, Hanma got his immortal power. Now he coldly faced the immortal demon. "Now I have an immortal body too." His voice choked up, which caught the demon's attention. So with total conviction, Hanmadu said, "Don't bother with pointless attacks. Just be a good little monster and die with me." The two of them faced off, as the space around them completely vanished. The gluttony demon hadn't been woken up yet. For now it was just Hanmadu versus the immortal demon. Just then the demon looked up at him. "You moron. You're really willing to sacrifice your own life, just to get rid of me?" Hearing that, he snapped back angrily, "I never plan on dying. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for you." But it was like the immortal demon wasn't even listening. "Now deal with the consequences." After saying that, he sliced his own head right off. This time he started absorbing Hanmadu, causing him insane pain. Even so, he didn't give up and shot back. "You think you're the only one with immortality? All I have to do is absorb that power right back." Time seemed to stand still. Hanmadu silently looked at the immortal demon's body, then realized his own was vanishing, which totally froze him. A smug grin spread across the demon's face. "Just because you got the same type of power, you really think you can beat me? With that fragile human body of yours?" Hanmadu realized he turned into a skeleton. "Stop. We're both gonna die here anyway. Why do you have to take it this far?" Seeing Hanmadu had fallen, the immortal demon stomped on his body. He coldly picked up his skull. "You're suffering all this just to make an immortal like me die? I'm going to drain every last thing from you, not even leaving your soul behind. You will never be reincarnated. You'll just be absorbed by me and completely disappear." Hanma didn't want this to happen. "No, don't." He tried to fight back but had zero strength. The gluttony demon's eyes started to open. It sensed its own life was in danger. This time, it charged from behind and attacked the immortal demon. Everything happened way too fast, making it impossible for him to react. Realizing there was a surprise enemy, he spun around totally confused. The gluttony demon quickly chomped down hard on him. He was still in shock and screamed, "What the hell do you think you're doing? You damn gluttony demon. You actually dare to attack me like this?" He was screaming like a maniac, but the gluttony demon was still going wild, tearing into his body without stopping. Hanmadu lay on the side watching silently. He even started to reabsorb the immortal demon's blood and flesh, looking at the monster in front of him. It seemed to click. "Gluttony demon, wait. Are you helping me?" he asked himself. The gluttony demon started to get even closer to his corpse. "Or are you planning to swallow me whole too?" Its face was now just beyond disgusting. The space here seemed to have completely shrunk. Hanmadu sighed, accepting the truth. It was finally over. He was super curious what this moment of death would be like, but he noticed the gluttony demon wasn't killing him at all. Is it protecting me, or maybe if I live, it gets to live? Who the hell knows? Anyway, this whole thing was over. As long as those two made it back safely, I don't give a crap if I die. Hanmadu couldn't stop thinking about the moment he pushed Kanzana back. He felt totally useless, but he still forced himself to say, "You to have to make it back alive." All she could do was stare at Hanmadu, completely hopeless, but there was nothing she could do. Rewind to a few minutes before that. Xana and Sol Leiden get shoved back into the present dimension. Seeing them appear, Yudokman rushes over. Kongzana, Soldad and Giant all run up, firing off questions. "What the hell happened? You guys just vanished into that shadow dimension and freaked us all out." He got closer and asked, "Where's Hanmadu?" Xana, looking totally defeated, told everyone he pushed us out of that place. I think he's planning to absorb the entire immortal demon. She quickly explained Han Madu's plan. Sol Dun was floored. What the hell, wouldn't he lose his spatial powers and get trapped there forever? That idiot, he gritted his teeth, barely holding back a stream of curses. After calming down, his voice choked up. Is he really planning to die with that immortal demon? His words made everyone freeze. Xana, of course, couldn't accept it. I can't let him sacrifice himself like that. She remembered the time she accidentally hurt Han Madu. Then she held a finger out in front of everyone. This is Han Madu's finger. I managed to cut it off and bring it back from the shadow dimension. If you manage to steal the immortality power, we can totally use this to bring him back. Nam Hoseoc. Eyes suddenly lit up with hope. That could actually work. But what about the flesh and blood for the regeneration? Everyone went dead silent. Giant even shot him a nasty look. A second later, everyone held out their arms. Damn it, Kong. Xana slowly held Han Madu's finger forward. And everyone's faces got dead serious. Please let this bring Han Madu back. In the dark dimension, a light suddenly flashed. Han Madu stared blankly at it. He had no clue what was going on. The gluttony demon was still clinging to him. Han Madu was confused. Light. Out of instinct, he reached for it. Suddenly he turned and looked at the gluttony demon. This time without even hesitating, Han Madu grabbed its hand. Come with me, he tried, pulling it toward the light. As they got closer, a bunch of hands appeared inside the light. It was like everyone was desperately hoping he'd grab on. This was his one and only chance, and Han Madu cherished it. He reached out and touched everyone's hands, and finally, Han Madu successfully made it back to reality. Obviously, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Han Madu, he's alive. Can you hear me? It felt like time had stopped. He jolted, completely dazed. And then shot up. How did I get back? I'm pretty sure I vanished. Along with that dark dimension, Han Madu's expression totally changed. He was completely shocked. Why is everyone missing an arm? Is it because of me? He couldn't believe it. Seeing this, Nam Hoseok snapped and yelled, "Quit gawking, you moron. Hurry up and make some yellow sand. People are dying of pain over here." At the same time, a shirt got thrown right at Han Madu. Sol Dun turned away in disgust. That's nasty to look at. Cover yourself up already. He quickly clutched the shirt to cover his body. Oh, kill me now. In the distance, others were watching this happy scene. Do Dun and couldn't hide his surprise. He actually defeated the immortal Rakshasa. Weo Meek nodded. That's right. Finally, Du Dokman walked over, smiling and chatting with everyone. We have to party tonight, to celebrate coming back from the dead. Her face turned serious. Now that director Jang Ito is gone, is Han Madu our only hope? Elsewhere, Eji was walking forward, when an assistant rushed up to report a call from the director of the Seoul branch. Just then, Du Dongan's voice came through. This is Director Du Dongan. It's been a while, director of the Jeju branch. I'm calling an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures against the 8 legions. All branch directors are expected to attend. See you soon. A thrilled smile spread across AJ's face. He stepped out from some other bloody dimension. Yeah, see? You and Seoul. After hanging up, Eji looked totally pumped. The 8 legions, huh? Sounds interesting. He let out a huge laugh. Eji couldn't wait to see just how strong they were. The scene cuts to a beach. The moon is high in the sky and the scene is peaceful. A pale white foot gently steps onto the cold surface of the sea. Long white hair sinks into the water. As the woman stands there silently, she gazes at the view before her. Du Dongan announces to everyone, "This is the damage report, following the appearance of the immortal Rakshasa, one of the 8 legions. 90% of the Seoul headquarters staff has been wiped out. The headquarters building in Dongno, Seoul, was completely destroyed. The area is nothing but a pile of rubble." She continued. If the immortal Rakshasa hadn't returned to the abyss and had continued its attack, the entire city of Seoul would have faced catastrophic damage. That we couldn't have stopped. This is the National Branch Directors meeting regarding the 8 legions, the special grade civil servants. The scene shifts to the new headquarters in Seoul. Lee Hyun, super curious, asks, "So what exactly was that Rakshasa at the base?" "I'm talking about the object that the Seoul headquarters was always so secretive about." Do Dongan calmly turned and replied, "Even the information shared with me was strictly limited." Director Jang Ito, the Duke of the Spatial Rakshasa, once said that preparing for the day of prophecy was extremely important. No one could forget that prophecy. The Rakshasas will rain down from the sky like rain. Chief General Ryangsan Duyua asked curiously, "Do we have any intel on the 8 legions?" She shook her head in reply. "The only members of the 8 legions we've identified so far are the immortal Rakshasas and this spatial Rakshasas." And she pressed a button on the control panel. Han Madu's terrified face appeared. the gluttonous Rakshasa, currently possessed by Office Administrator Hanmadu. We have no information on the other 5, but you can bet they'll show up to target Hanmadu. So to prepare isn't the solution totally obvious? Just then AJ chimed in with a smirk. Just hand him over. We should hand Hanmadu over to Hell. When Hell lets his guard down, we snatch the kid back, and then we can focus on some serious, large-scale training. Level 7 and higher rank special agents. This pissed Jiamyuk off, who was sitting on the side. So, you're saying we should just sacrifice one of our own? Are you seriously siding with Director Jang Ito on this? Myong Set shook his head. What? You want us to just ditch our lie, and our only hope against the 8 legions? That's a stupid way to think. Deo Seok finally spoke up. If that's your logic, then killing Director Jang Ito was a huge mistake. 'Cause there was no lie more trustworthy than him. Of course the old man couldn't take it anymore. Are you implying that Du Dongin did something wrong? Deo Seok, even Du Dongin, who was on the side, started getting a headache. But thinking back, he wasn't wrong. Right now we're short on manpower against the overwhelming strength of the 8 legions, which is why the scene shifts to a large building. Dad's still thinking we absolutely cannot let Hanmadu get captured by the 8 legions. Inside the room, he looked completely exhausted. As a ton of bodyguards stood watch, his thoughts raced. How much longer do I have to put up with this? They've locked me up in this training center for days, saying it's to protect me. This is a prison without bars. Suddenly the door opened, catching Hanmadu's attention. He happily called out Sol. Sol Eden. The guy slowly walked inside. He ran over and grabbed his leg. Hey Sol. Sol Eden, talk to me. How long am I gonna be locked up? The guy looked confused and answered. How should I know? Just take your stuff and get lost. Hanmadu was still miserable. I want to go to work. I want to breathe fresh air. It's pathetic being stuck in a room with a bunch of middle-aged dudes. I don't even know. Sol Dun reminded him. Stop rushing things. Everyone else is having a hard time. Too, it seems like everyone is being watched. I heard a lot of Rakshasa showed up here. When is Paudu gonna get here? I have stuff to do at headquarters. How long do we have to do this day? Osuk asked in surprise. Hasn't lunch been delivered yet? Nom Nom Hoseok snapped back. It'll be here soon. Dudokman sighed. Completely wiped out my peaceful office. Life is so screwed. Seal Dun walked over to announce. Chief Hanmad, who says he wants to go back to work. Hearing that, he yelled angrily. What if he goes outside and gets spotted by the abyss? Tell him to just stay put for now. The guy turned and walked away. I was just about to go back and tell him that. Suddenly Easy, who was sitting off to the side, called out Agent Sol. You're the one who exposed Jang Ido's identity, right? You killed your own father, just because he was one of the 8 legions. Yet you hang around Hanmadu, who's also one of them. What a joke. He sneered coldly at Sol Dun. Just then the warning alarm blared again, getting everyone's attention. And just as Sol Dun was about to make a move, Xana suddenly stopped him. He didn't understand the strange look she gave him, but she just calmly reminded him. Let's go outside. The scene shifts to the mountains behind the city. Kong Xana curiously turned her head and asked, Are you still pissed about what branch? Chief Easy said. Seal Litten calmly explained as he walked. I don't give a crap. More importantly, he seems a little young to be a branch chief. Namazeo Siakshi chimed in from behind. I heard he's only 21. The youngest branch chief in history. Word is Director Jang Ito helped him out a lot. He turned his head looking annoyed. You mean the spatial Rakshasa? Not the director. He quickly nodded. Right. Xana kept walking as if nothing happened. Quit the chatter and look. It's a Rakshasa. Everyone immediately went on high alert. In front of them was a giant Rakshasa, and 3 of them had appeared at once. Xana quickly looked at the first pillar gate. Behind them, the first pillar gate is still open. Her face immediately turned serious. Why? Her wide eyes noticed something was off. Drops of Xana's blood suddenly floated into the air, then shot straight ahead. It made her freeze. My blood. The first pillar gate had sucked up all of Xana's blood. Her expression completely changed. It's being sucked into the first pillar gate. What the hell is about to happen? Xana realized. The situation was way more serious than she thought. Meanwhile, Hanmadu was still moping around. What's going on? Something's been off with my body lately. I haven't been right since I fought that immortal Rakshasa. My power, I can't activate it. I need to recover before the 8 legions attack us. The moment he saw Hanmadu, Myongset waved cheerfully. Hey over there. The hope of humanity, come on. Sit and eat. You've been riding in there for ages. He jumped, bewildered. Hope of humanity. Is this guy nuts? The old man happily walked closer. Tired of takeout, right? Next time you should visit Bizen. I'll buy you some good food. Ever tried the pork stew? There's a ton to see if you visit Bizen. Have you ever been to Haeundae or Gwangali? It's an awesome place for a date. My wife and I used to go there all the time to eat. We ate sliced raw fish right on the shore, and even watched the fireworks on Gwangali beach. Hanmadu thought tiredly, man. This guy talks a lot. Seeing he wasn't reacting, the man moved closer. Why the long face? No, actually. I'm not sick of it yet, he yelled angrily. Hey. When it's just the two of us, you can just call me big bro. Myung-set's mood seemed to brighten up. Yes, sir. More importantly, you got a girlfriend. He shook his head. I don't. The man suddenly looked a little scornful. Why not? Got no game. You gotta start dating soon, so you can have some cute kids. Wanna hear the story of how I won over my wife back in the day? Hanmadu thought to himself. I am not interested at all. But the old guy didn't care. Wanna see my daughter pretty, right? He jumped, surprised. Daughter. He looked a little awkward. But aren't we the only ones talking? He realized something was wrong. Myung-set reminded him smile. Only then did Hanmadu notice his expression. He calmly picked up a piece of radish. There are a lot of tough times waiting for us up ahead, so just smile as much as you can while you still can. Realizing Myung-set had his own sorrows, Hanmadu suddenly felt silent. A month passed. He sighed in frustration. Tough times, my ass. He angrily bit his own arm. They're not even showing up. You 8 Legion scumbags. The scene cuts to a beach, waves smashing the shore. The poor bastard died without even knowing why. Standing over him was some creature with white hair. Totally naked, he let out a cocky smirk and said, Nice threads you got there. The scene's all peaceful like nothing's going down, but this poor dude's getting his face pounded in by a bunch of bullies, you damn junkie. Got your high, huh? Now cough up the cash, unless you want to be sleeping with the fishes. Spotting something, one of the goons yelled. Yo. Check out the weirdo walking over here. Raxus has strolled up buck naked. The bully got this cocky grin on his face. Just my luck, a whole day of freaks. Guess I'll have to teach this one a lesson. The guy swaggered over, a dinky little paring knife already in his hand. He got right up in Rakshas's face, smirking, hey asshole. But the guy wasn't scared. He actually looked thrilled. That threw the thug off for a second. He was about to say something else, but what the hell, before he could. Rakshasa spun around, grabbed the dude's hand, and used his own knife against him. In just a few seconds the tough guy hit the dirt. The other bullies started freaking out. Rakshasa just laughed, twirling the knife in his hand, before gripping it and making his move. He was a blur, moving so fast, the rest of them couldn't even blink. Next thing you know, they've all got a new slit in their throats, and every last one of them dropped. It all happened so fast. The junkie was just staring in shock. As Rakshasa walked up to him, the dude started shaking, backing away with a look of pure desperation. Please don't kill me, Rakshasa. On the other hand, looked totally stoked. I like your clothes. A little later, Rakshasa's rocking the new outfit, taking a chill walk down the beach. Let's see now. There were chopped up bits of hair all over the ground. So where's Gluttony? Cut to the inside of some dark, messed up space. Hanmadu felt something holding him down. He looked and saw a chain wrapped tight around his arm. The hell is this? After a sec, it hit him, the demon of Gluttony. Why is it so far away? He stared ahead, totally lost. Then a voice called out Hanmadu. He jolted awake. It was solely done, looking at him like he was nuts. You gonna lay there all day? Get up, he snapped. Hanmadu was still half asleep. What the hell, man? I feel like crap, I need sleep. He mumbled, pack your stuff. This babysitting gig is such a damn drag. We're going home. Hanmadu shouted straight up, home. Where the hell is everyone from HQ? He was totally stunned that the place was empty. GM Woke was giving orders. Everyone back to the office. No sign of the 8 legions. Do Young One was about to say something else, but the deputy chiefs were stuck there. She went on. Every sector is on high alert. The amount of demon energy we're detecting is off the charts. They just keep pouring in non-stop. Day and night, tons of heroes have had to step up and waste these Rakshasas. Before taking off, GM Wook told her deputy chief, Do you should head back to Seoul's a total mess right now. Do Yangam looked torn, like she had no idea what to do. She just watched the car drive away, silent. So for a while they're really just gonna leave. Guess they don't have a choice, since the 8 legions are a no-show. Dudokma nodded, getting it. But it felt like the calm before the storm. I don't like this one bit. Feels like something big is about to go down. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hamadu was still on edge. It's here that day. Turns out the calendar was marking his birthday. He just sat on his bed, bummed out and staring at his phone. Total misery and loneliness. Then out of nowhere his mom calls. He picked it up right away. Mom. On the other end his mom was out harvesting seaweed. She said all serious. "Manhwa, I'm making soup for your birthday. Looks like I'm the only one who remembers your special day. You don't have a girlfriend. You don't even have any friends." He just flopped back on the bed. "It's no big deal, Mom. It's just a birthday, but I can't make it. We're all on high alert here." She sighed. "That's a real bummer. Well, talk to you later." Hanmadu hung up. Damn. Not even a lousy gift card. My coworkers suck. Just then the doorbell rang and he looked up. Someone at the door, seeing who it was, made Hanmadu jump. "What are you two doing here?" The bald guy just nonchalantly announced. "We moved in downstairs to keep an eye on you." The short-haired guy waved. "More importantly, happy birthday, Hamadu." He was totally shocked. "How the hell did you guys know?" The guy laughed. "It was in your file. But we should go somewhere special to celebrate your birthday, right?" Suddenly, Baldy planted his foot right in Short-hair's face, then stepped up to chew him out. "You're so clueless. Why would a young guy want to hang out with you on his birthday? Go on. Go hang out with your friends." And just like that, a totally dejected Hanmadu headed out. "Great. Kicked out of my own house on my birthday. Awesome. I don't have anywhere to go, and I don't have any friends to see. What now?" Hanmadu was just wandering down the street when a weird noise made him stop. He put a hand on his stomach, curious. Is that the demon of gluttony? He happened to be walking past a street food stand when it finally clicked. "Nah. I'm just starving. Pretty sure I haven't eaten all day." He quickly ordered one special, please, thanks. After taking a bite of tea, Tokbaki, Hanmadu thought to himself. Come to think of it, I have no idea what happened to the demon of gluttony after it busted out of that dark dimension, and what was up with that dream. He couldn't figure himself out. Those images just kept flashing in his mind as Hanmadu got lost and thought, I feel like I'm losing my connection to the demon of gluttony. Then he remembered something. The demon of gluttony never actually hurt him. A crazy idea popped into his head. Should I try talking to it? Nah, that sounds way too dangerous. What am I even thinking? What's the point of trying to talk to a demon? A voice calls out, long time no see. Hanmadu whips his head around, surprised. Rakshasa just grins. He gives him this weird and readable look, but the dude's acting super strange. Seeing this guy's face for the first time leaves Hanmadu totally clueless. He quickly asks, do I know you? That seems to snap Rakshasa out of it. His expression darkens. You don't remember who I am? Hanmadu scrambles back, forcing a weak smile. Oh. Of course I do. It's been a while, right? In his head he's like, I have no freaking clue who this guy is. Rakshasa steps closer. I almost didn't recognize you. Madhu awkwardly scratches his head. Yeah. Me neither. He racks his brain, trying to remember him from elementary school, high school, or even the army. Just then the guy spots the food on Madhu's table. Without even thinking, Madhu offers it to him. You want some? He lights up like a little kid. Really? Is that cool then? Rakshasa immediately digs in. Now Hanmadu is getting a little curious. By the way, are you on leave or something? He glances over at the guy. Rakshasa holds up a huge piece of food and grins. It feels so weird being alone in the human world. That totally baffling comment leaves Madhu speechless. The human world, what a freak. Maybe I shouldn't have, but Rakshasa keeps talking. Anyway, it's really great seeing you. The warmth in his voice makes Hanmadu blush. The guy gets even closer and suggests, actually, let's hang out today. Behind his back, he's hiding a knife. The scene cuts to the Gangwa headquarters. Dokman stretches exhausted after a long day. Alright everyone except the night shift, get out of here. Just then Giant walks up to Inspector Soul. You know it's Inspector Han's birthday today, right? He just looks at her confused. No. Am I supposed to know that? She's shocked. You guys are roommates. Aren't you? The three of you aren't on night shift, so hurry up and take Inspector Han out to dinner. Hearing this, Dokman gets all excited. Great idea, we should throw them a party. Xana cuts in from the side. A party? We are on high alert because of the 8 legions. Remember, but he couldn't care less. Fine, whatever. Forget his birthday, you guys forgot mine too. Kim Layback just stands there looking lost. Should we just send him a gift card? Duo chimes in. We already agreed not to make a big deal out of it. It's such a pain seeing how everyone's acting. Soul even thinks irritably. Who gives a crap about Hanma's birthday? But then he goes and buys a birthday cake anyway. When he gets back, he's surprised he went out. Baldy nods. We told him to go hang out with his friend. After finishing his workout, he quickly gets up. The twins get ready to head back. We'll go inside and look after Hanmadu. Time skips to late at night. So Layton is sitting alone in the room. It's the middle of the night. He should have dragged himself home by now, right? A cold automated voice answers. The number you have dialed is not available. He's helpless. The phone's off. Don't tell me. Layton's expression immediately turns grim. A horrible image of Hanmadu flashes through his mind. He can't bring himself to believe what he's thinking. Did the 8 legions get him? The more he thinks about it, the more worried Sol Layton gets. Just then the sound of the door opening startles him. He storms out of the room, but his expression completely changes. What the hell? Hanmadu stumbles in, carrying Rakshasa. So Layton asks. Stunned, are you drunk? Who is this? Did you pick up some homeless guy off the street? Madhu just smiles and says no. He's my friend, we just had a few drinks. But hearing that just pisses him off. Get him the hell out of here now. Hanmadu glares at Sol Layton, annoyed. You're not my boss and this is my place too. He keeps carrying Rakshasa into the room. You cold-hearted bastard. Didn't even remember my birthday. Even though we were together. Sol Layton warns him again. You better not leave your room. Got it? The night gets even later. Hanmadu and Rakshasa are fast asleep, totally oblivious. The booze probably knocked Hanmadu right out. At the same time, a strange hand slowly reaches out. His body completely changes. He can't breathe. Rakshasa's voice rings out. Alright then, time to return to the abyss. He's holding a small knife. This freaks Hanmadu out. The abyss. Who the hell are you? Rakshasa doesn't say a word. Just raises the knife. Luckily, at the last second, Madhu manages to block it with his hand. Then Hanmadu spits out a mouthful of sand. Pissed off, he uses his demonic regeneration power and pulls a weapon from his body. Hanmadu whips out a huge freaking hammer and smashes it right into Rakshasa's face. The guy's body goes flying backward. Hearing the noise, an annoyed Sol Layton runs over, complaining, what's with all the noise? What the hell? Why are you spitting sand in the middle of the night? And is that a hammer? Did you hit him? Hanmadu angrily points at Rakshasa. He attacked me first. Said it was time to go to the abyss. Hearing that, Sol Layton realizes something is seriously wrong. What? I thought he was your friend. What the hell did you bring home? Hanmadu has no idea how to explain. Yell at me later. On his body, another strange sound suddenly appears. Rakshasa off to the side. Can't hide his grin. Hey, that hurt. He smirks and lunges at Madhu from behind. Sol Layton quickly cracks his knuckles. Rakshasa's body slams hard into the ground. Rakshasa realizes he has to fight both of them. Annoyed, he turns his head and asks, mind getting out of my way? Hanmadu pulls out a gun and points it at Rakshasa's head. His expression has completely changed. Who the hell are you? Are you a demon user? Why'd you attack me? Sweat drips down Hanmadu's face. Sol Layton watches silently from the side, waiting to see what happens. Finally Rakshasa speaks. Because I am one of the 8 legions. He shoves his fingers straight into his own neck. The whole space around them changes again. Seeing the room filled with red light shocks Hanmadu. Red smoke. Rakshasa rushes forward, launching his counterattack. Afraid Madhu's in danger, Sol Layton cracks his knuckles again. A weapon suddenly stabs into Hanmadu's body. A wave of pain makes him scream. Sol Layton's entire body seems frozen. What? My powers aren't working. Is it because of this red smoke? He knew something was up. Hanmadu shot forward and straight up chomped down on Rakshasa's neck. After it landed, he jumped back to a safe distance. This is it. I used gluttony. Now I can finish this punk. Why can't I feel any power being absorbed? While Hanmadu was still trying to figure it out, Sol Layton screamed a warning. Hanmadu, watch out. This red smoke is nullifying our powers. Rexius aside, stop with the dumb antics. You're going to get my clothes dirty. With that, Rakshasa charged forward again. He just kept swinging the weapon in his hand, going after Hanmadu. With no other choice, he had to keep dodging to stay safe. Grabbing a gun and aiming it right at Rakshasa, not wasting another second, he pulled the trigger. This only got Rakshasa more hyped as he charged in. The freaking fruit knife in his hand got closer to Madhu, and finally he managed to slam him to the floor. Luckily, he managed to block with the gun at the last second, but his hand got sliced up in the process. Still, Hanmadu knew he couldn't let his guard down. From behind, Sol Layton quietly crept closer with a hammer. Seizing the opportunity while the freak wasn't looking, he attacked Rakshasa casually, spun around and decked him right in the face. Sol Layton's frail body crashed hard onto the ground. That move definitely got Hanmadu's attention. He shot a worried look over at Sol Layton, Someone's gonna get hurt, it was clear. He didn't want anyone getting hurt because of him. Hanmadu used the opening to kick Rakshasa hard, then tried to bolt for the outside. I have to lure this guy somewhere else. Even with Rakshasa still manically attacking with his weapon, from behind Hanmadu didn't hesitate and jumped straight out the window. Even though his room was on a high floor, he couldn't care less. Hanmadu's entire body crashed painfully onto the ground. It felt like every single one of his bones had been shattered. Hanmadu looked at himself in despair. Why the hell is my recovery so slow? My body has been a wreck ever since I fought that demon. My regeneration ability was erased. At that same moment, Rakshasa caught up to him. He looked back annoyed. You're just making things more complicated. I was going to grab you quietly while you were asleep, and now look at this mess right now. Hanma looked utterly pathetic. The guy calmly held up a huge object, getting ready to finish him. Stop squirming, it's time to go home. A familiar smile spread across his face. With that, Rakshasa leapt high into the air. It was painfully obvious what he was planning. He was in deep trouble. But Hanmadu couldn't fight back anymore. And that's all for now, peeps. If you want to keep up with this series, go ahead and smash that subscribe button. And while you're at it, gently tap that like button. Yeah, thanks for watching.